Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Look to Lockheed for leadership. The men and women of Lockheed Aircraft present Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X, produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The Man Called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you and I cross town. He is the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for all of us. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X takes us to India, land of jeweled Maharajas and beautiful princesses. But as the story opens, Mr. X is not yet within earshot of softly tinkling temple bells. For the moment, he's traveling down New York's Great White Way. And the lady sharing the cab with him is not an Indian princess, but Miss Nancy Bessington, anxious to arrive on time for the opening of a new musical comedy.
Driver, I want you to drop us at the Gotham Towers, corner 45th Street.
Okay.
Why, Ken, that's miles away from the theater. What are you up to?
Downey, I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone, to get rid of this Barney Oldfield and to deliver a letter.
Letter? Are you by any chance working for the post office department?
No, dear, but there's a department in Washington that'll be plenty interested in it.
Washington? And you whisper that in my ear 10 minutes before curtain time.
Oh, I was going to tell you. But with this fellow's driving, all I could think of was the police department.
24th floor. Penthouse elevator to your right, down the hall. Just push the button. It's automatic.
Come on, Nancy.
Okay.
Now, this whole affair won't take us 3 minutes, sweet. All I have to do is to deliver the letter to a certain Amar Pahalani.
Who?
Well, he's the representative of an East Indian Maharaja who's been here negotiating some deal or other.
Well, what's in the letter, Ken?
I think it's a contract.
Oh.
The boys didn't choose to tell me, and I didn't choose to ask because I didn't want to be dragged into the matter.
Here, let me push the button for the elevator. There.
You better push it again. It's not, Oh, here it comes. Stand aside, dear. The door's sliding open.
Oh, there's someone in here.
Someone was in there. This man's dead. Well, look at his turban, all covered with blood.
Oh, don't touch him.
Wait, his eyes are flickering open. He's trying to speak. Mr. Pahalani?
Pahalani?
Are you Amar Pahalani?
He's trying to... He nodded.
Yeah. Mr. Pahalani, I'm Kenneth Thurston. I'm Mr. X. I brought you a letter. A contract that must be delivered.
His lips are moving. He's trying to say something.
Yes, let me bend closer.
Sorry.
Can you whisper, Mr. Pahalani? Who is to get the letter? Yeah? Maharaja? Is that what you're saying? Maharaja?
Ken, the buzzer.
Yes, someone's pushed the button upstairs. Let's get out of here, quick. And stand away from the door. It's closing. Now to get downstairs fast, and then I want a taxi that can fly.
Ken, how in the world can you think of going to the theater now?
Theater? Honey, I'm going to India.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, we're about to land, sir.
Oh, wonderful city, isn't it, Stewart? Those golden roofs shining in the sun. All those graceful domes and spires. Gosh.
Look out the other window, sir. See? There's the Maharaja's palace.
Why, it's like a walled city in itself.
Yes, sir.
Look at that huge tower. I wonder what the palace looks like on the inside.
Inside? I've often wondered, too, sir.
Well, I'll tell you all about it on my way back.
You might find that rather difficult, sir. No foreigner has ever left that palace alive.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Why, Aegon Zolsmith, you chasing me again?
I'm Zagan, Mr. X.
Oh, Aegon, either one. It's like being chased by the devil.
Isn't it fantastic that we should meet here in India?
Not as fantastic as your costume. A man with your physique parading around in a loincloth.
Mr. X, I'm a yogi.
Oh, a yogi is it?
A yogi of great powers. I know the language of animals. I can foretell the future. I can transport you magically to any distant spot.
Then you're just the man I want. Transport me to the Maharaja's palace.
Oh, well, Mr. X, there are limits even to my power.
You think your powers would increase if I gave you 50 rupees?
Oh, yes. I already feel much stronger. For 100 rupees, I'll take you to the Maharaja's prime minister. He will be very happy to arrange an interview with the Maharaja.
How do you know he'll be happy to arrange it?
Didn't I see I can see the future?
And I can still see your past, so take your hand out of my pocket.
I'm sorry.
You're not going to steal that letter, say, go.
I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Thurston. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Permit me to finish. I'm delighted to see you in my capacity as a private individual. But as the Maharaja's Prime Minister, I'm pained to inform you that you will not be granted permission to stay.
Suppose I tell you that I was sent by Amar Pahalani.
And may I inquire who Amar Palani is?
Was. He died in New York, murdered, while on a mission for the Maharaja, as you well know.
But I do not know. At no time did His Highness the Maharaja send any emissary to the United States.
Well, surely Washington wouldn't have received him as an accredited representative.
I am as mystified as you are, Mr. Thurston.
But look at this envelope. It contains certain papers which must be delivered to His Highness.
I know of no papers, Mr. Thurston. Is it possible that you are the victim of a practical joke?
Well, Amar Pahalani must have had quite a sense of humor to let himself be murdered for a laugh.
I agree with you. It's baffling. Write me the solution when you get home, because you are taking the evening plane back to America.
Mr. Prime Minister, I still request that you get me into the palace.
You are asking the impossible. I won't attempt miracles.
No, that would probably call for a yogi with magic powers.
Sahib, see great rope trick, Sahib. I will show you now, Chief. May you grow rich.
No, Mr. X, don't trust him. He's a charlatan.
It's about time you showed up, Zagon.
I almost couldn't come, Mr. X. You see, this is my hour for lying on a board studded with nails.
I'm kind of on pins and needles myself. Now, did you arrange to get me into the palace?
Wait. Let us stop in front of the snake charmer.
Not too close to the snake, please.
Pretend to be watching him while I whisper to him. Now listen carefully, Mr. X. Tonight I will take you to the palace.
Zagon? How? When? I'm not even asking how much.
Price is small, only 1,000 rupees. Meet me at midnight by the babbling brook under the palace walls.
Midnight, Babbling Brook. You shall get your 1,000 rupees. Thanks, Zagon. And I don't need to add, may you grow rich. Do those temple bells always go off at midnight?
Yes, they ring for the souls of those who entered this palace grounds and were never seen again.
Charming custom. Well, lead the way.
Here, Mr. X. Up the steps. There are guards about and a few tigers on the loose.
Fine thing. These stairs seem endless.
Yes, we are going up into the tower. Here is the balcony from which they throw down the bodies.
The bodies of unexpected visitors, I suppose.
Yes. Now climb through after me. This is the window of the 1,000 jewels.
Zagon, is it cricket to sneak into the Maharaja's room like this?
Are you in? Jump down. This is not the Maharaja's room, Mr. X.
Then where am I, Zagon? Look, I insist on seeing the Maharaja.
Won't I do
Huh?
instead?
Who are you? So fragile in your shimmering veils.
I am the Princess Radhanika, the Maharaja's niece. And you are a guest in my chamber.
It's an exquisite chamber. Too bad that I can't stay and admire the sights.
Mr. X, maybe I did wrong to bring you into the Zenana, the women's quarter.
Man to man, Zagon. I don't object at all.
Thank you.
The princess will undoubtedly lead me to the Maharaja.
No, you must not see him. That is why I sent for you. My uncle is a cruel, evil man. He'll leave us. Sit outside on my doorstep.
I obey, O princess. Goodbye, Mr. X. And may you grow happy and wise.
Sit by me, Mr. X. On these cushions.
Silken cushions. Fragrant with jasmine. Huh?
I'm signaling my musicians. They will play so that our conversation may not be overheard. You will find betel nuts and sweetmeats on that golden tray. Reach for the wine.
A jug of wine and thou. No, I better keep my head clear for the interview with the Maharaja.
Why do you keep insisting on that? Must I warn you again and again of the danger?
I love you for that, but why are you so concerned about a stranger like me?
Because you are not a stranger.
Press my hand like that again, and I'll begin to agree with you.
You're not a stranger. Because we knew someone in common. Amar Pahalani.
Well, I'm glad to hear someone claim Pahalani for a friend. The Prime Minister denied that the man ever existed.
The Prime Minister was not aware that Amar went to the United States.
Apparently, the Prime Minister doesn't keep up with things. Very sloppy of him not to keep track of the Maharaja's emissaries.
But he was not the Maharaja's emissary. I sent him to your country, Mr. X.
You?
To raise money. Much money.
Oh, don't tell me you're broke, Princess. Why, your lovely arms, I mean, they glisten with emeralds and rubies.
It takes limitless money to overthrow the Maharaja.
Am I to understand that you and the late Mr. Pahalani had serious thoughts of deposing the Maharaja?
Yes. And to kill him. Just as he killed my father. With his own hands to gain the throne.
Oh, and those stories about the Maharaja's cruelty aren't just publicity.
Someday the truth will be told that my father didn't die of malaria.
Malaria is quite a nuisance around here, isn't it? Wonder if I'm allergic.
I would 1,000 times rather have you die of malaria than be strangled by the Maharaja.
You are concerned, Princess. And you obviously don't want me to deliver the letter to His Highness, in spite of Pahalani's dying request.
Perhaps you misunderstood him. Perhaps he said Rananika, not Maharaja.
Perhaps. His English was far from perfect. Whereas your lips speak a universal language.
So give me the letter. You will not find me ungrateful.
Ah, paradise now.
Oh. No, don't kiss me again. First the letter.
Radhanika, why change the subject?
Because I must get that letter before the Maharaja arrives.
Let him arrive. I welcome his arrival. Your kisses have made me as bold as a lion.
Keep your voice down. Are you deliberately trying to get him to come in here?
Yes, deliberately and cold-bloodedly.
Please.
Do you think I'll just hand you that letter and leave like a cad, letting you face danger alone?
Sounds so wild.
Yes, I'm in a fever of indignation. Fever. Oh, Radhanika, feel my head. Am I kicking up a temperature?
Give me the letter.
I'm ill.
Give me the letter and go.
Go. In my condition, my knees are giving way. Let me just lie here on the couch.
No, you mustn't lie down. Mr. X, sit up.
Malaria. Can it be malaria?
No.
Why, my teeth are chattering.
Please,
I've got the
please,
shakes.
no.
Oh.
Yogi, come in here.
Yogi says at your disposal, Princess.
Mr. X is either play acting or he is ill with malaria.
I can cure sickness of the soul, but for the body, I would need quinine.
Mustn't mention quinine. Only the court physician has that, and he would betray us.
I'm chilled. Cover me.
Yes, cover him.
Well, here, Mr. X, I'm putting rocks on you.
All right. No, Yogi, we've got to get him out of here. But first you must help me search for that letter.
Bygone, is that you?
Yes?
Put blankets on me.
Why?
More. Cover me with your jacket.
But Mr. X, if I give you my jacket, then I will freeze in this loincloth.
Put your jacket on him, Yogi. Anything to keep him quiet while we search him.
Well, here is my coat, Mr. Feel warm enough?
Put on the light, Yogi. No one must know that I'm still awake.
But, Princess, I always find it difficult to pick pockets in the dark.
The gong.
Oh.
Yogi, that's a signal. The Maharaja has left his chambers. Heaven help us if he enters this tower.
I'll blow out the light in a minute if I can ever catch my breath.
Now we must wait here in the dark, Yogi. The gong will sound nearer and nearer.
Oh, I can foretell the future, and it's not very promising.
I'm sorry he ever came here. I'm afraid.
Ah, my beloved. Fill the cup that clears today of past regrets and future fears.
Poetry is delirious.
Search him. This can mean death.
Dust unto dust, and under dust lie. Sans wine, sans song, sans singer, and sans end.
Just a moment, we will continue with the second act of tonight's exploit of the man called X, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest flying land transport in use today. Certainly, this is an interesting statement. Yet again tonight, we of Lockheed wish to point out what these points of superiority, largest, fastest, highest flying, mean to you, the airline passenger. Now, the ability to carry heavy loads for great distances at high speed is a direct result of power and design. And these factors, power and design, built into the Lockheed Constellation, provide such things as safety and comfort and economy. The Constellation can fly high over the highest mountain ranges and high above storms and disturbing air currents. It can land and take off from any standard airport. And, this is important, it can maintain altitude and even climb on any two of its 4 powerful engines. Furthermore, on flights of as short as 100 miles, the Lockheed Constellation has been found to operate more efficiently and more economically than the ordinary 2-engine transport you fly in today. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, safety-wise and comfort-wise and economy-wise, the Lockheed Constellation is setting brand new standards in air transportation. Today, it serves the Army Air Forces. Tomorrow, it will serve you, bringing the airport in your town closer and ever closer to other cities and towns in America and to lands beyond the horizon. So again, we say, remember the name, the Lockheed Constellation, another example of Lockheed leadership. We return to tonight's exploit to the man called X, starring Herbert Marshall, to find him in the scented boudoir of an Indian princess. He had come to this mysterious principality of India to deliver a letter to the ruling Maharaja. But now Mr. X is suffering from an attack of malaria, and the princess is trying to steal the letter from his pocket, while gongs announce the approach of the Maharaja.
Yogi, the gong sound in the tower now. The Maharaja is coming up the stairs.
Princess, I've looked through all the pockets of Mr. X. I can't find the letter.
Wait, I will draw aside the curtains. Let the moon shine in.
Yon rising moon looks for us again. How oft hereafter will she wax and wane?
No letter. I am ready to give up and magically transport myself a safe distance from here.
Wait, Yogi, before you leave. I must give you a note to take to the Prime Minister. I will write it here in the moonlight. Wait.
While Mr. X's pockets are so convenient, I might as well collect my small fee of 1,000 rupees.
Take the cash and let the credit go. Nor heed the rumble of the distant drum.
Here is the note. The Prime Minister will know what to do when he gets it.
Before I go, I must get back the jacket that I put on Mr. X. This loincloth looks too informal. Here. Now.
You got your jacket on?
Yes.
Then go. Behind that tapestry, you will find a secret door.
What? A dark passage. What is the strange smell? It's suffocating.
You will get used to the smell. Goodbye, okay, goodbye. Now I'm alone with this babbling idiot. What am I to do with him?
Make the most of time we may yet spend before we too into the dust descend.
Veronica? Veronica, open the door. Veronica!
Yes, Your Highness. I'm opening it.
I heard voices in here. Chamberlain, bring a light.
Here is the lamp, Your Highness.
Hold it higher. Uh-huh. A man.
An intruder, Uncle. I struggled. I fought him.
Yes, fought him with sweetmeats and betel nuts.
Fought me with soft blandishments
You're all
to
right.
keep me from disturbing your highness's slumber.
Nonsense. She knows very well that I have insomnia. Rise, sir. Who are you?
I'm the man called X, an amateur letter carrier.
I beg
Don't
your...
listen to him. He has no letter.
Of course he hasn't, Veronica. I was not born yesterday.
Highness, does the name Amar Pahalani mean anything to you?
Yes. Yes, it means 1,000,000 rupees. It means a missing contract for the sale of 10,000 pounds of cinchona bark.
Then the deal involves cinchona bark. Precious cinchona from which quinine is made.
Yes. Tell me, have you really got Amar's letter?
He hasn't. He hasn't. Have him shot.
In good time, Radanika. Mr. X, do not try my patience.
I'm forced to, Your Highness. The letter, owing to interference with the mail, is not on me.
What? Lost?
Not if we hurry.
Where to?
To the always hospitable home of His Excellency the Prime Minister. That's where the letter is.
It's a lie. Don't go with him. Don't.
I seldom lie, Princess. Though occasionally I exaggerate things like malaria symptoms. Why don't you, slip something over your shimmering veils and come along with us?
Do so, Radanika. Then, if the fellow is a liar, Uncle will let you shoot him with Uncle's own gun.
No, I can't. I won't go.
Trying to escape through the window.
Window of 1,000 Joe. I've caught her.
Up and down. Let me go.
No, Princess.
I will not go.
I'm carrying you to yon jasmine-scented cushion.
Hurry, Mr. X. The Prime Minister retires early.
I hope you'll retire permanently. Coming, Your Highness. Just let me cover Radanika with a rug while I tore a chunk out of her shimmering veil. There.
Your Highness. Servant, where is your worthy master, that scoundrel?
Why, His Excellency he's out.
Out? Now what excuse will you find, Mr. X?
The letter is coming by carrier pigeon, and that means you, Zagon, get out from under that table.
Mr. X, this is my hour for making myself invisible.
Stand up like a man and pick your pocket.
My own pocket is highly unprofessional.
Then I'll have to do it for you, Zagon.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, stop squirming, no.
Well-
Have to look in your other pocket. Don't act so kittenish.
I'm ticklish.
Here it is. Your Highness, I have the honor of handing you the letter.
Amar Pahalani's letter, sealed with his own ring. Now let me open it.
I had a fortune in my pocket and I didn't know it. What kind of a yogi am I?
As one miracle man to another, Zagon, I switched the letter from my pocket to yours when you covered me with your jacket.
Yes, the contract is in order. Look, sealed, signed.
And delivered, finally. And so will the cinchona bark be delivered to my country. With most quinine in the hands of the Japs, this will be vital to our men in the Pacific.
What? Mr. X, an explosion.
Yes, look out the window. Flames!
The Cinchona warehouses, burning, blown up.
Let's hurry there.
Oh, dear.
Lest we run into that visiting fireman, the Prime Minister. Everything is getting clearer and clearer.
Clearer with those clouds of smoke.
Zagon, where there's smoke, there's fire. Make way for the Maharaja.
Highness,
Highness, a calamity. The warehouse is in ashes.
The Prime Minister is directing the rescue, Your Highness. Versatile fella. Burns the candle at both ends.
You man, send the Prime Minister here.
He's already coming. A diplomat on a fire helmet.
Highness, Mr. X, my friends, you must dry your tears. This tragedy was written in the Book of Fate.
Are you sure it wasn't written in the note which the princess sent you?
It was, Mr. X. I picked the note a little.
Maharaja Sahib, do not listen to the yogi. He's probably in a trance. What mortal man can tell why and how Chinkona bark burns?
My nose can tell. And it's not Chinkona that's burning. This smoke doesn't smell of quinine.
Your Highness, you trust the nose of this foreigner against the
No,
word?
Mr. Prime Minister. These warehouses were empty, systematically looted by you and the princess. And the bark stored elsewhere for eventual sale to Japan.
Your Highness, I can explain.
Explain the murder of Amma Pahalani by your spies.
Explain in your next existence. I shoot you like a dog. May you grow dead. Maybe I killed him too impulsively. Now I shall never discover where the Chinkona is stored.
Visit the lovely Radanika. Ask her to draw aside a priceless tapestry. Open a hidden door to a secret passage.
But don't suffocate, Your Highness. I nearly choked to death. Yogi breath control notwithstanding.
Yes, the Chinkona bark smelled to high heavens, Dagon. But not worse than Radanika's silken cushions. Confidentially, I hate the smell of jasmine.
The cushions will be buried in the same grave with Radanika.
Poor Radanika. I hope Your Highness will give her a state burial. It's most unlikely that I shall meet her in another existence. Yon rising moon that looks for us again. How oft hereafter will she wax and wane? How oft hereafter rising look for us through that same garden, and for one in vain.
Star, Mr. Herbert Marshall returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. Here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, Sunday, October 1st, marks another important milestone in the history of air transportation. Tomorrow, a Lockheed Lodestar, flying the colors of national airlines, takes off from the Jacksonville, Florida airport and flies the first national airline schedule to New York City. Other Lockheed Lodestars will follow on regular schedules to establish the fastest airline service up and down the Atlantic seaboard. Lockheed congratulates National Airlines on the inauguration of this new service, a progressive step that is typical of many other United States airlines. Most of them started small, and with the support of air-minded Americans, extended and expanded until today our nation is a vast network of integrated air systems. Yes, the nation's airlines have established a progress record unmatched by any other American industry. And this is only the beginning. Tomorrow, after victory, new planes and new routes will make the entire world part of the airline network, a system that you and every American can enjoy. And now a word from our star, Herbert Marshall.
Next week you'll find me high among the peaks of the eternal Alps in Switzerland, where a simple toy music box leads to adventure, romance, and even danger. For there's a beautiful blonde involved who also proves to be a beautiful shot with a high-powered rifle. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X.
Is presented by the men and women of Lockheed Aircraft. Tonight's exploit was written by Francis Farago. Original music was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Mr. Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. The men and women of Lockheed invite you to join Mr. X again next Saturday. Same time, same station. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Friends, if you want to be sure that the fuel you get to heat your home this winter is safe, healthy, and economical fuel, then by all means buy Blue Coal, the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. Remember, this superior quality anthracite has been colored a harmless blue at the mines so that you can recognize it at a glance. So take the guesswork out of your fuel buying. Get America's finest anthracite. Ask for Blue Coal by name. Order a supply tomorrow.
The bells, Shadow, the bells of Neva, they will reveal you.
Your third mistake, Sadi, and your last.
No, it is your mistake and your last. This is the end of your career as the Shadow.
Well, Margot, we'll make this a large evening, a couple of hours at the Club Caliph. Does that intrigue you?
Lovely, but not too late. I have an appointment at 10 in the morning at the Women's Club. They're trying to get some action on this terrible narcotic situation.
Yes, I read about that.
Oh, the stuff's being peddled all over town. They found school children using it, society women. Why, it's already caused a half dozen suicides.
Yes, I know. It's terrible stuff.
Oh, it needs the Shadow to get at the bottom of it.
Yes, I know, dear, but for tonight, I do enjoy just being myself. Lamont Cranston, dilettante. Let's be the Shadow, only in real emergencies. You know, they tell me there's a lovely Indian dancer at this new club, Caliph.
Indian dancer?
Mm-hmm. You know, there's the place just there. Club Caliph, driver.
Yes, sir.
Lamont, you are going to do something about it. You've started already.
Perhaps. Well, here we are. All right, driver. Hey, what?
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that looked like young Jerry Gleason just going in.
Yes? If I was that young man's father, I'd spank him and keep him home occasionally.
Spoiled son of a wealthy sire.
Here, let me have your coat. I'll check it with mine.
Good evening, Jerry.
Oh, hello, Miss Lane.
Your father and sister well? I haven't seen them lately.
Yes. I'm sorry, but I can't wait right now. I've got to see someone, and it's important. I'm sorry.
But Jerry...
Hello. What ails young Gleason?
I don't know. He seems awfully upset about something. He doesn't look well either. Pale and shaky.
You're right, he doesn't. Something curious about that boy. Well, let's go in.
May I show you to a table, sir?
Take this table by the dance floor, thank you.
Oh, there's someone getting up to speak. We seem to be just in time for the main attraction.
Apparently.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take pleasure in presenting that fascinating and beautiful dancer of the Far East, Sadi Bel Ada. For our first number tonight, she will give you the dance of the cobra, Sadi Bel Ada.
Look, isn't she lovely?
Yes. Real thing, too. Real Hindu. It's odd, you know?
Goodness. Look, she's taking a snake out of that wicker basket.
A live cobra.
Oh, heavens.
You know, the cobra is connected with the old Indian mysticism, the most ancient of magic. See how she quiets the snake, makes it sway to the motion of her hands. It's a form of mesmerism. We've never improved on that with all our modern psychology.
I hope its fangs have been removed.
Well, they undoubtedly have. So, this is the one they call Sadi Bel Ada. Jerry Gleason with that strange look in his eyes. An epidemic of narcotic smuggling. Sadi Bel Ada.
Oh, how graceful she is. She keeps looking over here, Lamont.
Yes. It's coming this way. Well.
Souvenir for the beautiful lady, sir.
Oh, a bracelet. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Felady.
You know the tongue of Mother India, sir.
Only enough to make a small prayer. Only enough for that. Sadi Bel Ada.
It is good, sometimes to know a small prayer.
Just in case of an emergency?
Yes. You are very wise, son. In case you should meet someone who could destroy you, son.
I see.
Cela.
Just what did she mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Funny sort of thing. She seems to know something about me. I'm trying to recall where I've seen that face.
Vishti! What an exotic creature. Look, she's stopping at the table by the door. Why, it's young Jerry Gleason. She handed him something.
Good Lord.
He's going out with her. What's the matter now?
It just struck me, Margot. That boy's face. The color of his skin.
You mean drunk?
Yes. The poppy of India.
Oh, but not Jerry Gleason. Oh, that'd be too awful. And our own friend Claire Gleason, his aunt, who's tried so hard to steer him straight since his mother died, it would just about kill her.
Come, Margot.
We must do something.
We're
more.
going to. I did come here tonight with a vague idea that this Indian dancer might have some connection with the thing. With her veiled threats and Jerry's interest in her, I'm pretty sure
But
now.
what are you going to do?
I think the Shadow will pay a call on Sadi Belada in her dressing room. I think the Shadow can strike back.
Come in.
Sadi,
Yes?
can anyone overhear us here in your dressing room?
Oh, no. What do you want, Alexis?
A message from the captain.
What then?
Tomorrow is the day. The police are getting closer. We sail tomorrow night at 8.
I am not afraid of the police. But there is somebody else I am not sure about.
You took care of Jerry Gleason,
I gave him his medicine and sent him home.
but you bring him tomorrow night?
Do not fear, Alexis. Jerry will be with me when we sail. I have a way to let him know.
Good.
But the air blows from that window. Close it, Alexis.
Too bad we have to terminate. The grand success of Sadi Belada and the Club Caliph.
Yes.
But as the Americans say, business is business, yes.
And we still have a small business with the rich papa of Jerry Gleason.
No doubt the richest part of our business, sweet Sadi. The rich man will pay well.
Who laughs?
Where are you? Speak.
I am here, in the shadow. But I'm afraid you can't see me.
Speak. And say who you are.
Have you never heard of the shadow?
Oh, the shadow? So it is you. Have I not somewhere in the past seen your face and known your name? I think so. Did you enjoy yourself tonight?
I warn you, Sadi Belada. Leave the Gleason boy alone. The boy to whom you give the evil drug.
I have no fear of you, Shadow Side. I hold a greater power. I hold the power of the temple bells of Niban.
Huh? You command the temple bells of Naban, do you?
Yes.
Either you lie, or you desecrate a great gift.
Put your strength against mine, White Effendi, and you will see how I desecrate that gift. I can cast your little spells aside and make them nothing. I can kill you.
Kill me? The shadow, Sadi?
Yes. If you dare to come to me again. Will you come?
Who could refuse such an invitation? Especially when made by so charming a lady as yourself. Yes, I will come. And be sure you don't mistake my voice when I do come. Sadi Belada.
Well, what is it, Sergeant?
Excuse me, Commissioner. Old man Gleason is outside and insists he's got to see you.
Gleason? You mean Andrew Gleason?
Sure, the big Wall Street banker, friend of the mayor. Shall I let him come in?
All this blamed efficiency where it doesn't do any good. I want to see you, Commissioner.
All right, Mr. Gleason.
What the devil is this town coming to?
Well, if you'll tell me what you're getting at...
My boy is what I'm getting at. He's lying home there with the worst case of delirium tremens I ever saw. Spent the night sopping up liquor in these rotten honky-tonks.
Mr. Gleason, if you think the police department's going around playing wet nurse to all the spoiled kids in this town... Is this what you came to see me about, Mr. Gleason?
It certainly is.
Well, I happen to have more important things on my mind right now.
Then you better get this on your mind. Because if you don't, I'll see to it that there's somebody here who does. And I can do it. Good day to you.
Well, seems like this was a busy day, sir. What with drunken college boys and millionaires.
This is another of those... Commissioner Weston speaking.
Why, you...
Don't lose your patience, Commissioner. The Shadow has information that may help you. Young Jerry Gleason is becoming a drug addict.
What?
Yes. A victim of this flood of drugs being peddled on our streets. It might cost you your job. Are you interested, Commissioner?
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the Shadow to return, I want to relay a bit of information I'm sure homeowners here in the New England states will find particularly interesting. When buying your winter supply of fuel, bear this in mind. Anthracite coal is unequaled for home use. It is not a flashy fuel that burns furiously for a little while, then dies down completely. On the contrary, folks, anthracite burns slowly, steadily, evenly all day long, and so enables you to maintain an even, healthful room temperature. That's why anthracite is called the solid fuel for solid comfort. And friends, remember this. Furnaces, cook stoves, and space heaters in this section of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. So, insist on anthracite, but get the best. Order blue coal. It's America's finest. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Company, the world's largest producers of Pennsylvania anthracite. To guarantee you the greatest heating satisfaction at the lowest cost, blue coal is laboratory tested for purity and uniformity of size. So you see, friends, there's no need to take chances on unknown fuels. Order blue coal today. You will find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
You hear, Margot?
Yes. As though they came out of nowhere.
The temple bells of Niban. Listen. 3 soft notes will strike, and then the spell will be broken.
They're gone. But Harlemont, here we sit in your apartment listening to weird temple bells. Where did they come from? How did you do it?
Not too difficult, Margot, dear. For those who've learned its secret based on the phenomenon of telepathy combined with the old science of the yoga,
The same magic which gives voice to a shadow.
It's a very awe-inspiring demonstration.
If there should be someone who could command the temple bells of Naban, the shadow would cease to be a shadow.
You mean they could see?
Yes. At the last stroke of the bell, I would be only what I am. Lamont Cranston. My magic invisibility, so to speak, dispelled by this greater power.
And you think there is someone with this power?
I'm not sure. Years ago, in India, a yogi priest, keeper of the Temple of the Cobras at Delhi, taught me the ancient mysteries. He taught me the mesmeric trick that the underworld calls invisibility. There was a small girl, his niece, who used to sit and listen, staring up at us with her round, dark eyes. She was very clever. Clever. I've often wondered what became of her.
But the Cobras. You don't mean the Indian dancer at the club camp?
I'm not sure, Margot. I'm not sure.
Oh, but this worries me, Lamont. Aren't you going into dangers too big for you?
Don't worry about me, Margot. Worry about the boy and all other poor, miserable wretches in the toils of this awful drug traffic. Is young Gleason safe?
Yes, his father made him go to bed. They thought he'd been drinking too much.
Well, guess it's time I got busy.
Have you found out anything else?
One or two things. In Sadi Belada's dressing room, I found a note signed by a Captain Marlin of the freighter Albore Castle. I think there's some connection there. I'm going to find out. First, though, I'm going to the zoo.
The zoo?
Yes. Yes, I want to borrow a decorative little reptile from my friend the curator. He's usually very obliging. Who opened that door?
Look. Hanging from the doorknob.
A snake.
Don't touch it.
It's all right. It's a dead one. And a note with it. So, she's not bluffing. She does know who I am.
Oh, Lamont, I'm frightened for you. What does it say?
It says, dead cobras are better playthings than live ones. Was I mistaken?
Then it's Sadi Belada. Oh, Lamont.
Margot, it's a challenge.
But the bells. The bells of Niban. Oh, I'm afraid the shadow this time will get beyond his depth.
We shall see, Margot. We shall see who is stronger. Sadi and the bells of Naban, or the shadow and the snake.
I'll show them. They think they can keep me a prisoner in my own house, putting me to bed as if I was some half-grown kid. What's that?
Jerry, you hear me?
Is it you, Sadi?
Yes, my voice in your thoughts. Listen, Jerry. Come to me at the dock where we met before. Your medicine is waiting.
Yes.
Go aboard the ship I told you about, the Albora Castle. You and I, Jerry.
Yes.
I am waiting, Jerry.
But they've locked me in.
Go through the window, Jerry. Come now.
Yes, Sadi. The window.
Margot Lane, stand by for orders. Jerry Gleason has escaped from his house. But I have followed him to the waterfront, and I know where he's going. Get word to Commissioner Weston. Time is short. I accept Sadi's challenge. Send harbor police to the freighter Albore Castle, which lies in the harbor just off Bay Ridge shore, ready to sail. Hurry, Margot.
It's depressing here in this cabin, Cerebel.
A little. Why do you tremble so, Alexis?
I wish we were far at sea, on our way to Rio.
Oh, be patient. The ransom note was delivered to Papa Gleason?
Yes. What was that?
But there is nothing.
Oh, it's you, Captain. Yes. We are leaving, Captain?
Yes, we're getting underway now. We've got the boys stowed safely below decks.
And the rest of the medicine?
We got rid of that, what was left of it. A nice clean-up for all hands, not counting this Gleason job. That'll net us another 100,000, or nothing. Oh, we're fixed, whichever way the dice roll.
And after that, we live like kings, without a care, yes?
Not even a conscience to bother you.
What?
Sadie, he has come. I was afraid.
Who said that?
I did, Captain.
So you're the one with your trick ghost talk and magic, eh? I'll make a shadow out of you soon enough.
Not that way, Captain.
No? Here, lock that door, Alexis.
It is locked, Captain Malin, but the porthole.
No one can get through those, not even a shadow. Save your laugh, whoever you are. We've got you. You're in this cabin somewhere, and this ship is outward bound. Laugh that off.
I think you may have made 3 mistakes, Captain. One too many.
Yes?
Yes, Captain.
But I do not make mistakes, Sad.
That remains to be seen, Sadi Belada.
Then you will see. Hand me the wicker basket, Alexis.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Yes, Sadi.
I call the temple bells of Niban, Captain. The shadow has the power to blind your eyes. A trick he learned in India from a yogi who was my uncle. But I have a better trick. When the last bell sounds while the sacred cobra dances, you will see the shadow only as a man. Be ready to shoot, Captain.
I'm ready.
And now, my cobra, to dance with the bells of Niban.
I wouldn't open that basket if I were you, Sadi Belada.
You watch my pretty cobra, Sab. He may find you even before the captain's bullet. You would die just as quickly.
Dead cobras are better playthings than live ones.
Bismillahi Rahmani Rahim. Make your small prayer, Sab. And now, my pretty one, begin to dance.
Be careful, Sadibel. The cobra moves toward you.
My own pretty cobra. He knows me. You hear the bells, Shadow? The temple bells of Niban?
I hear them.
When the last bell strikes, we shall see our prisoner.
And I'm waiting for that minute.
But, Sadi, the cobra.
Look out! He's going to strike.
Alexis! Captain!
Quick! Drop the basket over Alexis. Kill him! Sadi. Sadi.
The shadow warned you, Sadi Belada.
You take credit for this, too, do you?
No. Sade should have known it was not her cobra in the wicker basket. It was mine.
She's dead.
What's that? Who is it?
Captain Allen, the police have boarded her. No, please, Captain Malin, you do not shoot.
Stand back here!
Drop that gun. I'll fix him.
Put the bracelets on both of them, Sergeant.
Right.
Dope smugglers, kidnappers, and from the looks, murderers. This time the police were too smart for you.
Oh, decidedly.
Huh? Who's that?
Thanks for coming, Commissioner. You were very helpful.
And now, before today's adventure with the Shadow comes to a close, John Barclay, Blue Coal's own heating expert, is here tonight to give us another of his practical talks on automatic heating. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. Last week we discussed the importance of uniformly heated homes in avoiding cold. I told you how home temperatures could be kept uniform and automatically controlled with a Blue Coal heat regulator. I explained that the cost was only $18.95 plus a small installation charge. Now for a word about the convenience of this Blue Coal heat regulator. With one of these automatic regulators in your home, it is no longer necessary for you to adjust dampers by hand. The regulator eliminates need for frequent attention to the furnace.
What do you have to do, Mr. Barclay?
You simply tend to your furnace once in the morning and once at night. Just think of that, friends. You can enjoy the comfort and convenience of an evenly heated home, and yet you can come and go all day long without a thought or worry about the fire. Is it any wonder I'm so enthusiastic about the Blue Coal heat regulator? And, too, although it costs only $18.95, it does about everything that the elaborate and much more expensive equipment does that many of your friends have. So, folks, why not get to your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him more about this Blue Coal heat regulator? At the same time, if you have any heating problems, discuss them with your Blue Coal dealer, too. He is the best-informed heating expert in your community. With the assistance of his John Barclay trained serviceman, he will be able to save you money and help make your home more comfortable this winter than ever before. I thank you.
The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Extra! Extra! Hear all about it! Next week, same time, same station. The Shadow's latest adventure. Extra! Extra! Hear all about it! Next week, same time, same station. The Shadow's latest adventure.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Danger
Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that sometimes you can hit a home run with the swing of a rusty gate. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me? Steve, ever hear of Sabazai? Animal, vegetable, or mineral? Or is it some songwriter's answer to Digga-Digga-Doo?
It's a small village not far from Port Said, Egypt. An American, Tony Sherwin, was found there in an alley last night, more dead than alive.
Tony Sherwin, that sounds familiar.
Diplomatic courier. He was on his way to Port Said with a very important document, Steve. A signed treaty.
Oh?
As you probably know, we've been negotiating with certain Arab leaders for some time in the hope of preserving peace in the Near East.
Yeah? How are we doing?
Our mission has been in Damascus for months, conferring with the leader of the Arab group, a man named Ibn Khazir. 2 days ago, he signed a treaty with us.
The one Sherwin was carrying?
Right. Now, it's missing.
Well, look, Commissioner, can't we contact this Khazir again?
Unfortunately, no. Ibn Khazir was found murdered this morning in Damascus.
Uh-oh, probably by the same people who got to Sherwin, huh?
No doubt.
So what happens to our agreement?
It's binding, provided we can recover the signed document. Check with the authorities in Port Said, Steve. They're bringing Sherwin to the hospital there.
Port Said, right.
Steve, the situation in the Near East is as dangerous as a grenade with a loose pin. We've got to get that document back, and get it back fast. The peace of the entire area may be at stake. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. This is for it marks the return to the air of many of your favorite programs. Tomorrow evening, the Cavalcade of America once again will recreate incidents from our nation's history. Each week, Cavalcade of America will have stars from Hollywood and Broadway to portray our country's important historical personalities. So, for fine drama, presented in a most enjoyable fashion, be sure to hear the Cavalcade of America returning tomorrow evening to most NBC stations. Then on Wednesday, The Big Story comes back to the air following its summer vacation. The Big Story presents authentic dramatizations of the stories behind the screaming headlines in your newspapers. Hear The Big Story returning Wednesday on NBC.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Egypt, and if a diplomatic courier named Tony Sherwin is still alive, find out what happened to a document he was carrying. A treaty signed by the Arab leader, Ibn Khazir. It's late Friday afternoon when my plane lands in Port Said. I pick up my luggage and make my way across the airport to the waiting room.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah?
Hannigan's the name. Chuck Hannigan, foreign correspondent. American, aren't you?
That's right.
I meet all the planes from the USA. Just checking on the home folks abroad. Here on business, Mr.
Johnson.
Johnson, Oil, maybe?
Oil, maybe.
You don't look like an oil man, really.
Okay, you make the guess.
U.S. government agent. Name Steve Mitchell. How's that?
You seem pretty well informed.
I have to be in my business.
What paper do you work for?
Right now, none. I goofed up a yarn. The Paris editor got sore. I called him a slob. That was 30.
Unemployed, huh?
Make that freelance, huh? Sounds more dignified.
Okay. What's on your mind, Hannigan?
Tony Sherwin. Diplomatic courier gets worked over in an alley. All of a sudden, a cop in front of a hospital door. Nobody can talk with Sherwin. Can you show him?
Oh, just routine investigation, that's all, Hannigan.
Okay. Well, if it's just routine, you mind if I tag along?
Suppose I did mind.
I'd tag along anyway.
Well, that's what I figured.
All right, Bub.
No sense taking 2 cabs. We'll take 1 and split the fare.
I like you, G-Man. I like it.
Minutes later, we pull up at the hospital. I leave my reporter friend in the lobby and go on up to Sherwin's room.
If you're worrying about the papers, Mitchell, the treaty, don't. It's okay.
You stash it away, Sherwin?
Yeah. Back at Sabazai. It's a little whistle stop, about 10 miles.
Yeah, I know.
There's a narrow, crooked street not far from the depot.
How far?
2 blocks. Can't miss it. Dead end. There's a fountain. On the right, a courtyard, deserted. The stuff's in there, under one of the stepping stones. 3rd one in, I think.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Better be careful. You might have company.
Sure. Any idea who did this to you, Tony?
No idea at all.
Meet anybody on the train?
Well, yeah, a girl, Italian. Yolanda Minetti. Met her through an American named Griswold. He was on the train, too.
Friend of yours?
Just an acquaintance. He's a tourist. Ran into him in Damascus.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Zoltan. Victor Zoltan. Perfume salesman. Quite a character.
Yeah?
He insisted we'd met in the States before. I didn't remember.
I see.
I think he was just trying to sell me some perfume.
Okay, Tony. I'll take it from here. In the meantime, you... Yes?
Oh, say there, buddy.
Oh, Mr. Griswold.
Officer here says I can't come in. Told him we was old buddy.
It's all right, officer.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, now, lad, how are you? Read about this little accident of yours in the papers. Come hustling right over.
Mr. Griswold, Mr. Mitchell.
Howdy, boy.
Mr. Griswold?
Lad here put one over on me, Mr. Mitchell. Told me he was a novelist. Novelist modified. George Diplomatic Courier, more like. How do you like that? Feeling kind of puny, are you, lad?
Sort of.
Here, brung you some magazines and something to chomp on. Figs. Here, have one yourself, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, thanks, but I'll pass.
Love 'em myself, but the seeds get in the teeth. Now, Tony, my lad, what's this all about? Somebody trying to do you in, huh? Get a look at the critter, did you?
No, I didn't.
Probably after some papers you was carrying, huh? Oh, see. Guess I'm asking too many questions.
It's a government matter, Mr. Griswold. You understand, I'm sure.
Course I do. Sorry.
I think I'll be running along, Tony.
Hey, you do that, boy. I'll stay here and jaw with Tony for a spell.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Griswold. Our patient here needs all the rest he can get. He's had a rough go of it.
Oh. Well, you say so.
Yeah.
Well, chin up, my lad, stout heart and all that. I'll keep in touch. And, say.
Yes?
You mind? I think I'll try one of those figs after all.
When we get downstairs to the hospital waiting room, I notice my reporter friend isn't around. Griswold and I go out on the street, and he wanders away chewing on the fig, and I head in the opposite direction. 2 blocks later, I get the feeling I'm being tagged. I slip around the corner and ease into a doorway. Hello, Mr. Griswold.
What? Say, Mr. Mitchell. Give me quite a start, sir.
I thought you were headed toward the native quarter. It's that way.
I was. And then I run into... sorry, Mr. Mitchell. May I present my charming companion, Miss Minetti.
Miss Minetti?
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell?
Sugarfoot here was on her way to the hospital to see Tony.
Really?
I understand from Mr. Griswold that no one is allowed to see him.
That's right.
There is a policeman at the door. Your orders, I believe.
Right again.
But why?
Oh, a government matter, my dear. We shouldn't be asking too many questions.
I see.
Say, Mr. Mitchell, Miss Minetti and I are on our way back to the hotel for a bite of supper. Care to join us?
Thanks, if Miss Minetti doesn't mind.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, let's get going then.
A moment, Mr. Griswold. I have just remembered an errand.
Oh, now, dear, you're not going to bust up our little party, are you?
No, you two run along. I will meet you at the hotel in half an hour.
Half an hour? Say, Mitchell.
Yeah?
You wouldn't want to reconsider, would you?
Reconsider?
I mean about not letting anyone visit Tony.
Well, I might. Why?
Miss Minetti. She seems real eager to see the lad. Real eager.
Does she, Mr. Griswold?
Real eager.
Okay, I'll think about it. That's the promise.
Yeah, I think about it all right, and I wonder why Miss Minetti is so eager to see Tony. It's night by the time we reach the hotel. I check in and go on up to my room after telling Griswold I'll meet him in the bar in 10 minutes. I'm grabbing a fast shave when the phone starts jangling. Hello.
Hi, G-Man. This is Hannigan.
Ah, boy reporter, what's on your mind?
Got a little info for you if you're interested.
Okay, what is it?
I'd like to work a little deal.
Where are you?
In the lobby.
I'll be right down.
No, look, this better be a private chat. I've got a car parked in the alley, back of the hotel. Meet you there.
I ease out of my room down the back stairs, and then just as I reach the rear entrance, something crashes down hard against my skull as I pitch head first into a stack of milk cans. I try to get to my feet, and that's when the number 2 punch comes in. Oh, that does it.
In just a moment, Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment. If you want your child to have the best elementary schooling you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper to take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this message? Unless we start preparing now, in a few years our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red Schoolhouse. Because of the high increase in our birth rate during and after the last war, it's estimated that by 1956, there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. We must start preparing at once. More equipment will be needed, textbooks, playgrounds, and above all, more elementary school teachers. To help assure your child a proper education, join and work with local groups and school boards. And for free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address: National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. That's National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Effendi. Effendi, please. Are you dead or alive?
What?
Good. You are alive.
How can you tell? Who are you?
Mustafa. I work in the hotel kitchen. I heard a big clatter and I ran out to the alley.
And found me draped over these milk cans, huh?
Oh, do not feel badly, Effendi. The cans were empty. You did not spill any milk.
Oh, well, that makes it all worthwhile, then. You wouldn't by any chance have gotten a look at the gent who clobbered me, would you?
Clobber? Clobber? What is clobber?
Freely translated, it means hit on the head.
Oh, well, as I came out of the door, I saw a man running down the alley away from here. I have seen him around the hotel many times. He's an American reporter.
Wait a minute. His name wouldn't be Hannigan, would it?
Yes, it would.
So all of a sudden, my friendly reporter friend Hannigan jumps to the top spot on my suspect list. At this point, it looks like the opposition knows that Sherwin has told me where the document's hidden. That means I've got to get to it, but fast. Back in the lobby, I call the depot and learn that the next train, which will take me anywhere near the village of Sabazay, doesn't leave for 2 hours. That could be 2 hours too many. I decide to rent a cab or a car and go outside on the sidewalk and see if I can drum up one.
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh? Well, Miss Minetti.
Oh, one of the reasons I wished to have dinner with you tonight was to speak further about the possibility of my visiting Tony Sherwood at the hospital.
I'm sorry, Miss Minetti, but I'm afraid
Yolanda, my dear.
Oh, Mr. Zoltan. Really, Mr. Mitchell, I do not see what...
Won't you introduce me to your friend, my dear?
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Zoltan.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Zoltan.
A dealer in rare perfumes. At your service.
Yes, it is very nice. Mr. Mitchell, I wish you would please reconsider about allowing me to visit Tony Sherwood.
Well, they think it best if he doesn't have any visitors for the present.
Very well.
Such eagerness.
What wouldn't I or you give if a charming young lady were that anxious to visit us, eh, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah. Well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Zolden.
But of course. But please, if you're in a hurry, take my cab.
Thanks, but I can get another one.
Oh, I insist.
Look, I just told you that.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell. As a matter of fact, I do insist.
I kind of think that bulge in your coat pocket is a gun you're holding on me, Mr. Zolden.
Your presumption is entirely correct.
So you're my boy.
At this point, it would be much more accurate to say that you are my boy. Please, into the cab.
I take it the driver here is your stooge.
Quaintly put, Mr. Mitchell, yes. Hasim is a very loyal, if not too intelligent employee. Very well, Hasim. Let us go to a quiet little rendezvous where we may question Mr. Mitchell quietly. Here we are, Mr. Mitchell. After you.
Oh, brother. Who lives in this flea circus?
It is Hasim's room. I admit it is not perhaps in the best of taste or condition, yet it will serve our purpose. Hasim, you will please seat our honored guest.
Yes, Effendi.
Not exactly the polite way of seating a guest, Hasim, but effective.
Look, you big ape.
Mr. Mitchell, I strongly advise you not to hurt Hasim's feelings by referring to him in such uncomplimentary terms. He's quite sensitive.
Yeah, I'll bet he has the soul of an artist.
And of course he is doubly zealous now because he failed to carry out his previous assignment where you are concerned. You were inconsiderate enough to fall into a stack of milk cans. The noise attracted the attention of a hotel employee, and Hasim had to leave.
It was Hasim who slugged me then, eh?
All of which brings me to the point, Mr. Mitchell.
And what's that?
Tony Sherwin, diplomatic courier. As you know, he was carrying a very important document, one which, if it remains in existence, will create a situation in the Middle East which will not be favorable to those I represent.
So your job is to destroy it, huh?
Exactly. But of course, first I must find it. And that is where you come in, Mr. Mitchell. Sherwin undoubtedly told you where he hid that document.
Did he?
Now, I'm sure you're intelligent enough to realize that the sooner you tell me where it is, the better it will be for everyone. Particularly you.
I'm sorry, Zoltan, but I'm not very intelligent about things like that.
I feared as much. Hasim.
Oh, hey, look. That document isn't hidden behind my jaw.
But perhaps your jaw may be loosened enough to tell us where it is hiding. Hasim.
Hey, if you think I'm going to sit here and...
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell? My, Hasim. I'm afraid you overdid it.
I don't know how long I'm in dreamland. When I start coming out of it, I realize I'm bouncing up and down. At first, I figure the big ape Hasim is working me over again. Then I hear an engine. I realize I'm jouncing over a rough road in the cab. It's night. Did I tell them where the document was hidden? No, I couldn't have, or I wouldn't still be alive.
Mr. Mitchell. You're with us again.
Yeah, lucky me.
And just in time. Hasim, there it is up ahead.
There, what is?
We are in the village of Sabazai, Mr. Mitchell. Ahead of us is a deserted villa. Tony Sherwin was in the vicinity of that building. I think perhaps the document was hidden around here somewhere, possibly in the courtyard.
Bum guess.
Is it? Get out. Now, you will lead us to it, and from your recent experience with Hasim, I think you know better than to try to stall further.
Zoltan.
What is it, Hasim?
Over there in the shadows. I thought I saw someone.
Huh? Well, you're right.
Zoltan throws a couple of shots into the shadows. His eyes run off me just long enough so I can tee off and have him. No! I
drive into the walled courtyard and slam the heavy gate just in time. I'm not sticking around to find out just who that was in the shadows. I reach the other side of the courtyard, pull myself up over the wall, and drop down into a narrow alley. I start pounding along it. Then, all of a sudden, an arm shoots out of the darkness and hooks me into a doorway. Hey, what? Relax. Well, Hannigan, the boy reporter. Were you the one Zoltan shot at a couple of minutes ago? Yeah, I followed you here. Looks like I had a few wrong ideas about you. Yeah. You see, when you were talking to Sherwin at the hospital, I spotted Zoltan hanging around. I had him pegged for a long time as a foreign agent. That's what you wanted to see me about in the back of the hotel, huh? Yeah. I got there just in time to see Hasim slug you and beat it. I followed him, and eventually it led me here, right behind the three of you. So now what? So now I've got to figure a way back into that courtyard. The document's hidden under the third stepping stone in from the gate, but Zoltan and his steward are probably watching it like hawks, and... What is it? I just thought of something. You got a car? Sure, around the corner. Fast enough to leave their cab behind? I don't want to make a clay pigeon out of you. Oh, look, that crate of theirs is about ready to fall apart. There's no danger there. But what's the gang? Suppose you get in your car, gun down the street and out of the village. They think we're together and follow me. That takes them off your tail long enough for you to grab the document, huh? I hope. Hannigan disappears into the shadows. Pretty soon his car swerves around the corner, takes off down the street. I wait as it flashes past the courtyard. Sure enough, the cab takes off after it. I wait a couple more minutes. Then I work my way down the deserted street and ease into the courtyard. It's empty. I go to the third stepping stone in from the gate and pry it up. Yep, there's the document. I grab it, start to straighten up, but before I can, I hear the gate behind me creak. Then a very familiar voice.
You see, Mr. Mitchell, two can play at your decoy game.
I don't need a crystal ball to tell me Zoltan standing in the gateway behind me with a gun pointing at my back that he'd sent Hasim after Hannigan.
And now, the document, please.
I know as soon as I hand it over, I'm a dead duck. I've only one chance. The heavy gate opens in and to the left. If I can picture in my mind exactly where it is behind me, I crouch there a second, then suddenly whirl and swing my arm toward it. My hand hits the edge of it and sends it into Zoltan. His shot goes wild before he can pull the trigger again. I nail him. Thanks for the gun.
Mitchell, you...
Yeah, I know, Zoltan. Doesn't seem fair, does it? I end up with the gun and the document, and you? Well, let's just say that you got the gate, huh?
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Earlier in the program, we reminded you about the return from vacation this week of both the Cavalcade of America and The Big Story. But that's only part of the fine lineup of great shows returning to NBC this week. Thursday evening brings The Roy Rogers Show and Father Knows Best, which, as you know, stars Robert Young. We know that you'll enjoy Roy Rogers' all-new programs of the West. There'll be singing by Roy, lovely Dale Evans, and the Whippoorwills, and adventure at the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Robert Young will be getting into more family scrapes, too, when once again he tries to prove that Father Knows Best beginning this Thursday. But that's not all. Friday marks the return of Your Hit Parade with Guy Lombardo and his orchestra. Your Hit Parade has always been a favorite of all America as it numbers your favorite musical selections. So remember, this week it's Cavalcade of America on Tuesday, The Big Story on Wednesday, The Roy Rogers Show and Father Knows Best on Thursday, and Your Hit Parade on Friday. Hear them all on the NBC Radio Network.
Next week, Lisbon. Two guys gunning for each other with me in the middle.
That will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the whistler? Whistler.
If you could look upon Charlie as I do, you'd realize he's inanimate, dead, with no power to harm.
That was old Peter Medford, the jungle explorer, now confined to a wheelchair with paralysis.
I would suggest that you leave this place at once, Miss Medford. At once.
That was Clay Alden, Peter Medford's secretary. And this is Marie, Peter Medford's young niece.
No, no, no. It's no dream. It's here. Here in my room.
Saturday night, and CBS presents another in the new mystery series, The Whistler.
And I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who've stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the strange mystery of the shrunken head. In the quickening darkness of a stormy fall evening, a young girl paces the deserted platform of a small suburban railroad station. From her anxious attitude, we know that she's waiting for someone. But just be patient, Miss Medford. There is someone coming to meet you. He has just now driven up. He's coming through the station door, walking up behind you.
Miss Medford?
Oh, yes,
Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Clay Alden.
Oh, yes. Uncle Peter has mentioned you in his letters. His secretary, aren't you?
That's right.
Where is my uncle?
He was disappointed he couldn't meet you. Pretty much of a task for the old gentleman to get around these days. You see, he's confined to a wheelchair.
Oh, I didn't know. Serious?
Legs are paralyzed. Result of jungle fever. Just came on him lately.
How awful.
Yes, it's a shame, all right. Well, shall we get going? Car's out front. Better run for it or you'll get wet.
Yes.
I'll take care of your luggage.
Thank you very much.
Rather a disappointing reception, Marie Medford, wouldn't you think? You have come over 2,000 miles all by yourself just to see the only living relative you have in the world. And then you are met by a stranger. The car turns up the tree-lined driveway. This, Marie, is what is known in this countryside as Medford Manor. Yes, Medford Manor. It's all that the name implies, a gloomy pile of a structure, even made gloomier by the blackness of the night and the driving rain. Oh, someone has heard the car approach. The door is open. It's the butler, Victor. Well, Marie, are you going in? What a pity you don't know what I do. You'd never cross that threshold if you did. Too late now. Your luggage is being brought in. The young man and the butler stand beside you. The door closes.
Victor?
Yes?
Take Miss Medford's luggage upstairs to the south corner bedroom.
The south corner bedroom, sir?
Certainly. Why not?
Very good, sir. Any further instructions?
No. Oh, has Mr. Medford retired yet?
Not yet, sir. He's in his study. I just gave him his warm milk. He may have dozed off, sir.
All right. Thank you, Victor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Would you care to follow Victor to your room, Miss Medford?
I'd like to see my uncle now, if I could, please.
Very well. Come this way. Here we are. I'll speak to him. Wait here, please.
Well, Marie, how do you like it? You get a feeling of something not as it should be? Strange fellow, this Clay. And the butler, too. Look about you.
What a depressing house. Huge and cold and unfriendly.
Not at all as you'd imagined it. Is it, Marie?
Your Your uncle will see you now.
Thank you.
Marie, my dear child, come in.
Uncle.
Well, my poor child, take off those wet things at once. Alden, what's the matter with you? My niece will catch her death. Help her off with those things.
Sorry, Mr. Medford.
Thank you.
Bless my soul, pretty as a picture. You got a kiss for us?
Of course.
That's it. Now you sit down here beside me. I'm sorry I couldn't meet you, my dear, but I'm afraid the ravages of old age and malaria have finally caught up with me. My one comfort is this wheelchair. Getting onto it, though, you should see me wheeling all over the house. The only thing that baffles me is the stairs. My life is now confined to the first floor only. Oh, pretty bad trip, wasn't it?
Seemed endless.
Well, you're here now, thank goodness. This is your home. You're free to come and go and do whatever you please.
Thank you, Uncle Peter.
Don't suppose any of this is what you imagined. I know that I'm different from what I'd hoped you'd find.
Tell me, Uncle Peter, do you think you'd have recognized me if you hadn't known I was coming?
Recognize you? Why, of course. You have the family of Medford written all over you. Oh. No mistaking you, my dear. Well, Alden, what are you standing there for? What are you staring at?
Oh, waiting to see if you need anything for this.
No, that's all. I'll ring for you if I need you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I forgot to thank him.
For what? He gets paid for whatever he does?
Forgive me for saying this, but somehow I don't like that young man.
Was he rude to you?
Oh, no, not actually. But he seems to resent my being here. And the butler, he seems resentful, too. I feel as though I don't belong.
Oh, they're harmless enough. But getting back to you, I was so sorry I was in South America at the time it happened. Must have been pretty ghastly for you, my child.
Like a nightmare, Uncle Peter. I'm not myself yet.
I should think not. An only child losing both parents so suddenly and so horribly.
Maybe it was a good thing it was sudden. It had to happen at all. One spectator at the crash said that they never knew what happened.
Now, you mustn't talk about it. All that's behind you. A new life from now on,
God. That's the way I want to look at it, Uncle Peter. And I'd like to get something to do.
What? Oh, now.
Oh, yes, really, I would. I want to be active if I can. I'm quite capable. I'd really like to get a job, Uncle Peter.
Well, bless my soul.
Secretarial work or anything.
Well, that might not be a bad idea. Keep you from brooding. We'll see what we can do. And now I have a little surprise for you. You haven't seen my collection.
No, I haven't. Mother and Father often talked about it.
Well, if you'll just open that door over there, I'll show some of it to you.
Oh, this one?
That's right. You'll find the light switch just inside.
Why, it's a regular museum. All these glass cases.
Over here, my dear. Now, look at these. Well, what do you think of them?
Well, they're horrible, Uncle Peter. They look like tiny human heads.
Well, that's exactly what they are. Life-size at one time, but isn't it remarkable the way they shrink them down? Look at this one. See his little features? Perfect in every detail. He's my favorite. Interesting history about him. He was once a white man.
Oh.
Forced down in the South American jungle when his plane cracked up. The headhunters got hold of him, and there he is. His name is Charlie. I'd like to see him closer. I can unlock the case.
No, please. Do you mind if I don't look anymore?
Oh, dear. I keep forgetting people are sometimes shocked by these things. I see them only through a collector's eyes. Oh, well, you'll have lots of time to look over my jungle paraphernalia. Meanwhile, perhaps you'd better get some rest. Would you like Victor to get you something to eat?
No, thank you, Uncle Peter. But I am rather tired. I think I'll say goodnight to you.
Know your way about, do you?
Yes, I'll find my room. Good night, Uncle Peter.
Good night, my sweet child. I'll see you in the morning.
Poor Marie. Know something? You're going to have dreams tonight. Unpleasant ones, too. Well, let's move the clock ahead and go to Marie's bedroom. It's a little after 3 in the morning. She's asleep now. The rain's still coming down. The wind moans outside. Hear it? Yes, Marie's asleep. Looks peaceful enough lying there in that big four-poster bed. But suddenly she begins to toss.
My name's
Charlie.
My
name's Charlie. My name's Charlie. My name's Charlie.
No! Uncle Peter! Oh, how foolish. Only a dream. But it seems so real. I'm sure I heard it whisper.
My name's Charlie.
Only the wind. Oh, I wish I hadn't seen that dreadful thing.
Miss Medford, are you all right?
Who's there?
Clay Olden.
Oh, yes, Mr. Alden. I just had a bad dream, that's all. I'm quite all right, thank you.
Well, if you need anything, just ring.
Yes, I will. Sorry I disturbed you.
Not at all.
Oh, I must get some sleep. Stop dreaming.
But little sleep for you, Marie. The moments tick by with dreadful slowness. Fearing to close her eyes, she lies staring at the roof of her bed, lying in agony for the moment when that hideous little head will again come floating in through space. It is morning now. A dreary fog still hovers depressingly over the old house, a cold clamminess which only adds to Marie's sensation of uneasiness. In the dismal morning room, Victor is serving breakfast to Clay Alden and Marie.
Shame you didn't rest well last night, Miss Medford.
It's just the newness of everything. I'll get used to it, Victor.
I hope you will, miss.
Of course you will.
Oh, and Mr. Alden, don't mention anything to my uncle about that silly dream I had last night.
Oh, of course not.
Did you have a bad night, miss?
Yes. The daytime makes such a difference in things. Even you seem different, Mr. Alden.
For the better, I trust.
Oh, sorry. That wasn't very complimentary. Oh, here comes Uncle.
Well, good morning, you two.
Good morning, Mr. Medford.
Morning, Uncle Peter.
You look quite fit this morning, sir.
Feeling splendidly. Had the best night's sleep in I don't know how long. And how are you feeling, my child?
Quite well, thank you, Uncle.
Oh, you remember our conversation of last evening? I mean, about you wanting to do something?
Yes?
I think I've got it for you. Friend of mine named Phineas Drake. Collects books. Just purchased a library complete. Wants someone to catalog it for him. Small pay, but not too difficult. Well, how does it sound?
Oh, it sounds wonderful. It's just what I want.
Splendid. I'll call him again after breakfast. Can you imagine such an ambitious young girl, Alden? Wants to work, and she's only worth a cool $1 million.
Oh, not yet, I'm not, Uncle Peter.
Well, whenever you become of age, or whatever it said in your father's will.
I thought you knew what it said. I won't inherit my cool $1 million until I'm married.
What was that, Miss Medford?
You see? Right away you put notions into his head. She said she won't come into her inheritance until she marries. Why her father made that strange provision, I shall never know. But, Marie, you stay your distance from this young man.
Oh, Uncle Peter, you're making him embarrassed.
Can't an old man have his little joke? Anyway, with all the eligible young men you'll meet, poor Alden won't stand a chance.
Oh, Peter, please.
Oh, all right. Victor, where are my eggs?
Right here, sir.
Oh, yes, soft-boiled eggs. That's your diet. Tell me, my dear, did you find your room comfortable?
Oh, yes, it's a lovely room. It's almost like a castle.
Oh, I miss my old room, the one next to yours. I haven't been up there in over a month. One day soon I'll have Victor and Alden carry me up those stairs just to see if the place looks the same. Victor, serve my niece some more coffee.
Yes, of course, sir.
So, Marie, you're going to have something to do, eh? Well, you're an intelligent girl. Should do well at your new assignment. It's harder work than you thought, though.
Hours of scanning small print and copying down the individual histories of countless books.
All goes well for several weeks, And then early one afternoon, you return home, Marie, to find your uncle as usual in his study. Why are you so upset, Marie?
Uncle Peter.
Marie! Well, you're home early. You're not finished already.
Finished as far as Mr. Phineas Drake is concerned. I can't understand it. I've done my work well. This afternoon, Mr. Drake came to me and said he had no further use for my services.
What?
Didn't explain why, just looked at me queerly and said he preferred someone else to finish the job.
Well, that's strange. Oh, well, he's an old crank. Don't let this upset you. We'll find something else for you to do. No, don't you worry.
What's wrong with my work, Mr. Palando? Surely it's been satisfactory.
Well, you see, because of the peculiar nature of my profession, I must have someone more experienced. I'm sorry, Miss Medford.
But I didn't, Professor Hanley. I did exactly as you instructed. What on earth is wrong?
You'll excuse me, Miss Medford, but, well, your ability as an assistant has not come up to standard.
Please listen, Dr. Humphrey. I've studied botany, and I've checked this manuscript most carefully. There's not a single mistake.
Very sorry, Miss Medford, but they're not all acceptable. Have to get someone else.
I just can't understand it, Uncle Peter. Is there something wrong with me?
Well, I shall certainly call Dr. Humphrey right away.
Oh, no, I'd rather you didn't.
But it was only the other day he telephoned me and said what an efficient secretary he thought you were.
Something wrong somewhere.
You know, Marie, I think I'd give up this idea of wanting to work. I haven't mentioned it to you, but you're really not looking your best lately.
Well, to tell the truth, Uncle, I haven't been sleeping well. I have the most frightening nightmares. In fact, it's the same dream every night.
Well, that's odd. What's the dream about?
Well, I keep seeing that little head. The one you said was called Charlie.
Oh, dear, I suppose I made a mistake showing that to you on your first night. If you could only look upon Charlie as I do, you'd realize it is inanimate, dead, with no power at all to do you harm. You'll build up a phobia about that head. Now, the thing to do is to destroy that fear by facing it. You come along with me, my dear.
You mean in there again?
It's the only way. Now, come along.
Oh, no, Uncle Peter.
I know what I'm doing. Open that door, Marie. I'm going to make you realize how foolish you've been. Over here, my dear. Oh, I know you think I'm being cruel, but I know my psychology. Why, that's strange.
What is it, Uncle Peter?
Why, somebody's broken into this case. Ring for Victor and get Alden here at once.
Is something missing?
Somebody has deliberately taken that head.
So Charlie is missing, eh? Wonder who could have broken the lock and lifted the little head from its black velvet pad. I wonder. But now, several nights have passed, and still the head called Charlie has not reappeared. Marie has just taken a sedative her Uncle Peter gave her and is now lying on her bed, tossing fretfully, praying for sleep. Sleep, Marie. Tonight?
Oh, dear heaven. No dreams tonight. Let me get some sleep.
My name's Charlie.
No.
My name's Charlie.
No.
My name's Charlie.
No.
Yes, Marie. Open your eyes and look at me.
No.
You're
No.
holding me in your hands, Marie.
Uncle Peter! Uncle Peter! Uncle Peter!
What's wrong, Miss Medford?
Where's my uncle?
He's downstairs asleep. Well, you're frightened out of your wits. Another of those dreams?
It was no dream this time. The head. It's there in my room.
What?
It told me to open my eyes and look at it. And there it was in my hand. I was so frightened I threw it to the floor.
Oh, I know dreams can seem terribly real,
This was no dream, I tell you. It's there now in my room. When When I threw it on the floor, it rolled to the foot of my bed. Oh, don't look at me as though I'm insane. Come look for yourself if you don't believe me.
Just as you say.
It's right here. I'll turn on this lamp here. Now, why, it's gone. It was here. It was. I saw it as plainly as I can see you. Oh, I know you think I'm crazy. But I saw it. I saw it. I tell you, I saw
Miss
it.
Medford, please.
What's wrong, Miss Medford? I thought I heard you scream. Marie!
It's your uncle.
Are you all right?
I'm coming down, Uncle Peter. I must talk to you.
Now, you must get hold of yourself, my dear.
Oh, you won't think I'm crazy. But I really did see it. I touched it. And it was nestled like an orange in my hand. I woke up and threw it on the floor. And when Mr. Alden and I came back to the room, it was gone. Oh, you don't believe I actually saw it. Do you?
Now, compose yourself, child. I want to ask you some questions. First of all, in this dream, do you hear a voice of any kind?
Yes. A voice that whispers, "My name's Charlie," over and over. But tonight it said something different.
Now, you needn't go on, my dear. I had hoped and prayed with all my heart that this wouldn't happen to you. But I'm afraid it has.
What are you trying to tell me, Uncle Pete?
You've heard me go on about the fine old Medford stock. Well, it so happens our branch isn't so fine. There's been something wrong with us.
You mean insanity? Oh, but if there is insanity in the family, why haven't I heard of it before?
Because, my dear, it's the Medford secret.
Oh, Peter, I'm frightened.
Whatever you do, Marie, you must not let go of yourself.
But it's not easy being told you're mad. Uncle Peter, if I am afflicted, then all those people must have known. That's why they discharged me. But how did they know? What did I do that would give evidence?
Perhaps you do things you're not aware of.
Maybe I do. Seems the only logical answer. Oh, Uncle Pete, what's to become of me?
Now, we'll work this out together, my dear child. No one will ever know. You can depend upon me. I won't leave you. From tonight on, I shall be taken upstairs, and I'll stay near you. Knowing that which afflicts us gives us a weapon with which to fight it. Just you rely upon me, my dear.
Uncle Pete. Oh, Uncle Pete. Yes, who is it?
Lay Alden. I must see you for a moment.
Very well.
Better not close it. I'll have to talk quietly.
Something wrong?
Terribly wrong. The old gentleman's asleep in the next room. I had to wait till he dozed off before I could see you.
Well?
It's about the head.
The head?
The one he calls Charlie. It's back in its case.
When did this happen?
Sometime last night, I guess, after your nightmare.
Yes, I'm convinced now that that's all it was.
I am not so sure.
What?
When you threw Charlie to the floor, a piece of his ear broke off. I found it after you went downstairs. Here it is. It's Charlie's ear, all right. I checked it very carefully.
Oh, no, this doesn't make sense.
Did you ring for me, miss?
No, Victor, no, I didn't ring.
Oh, sorry, miss. Excuse me.
Miss Medford, you're in grave danger. You've got to leave this house as quickly as you can and never come back.
What's going on in here?
Uncle.
What was that I heard you telling my niece Clay?
I said she should leave this house and never come back.
All the impudence. Alden, explain yourself.
I'll be glad to, sir. I think Miss Medford is in danger of losing her sanity as well as her life.
What is all this poppycock? Are you trying to frighten my niece? Lord knows she's been through enough.
She's been through too much. If she weren't made of pretty stout stuff, she'd have been a gibbering idiot by this time.
Alden, you're packing your things and leaving at once.
Leaving? I'm afraid you're wrong, sir. I'm not leaving. Not yet. Maybe you're leaving.
Now, Mr. Alden, what's the meaning of this?
I'm sorry to break it to you this way, but I'm definitely convinced your uncle is a diabolical fiend.
I can take so much and no more. Look here, Alden. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave here at once. At once, do you hear?
You're pretty anxious to get rid of me, but it's too late. Miss Medford, you remember your father's will. You'd come into your money only if you married. Well, if you didn't marry, Uncle Peter would get the money. And if he could prove you were insane, you'd never be able to marry. You see how it all works out?
Well, how dare you, Mr.
Listen
Alden?
to that maniac.
Listen to me, Miss Medford. Your uncle, your loving uncle, was the one who telephoned your employers and told them you were crazy. Phineas Drake and all the others told me so today.
I don't believe it.
Lies, lies!
Why, your uncle even told me you were crazy. I know what's happened. He himself smashed the lock and took the head from its case and planted it last night in your room. If you'll stand on a chair and look above your bed as I did this afternoon, you'll see a small radio loudspeaker. It's hooked up to a microphone in the back stairs hallway. The voice you heard was your Uncle Peter.
I don't believe you.
Last night, after you came out in the hallway, your Uncle Peter grabbed up the head, stepped out onto that balcony, and climbed down the vines to his study.
Why, he's as mad as a March hare. How could I possibly be a party to such a monstrous plot? Why, I can't even walk.
Look at this ear, a piece of Charlie's ear. I found it in Marie's room. That proves she wasn't dreaming, and it fits perfectly. I've tried it.
Why, you... Give me that ear. Give it to me!
Uncle Peter, you're walking.
Give it to me!
Look at him, Marie, standing unaided. Does that prove anything to you?
Uncle Peter. Oh, and it's true.
All right, it's true. I can walk. But you are insane, Marie. Insane. You'll never marry anyone, Marie. I'll see to that.
Victor, grab him.
Don't move, Mr. Medford. Easy now.
Don't believe what Alden says. You're crazy, Marie. There's no escaping it. You'll have those dreams, and Charlie will visit you every night. You'll hear him saying, "My name's Charlie. My name's Charlie. My name's Charlie."
Hold him, Victor.
Got him, sir.
I think you're the one who's crazy, Medford. Maybe that could be proved.
Take your hands off me.
Take it easy now, Mr. Medford. Take it easy.
There's nothing wrong with me. You know it.
Is the car ready, Victor?
Yes, it's ready. Come in, gentlemen. These are the officers.
Then you'd better take him away.
Yes, sir. Please come quietly, Mr. Medford.
I'm not crazy. I'm not.
Hello.
You're lying on me. Lying. Lying. You hear? You're lying.
I'm terribly sorry about this, Marie. Terribly sorry. But it's all for the best.
How can it be for the best? But think what this means. He's my father's brother, and if he's insane, then it means that I might be too. Remsen the Pamela.
No, don't worry, Marie. Don't worry. You're safe. You're perfectly normal, I know.
No?
Yes. You see, he wasn't your real uncle. He was your father's foster brother. I found proof. So you see, you've nothing in the world to fear.
How do you know that?
Someday, Marie, I'll tell you all about it. Tomorrow, maybe.
Why don't you tell her now, Clay? Tell her why you were working as Peter Medford's secretary. Because your father was Peter's partner, his partner. That your father was ruined in business by Peter and killed himself in disgrace. That you suspected him of having cheated your father. That you came to find the evidence and discovered in time Peter's diabolical plan to prevent Marie from ever marrying. Better tell her, Clay. I would.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Joseph Kearns, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and originated from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story of the cursed. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
George Neville, walking in the dawn light of the mews in which Steed lived, was stopped by a voice from the shadows.
Neville. George Neville. Here.
What the devil? The impact of the bullets spun George Neville round, and he fell among the dustbins. John Steed and Emma Peel, hearing the shots, tore out of Steed's apartment.
George! George, what the... George!
Steve? Steve, is he...
George, who did it? It was Rostov.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Cold-water Omo has really powerful cleaning action. Mrs. Senior discovered this.
My husband wears overalls to work, and they come back very sort of greasy and dirty. My girl actually does them by hand in the tub, but she uses cold water Omo, and they're fine, and they come up perfectly clean.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
I've stuck to cold water Omo, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
Cold water Omo cleans best.
Day in, night out, Magnolia woman, perfectly groomed, sweetly perfumed.
Now you can choose from Benolia's 5 new classic fragrances.
Episode 2 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel find themselves up against prisoners who are their arch enemies, prisoners who are determined to get away. John Steed had held a small reunion with 2 of his best friends, Paul Ryder and George Neville. Mrs. Peel had also graced the occasion, which had been a great success, starting with cocktails and dinner and continuing with music and reminiscences until the early, or rather the late, hours of the morning. Paul Ryder had left first, walking home through the park. George Neville had left after helping Steed and Mrs. Peel drink champagne in the chilly light of dawn. Then, as Steed and Mrs. Peel were clearing away the party debris, they heard the shots from the street below. Neville had died in Steed's arms, naming his murderer. Later that morning, Steed rang Mrs. Peel at her apartment.
Hello?
Steed here.
Oh, Steed, I was hoping you'd ring. Do we meet this morning?
Not yet. I'm going down to Marlow, Old Hill Monastery. I'll call you from there later.
A monastery?
It's a cover for an international spy prison. The man who killed George Neville escaped from there. I'm hoping to pick up a lead.
You think this is serious, don't you? Neville being killed?
Just about the most serious thing that's happened yet. Could be the beginning. I'll keep in touch.
Oh, please do. I'll help all I can.
I know you will.
And Steed, I'm so sorry.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Down at Old Hill Monastery, Steed submitted his pass to a monk at the gate and was allowed into the main building. Colonel James rose from behind his desk in his office.
Oh, Steed, good to see you.
Colonel?
Take a seat.
I prefer to stand, if you don't mind. George Neville is dead. You know that?
I heard. Yes, sorry. He was a good friend of yours, wasn't he?
He was one of my best friends. Now, Colonel, why the devil didn't you warn him?
Warn him of what?
That Rostov had escaped.
The news of Rostov's breakout was circulated through all the normal channels.
Colonel, you should have warned George personally, and immediately it happened.
Steed, I'm sorry. I don't entirely follow you. Why George Neville in particular?
You don't know? You knew why Rostov was being held here in maximum security.
Of course. He was involved in the great assassination plot. He, Lubin, and Esdorf.
Is that all you know about?
Steed, It is my duty to maintain security in this building. We have more than 100 of the most dangerous agents in the Western Hemisphere incarcerated here. I can't be expected to be familiar with every detail of their crimes.
Bureaucratic bungling.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you can't be blamed, but someone should have made sure that you knew the whole story. Well, in this case, anyway.
I don't understand.
Colonel, the great assassination plot was very simple. 3 of their top agents were smuggled into England to kill 3 of our top agents. Each of them had a target, and Rostov's mission was to murder George Neville. Mission accomplished.
Indeed? I had no idea.
I know. Well, the thing to do now is to stop it happening again. That means we've got to find out how Rostov escaped. Show me his cell, would you?
Yes. James made the necessary security precautions and took Steed down to the cells.
Well, I just don't know how it could have happened. Well, this place is built like a fortress, and you know how tight internal security is. No one can open a cell door without the right password, and that's changed every hour. Here we are. Now, this is Rostov's cell. Ah, Baxter. This is John Steed, Lieutenant Baxter. He was first on the scene.
Tell me what happened, Baxter.
I was making a routine check, and he wasn't in his cell. The cell was empty. I reported, got permission to enter.
And when you stepped in, you found he was here, eh, Baxter?
Steed moved around the cell, noting the barred window, testing it, testing the walls, going to the table which contained personal possessions. There were several magazines, most of them on natural history, a couple of bottles of liquor, an empty vodka bottle used as a flower vase with a single flower in it. Steed listened to Baxter at the same time.
I swear to you, sir, I did check through the scanner the whole area, and he wasn't in here.
What about the bars?
He couldn't have been hiding there. He was just not in the cell.
And then?
Well, then he appeared right beside me. He just appeared, like
magic, eh, Baxter?
Well, yes.
All right, that'll do. You can go.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steed.
His story's unacceptable, of course. Rostov must have been hiding in here somewhere, and yet I don't know. I wouldn't have thought Baxter was the type to make mistakes.
Plus the fact that there just isn't anywhere a man could hide in here. Could Rostov have tampered with the scanner?
Well, we've checked it. Results negative.
Let's see. Baxter entered here, searched around in the bathroom, then came back, and Rostov materialized here, right?
Right.
He clobbers Baxter, like that, and makes out of the door. Well, then where?
James led Steed down the passageway and round the corner. Facing them was a bricked-up wall.
Here. He disappeared right here.
Solid enough wall.
I told you. The whole thing's impossible.
And yet it happened, Colonel. It happened. The hourly check?
Half hourly. We've stepped things up since Rostov got away. I'll do a round myself.
Mind if I come along?
James led Steed down the passageway, and they inspected each cell. Outside Lubin's cell, they stopped.
Lubin, reading a magazine. Looks harmless enough.
Steed, you said each of these 3 men had an assigned target.
Yes, that's right.
Who was Lubin's?
Paul Ryder.
They stopped outside Esdorf's cell.
And his? Esdorf?
He was the ringleader, the most dangerous of the 3, and the toughest.
Yes, but his target, who was he sent to kill?
We don't know. We interrogated him for weeks. We couldn't break him. He never told us who his target was. I'd like to talk to this man, if you don't mind.
Oh, very well.
Colonel James produced a walkie-talkie and called his office.
Oh, Edwards, open up Esdorf's cell, please.
Password, Colonel?
Damson.
Right, sir.
Esdorf.
Come in, Steed. Come in. I've been expecting you. After Rostov's escape, it was inevitable that you would come to question me. Let me look at you. You don't change.
Nor you?
Externally, perhaps not. You go to great pains to ensure my physical fitness, but internally, yes, inside I changed very much. I'm resolute.
Well, you were always that.
More resolute. And bitter. Incredibly bitter. A drink.
Thank you.
It's good to see you, Steed. Good to know that you're still alive.
Oh, I never thought I'd hear you say that.
Let me give you a toast. To freedom. It's been a long, long time.
How do you occupy yourself? You have no books.
I think. I ruminate. I plan. I'm immensely proud of Rostov, of course. I trained him, you see. He's my protege, and he's free. And when Lubin has gone too...
Lubin?
Oh, he will be next. He can't keep us here much longer. First Rostov, then Lubin, and then me.
You're bluffing.
Perhaps. Or perhaps not.
Steed heard the warning bells. It could only mean another escape. He leapt to the door.
Let me out of here! You let me out! Let me out!
In the corridor, all was confusion. Colonel James was leaning against the wall, holding his head.
Who was it? Lubin, I didn't see him.
Well, where is he?
He must have come up behind me and he's heading for the east wing. Oh, don't worry. He can't get away. The men are converging on him. Where's the walkie-talkie? Edwards! Bright scarlet alert. Warn all exterior guards. Nobody and nothing to leave the ground without a triple check. Personal transport, supply wagons, a lot.
Right, sir. Sir, Colonel James, what is it? You got him?
No. The men converged upon him from both sides of the east wing. They met, they heard his footsteps, and then they stopped. The prisoner had just disappeared.
Emma Peel?
Mrs. Peel, it's an urgent job. Get to Paul Ryder. He's just moved and taken the house on the other side of the park. Now, I don't know the address and he hasn't yet got a phone number, but get to him.
Message received, right. But why, Steve?
There's been another getaway. Now, get hold of Ryder and warn him. Tell him that Lubin is free. That's all. Tell him Lubin is free.
Right.
Get going, Mrs. Peel.
Out of the blue comes a new way to fight tooth decay for keeps. New fluoride for keeps toothpaste. It's the clear blue way to fight tooth decay, and it's the best anti-decay toothpaste around. New great tasting for keeps toothpaste.
The clear blue way to fight tooth decay for keeps. Great teeth are forever. Great teeth are for keeps.
New family fluoride for keeps toothpaste.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Here's Mrs. Senior from Boggan Sweeney.
I've stuck to cold water, Irma, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
There's no dirt or stains that can stand up to cold water Omo.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and the big neon signs light up the dark office that overlooks Broadway on the corner of 53rd Street. Behind a second-hand mahogany desk, relaxing in a swivel chair, is the leading figure of the Diamond Detective Agency, combination stockholder, office boy, and clue chaser. He is Richard Diamond, and his mind is on a lovely redhead named Helen Asher, as she sits on a couch talking about things he likes to hear. At this moment, however, another scene is taking place in the wealthy district of Long Island. A long black convertible is just pulling up to an old English mansion, and a curvaceous blonde steps from the car. She is met at the door by her brother.
Well, good evening, my dear sister. You're looking simply ravishing.
How would you know the difference?
Oh, drop dead.
You disgusting excuse for a man. Why don't you sober up for 5 minutes and take a look at yourself?
I did once. Oh, by the way, our dear stepfather would like to see you in the study.
Tell him to go.
I already did. Now it's your turn.
I don't want to. Now get out of my way, Chris.
Suit yourself. But Murray Lang's in there with him.
Murray?
Did I start your heart going pitty-pat?
Oh, shut up.
You better go in and protect your money, darling. Bye, jailbird.
I don't care what your plans are. They concern my daughter, and that's enough for me to put a stop to them.
You're not going to put a stop to anything.
You can't intimidate me, Lang. You're just a cheap, no-good gangster, and your methods are too well known to frighten me. Come in!
Oh, hello, Liz.
Hello, Murray.
I'm glad you're here, Elizabeth. Mr. Lang and I were just discussing your future.
I'm surprised you put up with it this long, Murray. Come on, let's leave my dear stepfather until he simmers down.
Elizabeth, I want to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to you. Let's go, Murray.
Listen to what he has to say. Maybe you'll get a laugh out of it.
Well, what is it?
I've just been talking with Lang about your intention to marry him. I have advised him that if such a thing were to take place, it would result in the most serious of consequences.
Is that all?
No, that is not all. When you got into your trouble with the police, my dear stepdaughter, you were paroled in my custody. If I should report to the board that you had violated the terms of your probation, you would most certainly go to prison.
Why, you... What's the matter? Aren't you satisfied with the salary you collect for taking care of Mother's estate?
How dare you, you little
Sit
snipper!
down. You look bigger behind a desk.
Well, just yell and scream all you want to. After Monday, you better start looking for another source of income.
You know very well it's not the money. But your greasy boyfriend here would certainly like to get his hands on it.
Look, you, I don't give a hang if you are a midget. I'm not going to stand here and listen to you.
Murray.
No, baby, I won't take it. I'll wring his scrawny little neck.
Go on, lad, go on. It would give me the greatest of pleasure to call the police and have you locked up.
I'll fix it so you won't have a head to call anyone with.
Murray, leave him alone. Can't you see that's what he wants?
Yes, well, Mr. Lang.
Come on, Liz, let's get some fresh air.
I want to say one more thing. Just remember, Father, my probation expires Monday. After that, you won't control any part of my income, so you better start getting packed.
And if I report you to the probation board in the morning?
I wouldn't. If you do that, you'll not only stop being my guardian, but you'll stop breathing.
Get out. Get out, both of you.
Come on, Murray.
Try to intimidate me. I'll make them both sorry. Detectives. Private detectives, yes. Foreign. Here's one. Full-page ad must be doing very well. Richard Diamond, private detective. If you've got a case, share it with me. Richard Diamond. Circle 7.
Yeah?
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
I want to hire you for a few days.
Oh, you saw the ad. Well, it just so happens I'm available.
I can't tell you much over the phone, too many extensions in the house, but it's about my daughter. I'm afraid she's going to get herself into some serious trouble.
Well, how old is she?
20.
Tell her to wait a year.
My name is Chase, Ralph Chase. I live at 82 Maple Drive, Sands Point. Will you come out this evening?
$100 a day and dibs on the icebox.
I'll see you about 8. Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
What was that all about, Rick?
Oh, got a job, baby.
When do you start?
Oh, yes, you're right.
No, Rick. You can start it in the morning. You can't break another one tonight.
Now, come on, Helen, baby. A job's a job.
And a date's a date. I won't let you break this one.
Your car downstairs?
Yes, but I can drive myself home. Please, Rick. You promised you wouldn't break another one.
Keys in it?
Yeah, look. I want to hire you to protect me for this evening. I've been receiving mysterious phone calls, and I'm in fear of my life.
Really?
You've got to take the job. Old friends come first.
I'll have to get home and shave before I start working.
You mean you'll take it?
After 12:30. Bye, baby.
You beast.
Oh, you must be getting tired from driving that big car around all day. Grab a cab, honey. It'll give you some rest. I'll take good care of your car.
What?
Want $1 for the cab?
Huh?
No. On second thought, you only live about 25 blocks. Walk will do you good.
Rick.
Deep breathing all the way up Fifth Avenue. Nothing like it. Bye, baby.
Oh!
On the way to the car, I thought about Helen. The most wonderful girl in the world. Money, looks. But she had one bad fault. She wanted to get married. I got into the big sedan and headed for my apartment. I'd been up late the night before with the blonde singer, and I was feeling tired. Funny how things change. My nights in college were just as busy, but at 1 o'clock the next afternoon, I was out playing football. I face facts pretty well, so when I got home, I took a nap. I slept until 7 and got up and dressed. I drove Helen's car out to Long Island, and at 8 o'clock sharp, I was ringing the doorbell of the Chase Mansion. It was a big house, all right. If they built another one like it, Long Island would sink.
Well, to someone at me chamber door. My name's Chris. Boo.
Blow your booze some other direction. Your breath would wither a lung.
My alcoholic exhalations are composed of the finest ingredients. You must have a weak stomach.
Look, if you'll just stagger out of the way, I'd like to see Mr. Chase.
Dead or alive?
What?
Nothing. I was just thinking out loud. Well, go right ahead. And after your talk with my stepfather, you can find me in the bar. You'll probably wind up like I am.
That's a sweet thought. Where can I find your stepfather?
Probably in the library, lying in my money.
I left him leaning against the front door, gagging on the fresh air. I wandered down a long hallway and a big sitting room, furnished with enough antiques to make the Metropolitan Museum give up in shame. There was something about the place, a heavy quietness, like a bar of gold in a dark room. A shot had come from up ahead, and I tried a couple of doors before I found the room. Mr. Chase! Mr. Chase!
In here! In here!
Mr. Chase?
Yes. Come in and shut the door.
I looked over at Ralph Chase crouching behind a desk. He got up slowly, all 5 feet of him. And I tagged him for a guy who would give $1,000 for every inch you could put on his legs. He looked like he could afford to be a mile high. The tall French windows were open at the back of the room, and you could still smell burning cordite.
Someone tried to shoot me from the garden.
Yeah, I heard the shot.
You must be Diamond.
That's right. Don't you think you better shut the French doors and pull the drapes before someone takes another shot?
Yes, very good idea. You pull the shade diamond. Hey, you can start earning your money right now.
You're a little excited, but I'll start to work.
Right. Be careful, he might still be out there.
Well, I doubt it. I can't see anyone out here.
Oh, he just missed me. You can see where the bullet hit the wall. I jumped and hid behind the desk.
Didn't you hear him on the porch?
No, he must have stood in the soft grass that surrounds the garden.
That's a good 10 feet from the house. You're lucky he didn't move in closer. He probably wouldn't have missed. Got any idea who it was?
Of course, it was Murray Lang.
Murray Lang? The gambler?
Yes, do you know him?
Well, I used to be on the force. Set him up 6 years ago on a larceny rap.
Then you know what he's like. He was in the house this afternoon. We had an argument and he threatened me.
An argument with your daughter?
Yes, about my daughter. How'd you know?
Well, you told me she was getting herself into trouble. She couldn't have picked a better playmate than Lang to get there with.
Father, we heard a shot.
Not really.
Oh, let's go. He's not dead.
My stepchildren, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, well, lovely.
I'm quite alive, so you can both stop looking so unhappy.
Does it show?
Come on, sis. Let's find the guy who fired that shot. I want to give him a few pointers.
Where's Murray Lang, Miss Chase?
Yes, he's the man you want. I'm sure he
Don't
tried...
be absurd. Murray left 3 hours ago. What are you, a cop?
Does it show?
You're wearing too much cologne. Come on, Chris.
Oh, she's nice.
That's Elizabeth. The boy's her brother, Chris.
I'd hate to draw straws.
I married their mother and raised those 2 brats after she died. The courts appointed me executor of the estate.
They don't like you handling their money, is that it?
Yes. Since they've been old enough to ask for 50 cents to go to a movie, they've condemned me for watching their interests.
You said you were worried about your stepdaughter.
Tell me about it.
I'll make it brief. Hate long explanations. Elizabeth got into some trouble with the police. Hit and run. She had been drinking. The man died. Liz was sentenced to a year in Folsom. But I got her off on probation.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Drive around with her and spoil her aim?
Monday the probation expires. She says she is then going to marry this hoodlum, Murray Lang.
And you don't want that because you think he's after her money?
Exactly. When she marries, the will reads that I shall, as executor, turn over half of the estate to Elizabeth.
What about Christopher?
He looked irresponsible when he was born. His mother left instructions that he should not receive his share until he is 35. That's another 8 years.
Well, your stepdaughter's old enough to know what she's doing. I can't see how you can stop her.
That's what I want you to do.
And if I do, you'd be in a pretty good spot.
What do you mean, Mr. Diamond?
You continue as executor.
I can understand you thinking something like that, but believe me, as much as I dislike my stepchildren, I wish to keep them in line for their late mother's sake.
Oh. Well, Mr. Chase, I'll take a look around outside. Maybe I can come up with something that'll point out the would-be killer. If it was Lang, you can stop worrying about Elizabeth. Sing Sing doesn't boast a wedding chapel. I went out through the French doors and started looking around on the soft grass that bordered the garden. I had a fat hunch, so I stopped looking and started wandering. I was halfway through the rose bed when I spotted them. It was Elizabeth and the man. In the darkness, I couldn't make him out, but Murray Lang was my best guess. They went up a narrow path to one of those Chinese pagodas at the far end of the garden, and I slipped up close enough to give my ears a workout. It was Lang, all right. I don't care what you think. I didn't take a shot at the old man.
Then who did? He's got a policeman in there now, and he's going to start trouble.
Let him. I'm clean. Maybe it was that lushed-up brother of yours.
Chris hates him, but he'd never try to kill him.
Well, then stop hounding me. Maybe you took a shot at the old boy.
Murray!
Well, you got a good reason. I'm tired trying to buck the whole Chase household. If you love me, let's take off tonight and get married. Tell the old man to go to the devil.
You can certainly wait till Monday.
Yeah, but he won't. He's going to cause some kind of trouble and get you tossed into Folsom. He's not going to give up all that money just because you're through with your probation. He probably cooked up that shooting just to get the cops here.
Murray, what's going to happen to us?
Oh, ask your stepfather. He's been doing your thinking for you.
I don't have to. We'll get married Monday.
Okay. I'm staying clear of this place till then.
But what if there's more trouble? I haven't got anyone to turn to.
You worry about it, baby. I got a police record that makes yours look like a merit badge. I was too good a target in the moonlight, so I started back up the walk to the house. As I passed a hedge, I noticed a funny-looking plant that was shoving its way out of the foliage. I'm sorry I did that. It was the Johnny Jump-Up variety. Blackjack type. The guy on the other end of the sap gave it to me right over the eyes, and I went down like a crapshooter making a pass. I rolled over and watched the moon melt and run down in my eyes. Something warm and sticky spread over my face and turned the night red. Yeah, I was bleeding again. I guess I showed signs of recovering, so he started all over. This time he used his foot in my side. Oh. A couple more kicks in the ribs and in the right place, and he could have whipped up a fast course of Nola. I felt tired, so I rolled up in an old rose bush and went to sleep. When you finally start coming around, it's like swimming your way out of an acre of mud. If you've taken enough beatings before, you diagnose things in a hurry. The pain in your head is where you got sapped. The ache in your ribs is where he booted you. And the thought in your mind is, it's something about an eye for an eye, if you've got one left. I sat up slowly and looked around. No one in sight, and my watch said 10 o'clock. I'd been out for an hour, and I was feeling lonely until I started to get up. I made it to one knee and looked down at the best reason I could think of for staying home nights. It was Murray Lang, and you couldn't blame him for staring. He wasn't impolite, just dead. Something on the walk beside him gleamed in the moonlight. I took out my handkerchief and scooped it up. It was a little nickel-plated .32. You could still smell the fresh powder in the barrel. I put it in my pocket and stumbled back to the house. Chris opened the door.
Well, you shouldn't drink so much. I never get so loaded like that.
Well, try it sometime. It might be an improvement.
Boo.
I told you once before not to do that. Now tell me, where were you 10 minutes ago?
I was in the bar.
Who was with you?
Red and green midgets. Now let go of my collar.
Okay. Where's the phone?
In the hall. Hey, what's going on? Who beat you up?
Nobody. I always bleed like this on warm nights.
Huh?
Big pores.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis talking.
Who taught you how? Did you sit up nights with a parrot?
Oh, very funny. Only one guy could think up a lousy joke like that. What do you want, Diamond?
A picture of you. I'm going to show some doctors that mercy killing has its points. Now, let me speak to the lieutenant.
Comic.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Hello, Walt. This is Diamond.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get the bicarbonate.
What's the matter?
I get stomach trouble every time you call. Go ahead.
All right. I got a killing for you.
I know it. Why can't you be a good boy and stop finding corpses?
I'm out at Sands Point, 82 Maple Drive. I think I've got the murder weapon in my pocket.
Who's dead?
An old friend, Murray Lang, and you better step on it. There's a drunk staggering around the place, and he's liable to spot the body and put it in the cold shower to sober it up.
Oh, all right. We'll be right out. Hold the fort.
So Mr. Lang's dead.
You better stop sneaking up on people, Buster.
And you'd better stop telling me what to do in my own house, Mr. Diamond.
You sobered up pretty quick.
I heard what you said about finding the murder weapon. May I see it?
No. It stays in my pocket until homicide gets here.
Whose gun is it?
It's a 40-pound broadsword. Now stop trying to look like a Chicago muscle man, or I'll start slapping
there
you.
you are, Diamond. I've been looking for you. Great Scott, what happened to your face?
Someone was giving away hints.
Miss, did you have something to do with this?
Hardly. Mr. Diamond has a decided advantage over me. He has muscles. I'll be in the bar.
What's happened? Where's Elizabeth?
I don't know, but her boyfriend's got troubles. He can't explain the hole in his chest.
Lang? What do you mean?
He's out in the garden. Someone shot him.
Is he dead?
And if he's not, he's trying awful hard.
Then we'd better call the police.
That's been taken care of. What kind of a gun do you own, Mr. Chase?
You don't think...
No, I don't. I just dig around till I come up with something. What kind of a gun do you own?
Why, a 45. Now, wait a minute, Diamond. If you've got any ideas about this murder, you'd better wait until the police get here.
Now, look, Chase, I've been insulted in your house, had the air let out of my ego by your beautiful stepdaughter, and beat up in your garden. That's a full night's work, and now I'm on my own time. Where can I find Elizabeth?
I don't know. She may be up in her room.
So where is it?
End of the hall, head of the stairs, first door.
Thanks.
It's beginning to rain. What about Lang's body?
Well, if he catches cold, call me. I went down the long hallway to the foot of a massive staircase. The only light was the one burning in the room I just left. I looked over at over my shoulder and saw Mr. Chase framed in its dim glow, watching me. In that moment, I thought who Chase reminded me of. A triangle hat, his hand in his vest, and Napoleon had a twin. I went up the stairs 2 at a time.
Yes?
Pardon me for barging in, but some guy in the garden just beat all the bashfulness out of me.
How dare you? You get out of my room.
You better put on something a little warmer, honey. That thing would start a Harry Carey epidemic in Boston.
What do you want?
Yeah. What did you do after Lang left you in the garden?
What?
Big ears. I overheard everything you said.
I see someone pushed your face around. It's an improvement. Did Murray catch you eavesdropping?
Well, if he did, he won't have much time to gloat.
What do you mean? If you've done anything
Aren't you
to Murray...
getting ready for bed a little early?
I don't know what you want. I don't have to answer any of your ridiculous questions. Now, if you don't turn around and get out of here...
What's the matter, baby? The drawer empty? Lose something?
No.
Maybe this is it.
Where did you get that gun?
It was lying in the garden beside your boyfriend's body.
Beside it?
That's it, lover. Now sit down and relax.
Is Murray dead?
Like Jimmy Fiddler's gossip column. Didn't you hear anything after Murray left you?
Oh, no. I was crying. I ran back to the house, came up here.
Is there another way back to the house besides the path that Murray took?
It's one that leads to those outside doors. I came right to my room. Please leave me alone.
This is your gun, isn't it?
Yes, but I didn't do it. I didn't. Murray and I were going to be married Monday.
Ballistics will probably show it's the one that did the job. You better tell me everything you know.
I don't know anything. I didn't shoot Murray. Someone stole my gun from the drawer. Oh, please find out who did it. If they hold me, I'll go to prison anyway. Please, Mr. Diamond, please.
It's going to be tough if this is the gun. I'm pretty sure it is. You could still smell the powder when I... The powder.
What's the matter, Mr. Diamond?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Look, You stay in your room. Maybe I can do you some good. I promise you'll stay here.
Sure. I'm not going anyplace.
And try and snap out of it. Sometimes you keep losing until there's nothing left to play with. It breaks the jinx. I went downstairs and started looking for Chase. As I passed the doors leading to the garden, I stopped cold. A flash of lightning turned the garden flat white. Someone was standing over what was left of Murray Lang. Well, like the view?
Oh, Diamond. I was just looking at the body.
I talked with your daughter. She says the gun that killed Lang was hers.
What?
Claims they had an argument, but won't admit she shot him.
Oh, no, I can't believe it. Certainly she had no reason. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless she found out Lang was just after her money.
Well, that's possible. Anyway, if she did do it, I still can't figure who worked me over.
Maybe it was Lang. You told me yourself he didn't like you.
Maybe it was Elizabeth.
Oh, no. It would have to be somebody very strong. She might have kicked you, but never could she have hit you hard enough to crack your head open like that.
Yeah, tell me, when does Elizabeth come into her money?
Why, at the end of the probation. The court set it aside until she was cleared of all charges.
Who gets it if she goes to prison?
Well, I'm the sole executor of the estate, but she's not going to jail. She didn't do this thing. I'll get the best counsel in the country.
I'm sure you will. Tell me something, Chase. It's pretty obvious that my face got pushed around, but how did you know my ribs got the same treatment?
What?
It doesn't show. It just hurts.
Why, well, you told me. What are you getting at, Diamond?
You'd have to reach pretty high to sap me, but if you were mad enough, you could make it.
This is absurd. I'm going inside.
And when I get grouchy, it's better to listen. I'm liable to use you to make the flowers grow.
Go ahead, Mr. Diamond. I'm listening.
Well, everybody in this house has some sort of motive for killing. With Elizabeth, it could be the old story of a woman scorned. With your lushed-up stepson, he could want to put the blame on his sister so he'd get more than his share of the estate. And we certainly know you stand to profit if Elizabeth goes to prison, because you retain custody of the family fortune.
I'm getting wet, Mr. Diamond.
Everybody's story's weak, but only one of them doesn't stand up. You said earlier this evening someone tried to shoot you from outside your library.
Of course they did. You have the shot and saw the bullet hole.
That's right, I did. But you told me he was standing outside the room by a good 10 feet. Nothing to say, Chase?
You're trying to catch me up in something.
Oh, you are so right. Now, when I walked into that room, I could still smell burning cordite. To smell fresh gunpowder like that, the gun would have to have been fired outside the room. You staged it, so I'd think someone was trying to kill you.
Is that all, Mr. Diamond?
Outside of the slip you made about kicking me in the ribs. Now, let's go inside.
I don't think so, Diamond.
Oh, that the 45 you were telling me about?
Yes. Go ahead, make a try for it. I'm going to show you how it works.
You kill Lang with your stepdaughter's gun, and you're going to collect the money if she goes to prison. Oh, you're a slob.
My stepdaughter could easily kill 2 men tonight.
You're in a spot. You can't shoot me with that 45 and make it look like the same person killed Lang, too. So you've got to get the 32 in my pocket.
Give me Elizabeth's gun, Diamond.
You try and get it, Chase.
Why, you...
Rick, are you out there?
Better give it up, Chase. That's the law. He eats little men like you.
Out there, Lieutenant. Drum City storms all out.
Rick! Stay right there, Diamond. Another killing won't matter if you try and stop me.
For Pete's sake, if you're out there, Rick, answer me. I'm getting soaked.
Just keep your mouth closed, Diamond. I'm getting out of here.
You'll never make it, Chase. They'll pick you up inside of an hour.
Not if you're too dead to tell them. Yes, that's it. If I kill you, I'll at least have...
You should watch your step, Chase.
Keep your head down, Lieutenant. Somebody's mad. Shut up, Otis, and get out from under that bench. Rick!
Over here, Walt.
What's going on, Rick? Who's doing all the shooting?
Well, we took turns. He was just going to kill me when he tripped over the body of his first victim. I used this 32 in my pocket, shot him twice.
He's dead, Lieutenant. Give me my baking soda, Otis. Yeah, Lieutenant. Don't look so unhappy, Rick. He was going to kill you.
Oh, I'm not unhappy. I'm just sore that I didn't have time to take the gun out of my pocket. I ruined a darn good coat. The 3 of us went back in the house, and Otis took Christopher up to bed so he could sleep it off. Walt listened to the story as I told it to Elizabeth. She cried a little and thanked me with her eyes. Walt went downstairs to clean things up, and I sat by her bed until she went to sleep. She didn't even wake up when I kissed her goodbye. Oh, I guess it was better that way. I said goodbye to Walt and Otis and headed for 975 Park Avenue. I was late. My face could use a mile of bandage. I hoped Helen wouldn't mind.
Yes? Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Francis. Tell Miss Asher I brought a car back.
Oh, how bad a wreck was it, sir?
Give me a glass with a backbone, will you, Francis?
Yes, sir, right away, sir. Miss Asher's in the study.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Well, it's about... Oh, Rick, not again.
Mm-hmm.
Your poor little face.
Yeah, my poor little face.
Well, you just stretch out on the couch, and I'll get you a nice tall drink.
Francis is already on his way.
Feel better?
Yeah, oh, yes. Got a pillow?
I'll hold your head up. How's this?
Mm-hmm.
Like some music to go with it?
Sure. Turn on the radio.
You comfortable?
Mm-hmm. How about you?
Uh-huh. That music sounds like San Francisco. Remember the top of the mark?
Yeah, fun, too.
Mind if I turn off the light? The glow from the fire is enough.
You're cute.
Better?
Much. The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. A little high. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Mm-hmm. Me.
I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles fall. What do I care if icicles fall? I've got my love to keep me warm.
I like your singing, too.
Thanks. Off with my overcoat, off with my glove. I need no overcoat. I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire. The flame grows higher. So I will weather the storm. Why do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
That was nice.
Hey, why did you turn the radio off?
This is nicer. Come here, Rick.
Oh, honey. Honey, you're reading my mind.
Here's your drink, Mr. Diamond. Oh, my goodness.
You have just heard the fourth of a new series, Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Betty Moran, Jay Novello, Jack Edwards, and Tal Avery. Music was under the direction of David Baskerville. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Even here in America, we're liable to have a few misconceptions about freedom. Many of us regard it as an outright gift with no strings attached. Well, that isn't quite so. All of us have received a heritage of liberty, a legacy of freedom forged in other days. Remember that the liberty you enjoy is a precious legacy, a legacy that can be lost through disuse. Don't ignore freedom, work at it, for freedom is everybody's job. Now, this is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Trojan Horse, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
August 1942. Report to OSS headquarters in Casablanca from Agent Henri Fontaine in France. Contact with girl Gabrielle Monet was made in the Bluebeard Café in Paris. I went there alone on the evening of the 15th and sent her a note with a waiter asking her to come to my table when she'd finished her song. Then I sat and waited. German officers were spread about the room as they were spread about all of occupied France. I wondered what they would say if they knew why I had come.
You send me this note, eh?
Oui, mademoiselle. Will you join me?
Why not? I drink with anyone these days.
What will you have, eh?
What have you? Let me taste from your glass.
It is very bad wine.
Huh? You are right. Oh, the only time a girl may get good wine nowadays is when she drinks with the Boche. Never mind, I'm not thirsty.
I enjoyed your song.
Is that what you wanted to tell me?
I think you are wasting your time here in Paris.
Paris is wasting our time on Paris these days.
I can offer you a better position in Casablanca.
What did you say? Who are you?
My name is Henri Fontaine. I, too, have a good position with the American OSS in North Africa.
What are you saying?
Before the Germans came to France, I was a poor poet. They did me a service. Now I'm a rich spy.
You sit here in a room full of Germans and tell me this? What makes you think I will believe you? What makes you think I won't turn you over to the Germans if I do, eh?
Mademoiselle, I am not such a brave man. Neither am I a fool. We have kept you under observation for months. We know you better than you know yourself. Is there anything you'd like to know about yourself?
What do you want of me?
On our side, we have only the very best. Forgers, counterfeiters, cutthroats, and spies. Will you join us?
Just tell me what you want me to do.
Agent Henri Fontaine in France to Agent Steve Lytel in Casablanca. Arrangements have been made to transport the girl Gabrielle Monet to the south of France and then to Casablanca. Awaiting further instructions. Over.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
The roses will bloom early this year, I think.
Oui, but not too early, I hope.
Good, good. I have been waiting for you. It is dark. I can't see you well. Is the girl with you?
She is here. Gabby, say something so our friend will know you are here.
I am tired.
Did you have difficulty reaching Marseille from Paris?
Not too much. With swarms of displaced persons all over France to mingle with, and a slight bit of help along the way from the underground, it was not too bad.
Good, good. Now follow me. I will take you to the fishing schooner.
But
I know you're tired. Cheer up, Gabby. You'll have a nice, long trip by water to rest up.
Oh?
And then another nice, long trip by auto to Casablanca.
Oh, I like automobiles. In the old days, I liked nothing better than a pleasant ride.
But Gabby did not like the automobile trip to Casablanca. It was probably nothing like the old days. I drove up front alone while she was fitted in the trunk of the car behind gasoline drums. There were gunny sacks in a Moroccan rug thrown over her. Across everything, a heavy canvas cover lashed down with just enough air left for her to breathe. We drove that way over rough roads for several hours. When it got dark, I pulled over to a side lane and let her out. Gabby, come out.
Oh, my back. It is broken.
I will gladly massage it for you.
You are too kind.
Not at all.
No, thank you.
Pity.
Why did we stop?
To give you a chance to stretch your legs. And a cigarette if you want one.
Oh, I would die for one. Give.
I have one lit here.
Mille merci.
You see? I try to be gentle. I try to make up for the inconvenience I am causing you.
Ça c'est drôle.
I remember what another poet once said. A German, by the way, but not a Nazi. His name was Goethe.
What did he say?
He said, be gentle with women. Remember, they were made from a broken rib.
I am not amused.
I'm sorry.
You are always smiling. Do you enjoy the war, huh?
I am a poet. There is poetic excitement in being behind the lines, working underground. I enjoy being a spy.
Well, I am no Mata Hari.
You will do.
You still have told me nothing. Why did they send for me?
You remember a German named Paul Vogel?
Paul... What do you know of him? Tell me.
Not now. The time is late.
But I must
Throw
know.
away your cigarette.
Why did you mention
I said later. We have a long journey ahead. If we pass the border post, I will tell you. If we do not, the words and minutes would only be wasted.
Altolat!
I thought I would never reach the border. It's been a long trip.
Where are you headed?
Casablanca.
You anything to declare?
No, nothing.
Let me see your passport.
Here you are. All of a sudden, I spotted a small black dog sniffing and whining at the trunk of the car where Gabriel was hidden. The customs officer had not noticed him, and I knew I had to find some way to keep him from noticing. One becomes stiff after so long a ride. While he looked over my passport, I went to the rear of the car, picked up the dog by the scruff of the neck, and started to pet him.
Your passport seems to be in order, but what's the matter with Jeff?
Nothing. Perhaps he does not like to be picked up.
If he did, he wouldn't try to bite you. Better put him down.
I knew if I put Jeff down, he'd go back to sniffing around that trunk. I felt like strangling that cute little black puppy.
Well, put him down.
I have taken a fancy to him. How do you feel about selling him to me, eh?
Huh? Well, you are serious, monsieur?
Oui, I like him. Come, how much, eh?
Oh, take him. There are two more like him around somewhere.
Thank you. He will liven up the journey.
Wait. Huh? Before you go.
Yes?
What is in your trunk?
Huh?
I said, what is in your trunk?
Let me put the dog in the car, and then I will show you. The trunk, I will show you. You see? Gasoline drums.
Yes, I see. Very well. Close the trunk.
I may go?
Of course.
Thank you again for Joff.
August 27th, 1942. Report to OSS headquarters in Washington from Agent Steve Lytell in Casablanca. Fontaine and the girl arrived. I knew as soon as she walked in that Paul Vogel could not have forgotten her. I only hoped her memories of him weren't too strong. Now, as you know, Miss Monet, this is an international zone. We are, in effect, neutrals. In Casablanca, we pass each other in the streets. Germans, Americans, Vichy, and Free French. You can imagine what a hotbed of international intrigue we have here.
Oh, I know nothing of that kind of intrigue.
Then perhaps we can broaden your horizon.
Hold it, Henri. Now, listen to me, Yebby. The head of the German Armistice Commission in Casablanca is a man named Paul Vogel. Does that name mean anything to you?
We knew each other once, before the war.
Knew each other?
He was an attaché to the German consulate in Paris.
You almost married him once, isn't that so?
That is my business.
I'm afraid we've made it our business. Now, Gabby, we've kept close watch on you these past months, and we're sure that you're no Nazi or Vichy sympathizer.
Oh, I hate them all for what they are doing to
But
France.
Vogel, what are your feelings toward him?
I haven't seen him in years.
That's not answering my question.
If he is a Nazi, I have no feelings toward him.
All right, then. Now, the open secret here in North Africa is the planned American invasion. The closed secret is where and when. Now, that's what Paul Vogel wants to find out for German headquarters.
I still don't understand what
You're to tell him, Cherie.
What?
Henri's right. You're to take up this friendship with him once more. Give him all the information he wants. You'll get it direct from us.
What?
Now,
Give
rest
him
assured it'll be the
information?
wrong information. You understand now?
I'm beginning to.
Good. We have a job for you at the Three Lanterns Cafe. Now, starting tomorrow. Agent Henri Fontaine and I were at the Three Lanterns Cafe the next night when Gabrielle opened there. Cafe was packed, but even the crowd around the bar, officers with ribbon chests, waterfront riffraff, and black marketeers, all of them were quiet when she sang. She was wearing a red dress. And in the spotlight, her face looked smaller and whiter, and her hair looked blacker. There wasn't a man in the room who could take his eyes off her. I wondered how soon it would be before Paul Vogel came in and saw her, too.
A girl like that could make you forget the war, eh, Steve?
I've got a wife back in Syracuse.
Can she wear red like that?
My wife can be trusted. And this girl? She and Vogel were pretty close in the old days.
I know my own kind. She can be trusted.
I hope you're right. The success of the whole American invasion may hinge on it.
A lot depends on how hard Vogel falls for that little bait up there on the bandstand. Steve, Vogel, he's just come in.
That's all I wanted to see. Come on, let's get out of here.
Excuse us. Pardon? Pardon?
This table is free, waiter. It will do.
Oui, Vogel. You wish to see the wine list?
Oh, That girl. How long has she been here?
The singer, you mean? She started only tonight.
Tell her to come to this table when she's finished. You understand?
Oui, I understand.
No, you don't. You only think you do. Go tell her what I said. And bring a bottle of your best wine.
idea it was you, Paul, when the waiter came to me. How like you to walk back into my life so quietly after making so violent an exit.
Ah, the world is small after all, Gabby.
I'm amazed to find you in Casablanca.
I can say the same of you. What are you doing here?
I arrived here a few days ago, but I've been in North Africa for months. Tangier, Oran, Tunis, singing.
How were you able to leave France after the occupation?
You should know how well I always got along with Germans.
You don't seem angry with me any longer, Liebchen. After that last time, 6 years ago.
Life is too short to be angry for too long at anyone. Besides, I was a fool to have been jealous over that silly blonde with the bad legs. I've even forgotten her name.
Suzanne.
Aha! I see you have not forgotten.
Merci, monsieur. Oh, it's our wine. Gabby, how good it is to be with you again.
How good it is to be with you, Paul.
For you? For me. Now, we will drink to what is to be, Liebchen.
What is to be?
You could have no better guide through Casablanca than I, Gubby. Come, what else would you like me to buy you from the marketplace? A scarf, perhaps? A gold scarf to put around your hair, yeah.
Have you taken many girls to the marketplace, huh?
Oh, will you be forever jealous of me, Liebling? What is it, the French in you?
It is the woman in me. I imagine you are in great demand by the women here. The chief of the German Armistice Commission.
How did you know that?
I know more than you think.
Oh?
Would it interest you to know the name of one of the most important American agents in North Africa?
Who?
Steve Lytle.
What do you know of him?
I know him. And he knows the details of the planned American invasion.
Come. I will buy you a gold scarf.
Well, have you nothing to say of what I just told you?
I knew that already. I, too, have agents. However, thank you for telling me. I can promise you more than a gold scarf if you find out additional information for me. Is this possible?
It might be. Very possible.
Agent Lytle in Casablanca to OSS in Washington. The girl, Gabrielle Monet, has been in the paid employ of the German government here for several weeks, according to our plan, and will transmit to them the Dakar cover project.
September 1942. Report to OSS headquarters from Agent Monet. I had a feeling that things were going too smoothly. I seemed to be holding my breath, waiting for something to go wrong. And on the night of the 29th, it did. Paul Vogel was in my room above the cafe. We were listening to my record of our favorite song. You'll have to go soon. It is late.
Forget the time. Who would think it would come to this again, Gabby? After that day in Paris, when we quarreled so.
I remember that day. We showed poor judgment to argue out of doors. It was raining. I got a terrible cold in the nose.
Poor Gabby. Let me kiss that poor nose.
Sherry. Oh, Paul, you really must go. But before you do, I have a paper for you in my purse. Dates when high officials will be in Casablanca. I'll get it for you.
I want to talk to you.
You're hurting my arm. Let me go,
Germany is
Paul.
paying you well for this information you are giving
Paul,
us.
please.
Some of it is useful information, but none of it is as important as I would like.
I will try to do better.
You had better do better. You know what would happen, Gabi, if I found out you were crossing me.
I would not cross you.
It is nothing for me to
my...
twist your arm like this. Such a small arm. Think what I could do if I really tried to hurt you.
You hurt me now because you don't trust me. What do you want?
You claim to know this American Lytle.
I do.
You claim you get your information from him. Is that all he gives you? What about his love?
Oh.
Does he give you that too?
Paul, the shoe is on the other foot. Now it is you who are jealous. Oh, how foolish of you. Think, would I lie to you?
Gabi. Oh, Gabi. If you ever lie to me, I would rather see you dead at my feet than standing looking at me and lying. You'll hear what I say.
Yes. Yes, I hear. I hear.
No more wine. I must keep my head clear to think of what you have just told me.
Now, are you satisfied that I'm earning my money?
Dakar. So the Americans will land in a few weeks at Dakar. Very likely, very likely. Dakar is strategically important.
It will be more important if the German fleet is there to stop the invasion.
Yeah. That bungled attempt at a landing under de Gaulle's leadership failed, so the Americans probably figure we would not dream that they would try it again in the same place.
One American, Steve Lytle, does not dream you nor this. Are you going to tell German headquarters?
But of course, this is something they will want to know.
He believes it, Steve, every word of it.
Good.
The German fleet is being sent to stop the invasion at Dakar.
Good, Gabby. Good work.
Steve, radio report just in from Gibraltar.
What is it?
No. Let me tell it, Geoff. General Clark will rendezvous on October 21st at Point Agreed near Algiers.
You know what that means? Final preparations for the Iran invasion. Nothing must go wrong now. Nothing.
November 4, 1942. Something very wrong happened. Paul came to my room just before I was ready to go downstairs to the cafe. Paul!
Gabi, your friend Lytle has been playing you for a fool. Do you hear what I say?
I don't understand.
The invasion is not Dakar. I just learned myself it's to be Oran. Oran! And the German fleet, on my suggestion, is waiting in Dakar for nothing.
Paul.
And will continue to wait for nothing.
Paul, it can't
Do you
be.
know what this will mean to me? Do you realize what the High Command will do to me for this?
Please, Paul.
Ruin.
Perhaps your latest information was wrong about Oran.
No. It all ties in. They, the Americans, wanted me to believe that... Gabi, what had you to do with this?
Now what are you saying? I'm getting tired of your suspicions. One day you trust me, the next day you don't.
You're French? What kind of French?
Instead of questions, ask yourself this. Would I betray you, Paul? Not Germany, but you. Think. Look at me. Look at your Gabi and answer.
No, of course not. Not you. You wouldn't dare. There may still be time to stop the Americans at Oran. I must get back to headquarters and let them know by radio. I should have done that right away instead of coming here.
Oh, have a drink first.
No, later. I'll be back.
It will
later.
not be easy for you to tell the High Command this. A drink will fortify you. Yes.
Perhaps you're right. One drink, then.
sat on the edge of the couch, his head in his hands. I remember thinking how very blonde was his hair, how large his hands.
Take your time.
It was not difficult for me to drop half the L tablet from my purse into his glass as I poured the liquor
Darling,
over
please
it.
hurry down. Oh,
Here you are.
Dankeschön.
Poor Paul. Pauvre petit. You look so tired. Drink.
Where are you going?
To put on the record you like. We played it so often lately, Paul, that one of these days it will just rise up in protest. You tired?
No. No, why should I be tired? I must go now. I've had my drink.
Hear my record through, then you will go.
No. No, now. I must go now. You're so good to me, Gabi. You love me. You love me very much.
His head had fallen on his arms and rested on the table. The tablet had begun to work as I knew it would. I got the automatic pistol that had been given to me by the Americans and shot him twice through his very blonde head. Report from Agent Gabriel Monet. Fini.
Well, it ought to come any minute now, news of the invasion. I've had word that Eisenhower and Clark were in Gibraltar on November the 8th. I'll let you both know as soon as something comes through on the radio.
Are you all right, Debbie?
Me, don't concern yourself.
You did what you had to do. It took courage.
Well, if I had thought about it longer, perhaps I would not have had the courage. You cannot know.
I think I do.
He meant a great deal to me. A long time ago. I killed him.
Listen to me. I told you something once that the poet Goethe said. He also said this. Give up what perished long ago, and let us love what's living. Do you hear, Gabi? Do you hear?
Écoutez, écoutez. Yankee, Franklin, Midway, Lincoln, Robert, Harry. Robert, Harry.
That's it, the code name. Robert's arrived. The invasion's begun. Do you hear?
Did you hear, Gabi? Did you?
Yes. Yes, I heard.
And once again, the report of an OSS agent is closed with the words,
Mission accomplished.
A further adventure in black warfare is next week's
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's story were Jane White, Barry Kruger, Leon Janney, Joseph Julian, Carl Weber, Raymond Edward Johnson, Guy Sorrell, and Bernie Gould. Script was by Winifred Wolfe. Music under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production under the supervision and direction of Sherman Marks. Stay tuned for the second big mystery, High Adventure, on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The next half hour has its baggage packed to take a trip with America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, he is just an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account, submitted by investigator Johnny Dollar. To Home Office, East Coast Underwriters, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures in the investigation regarding the Paracoff policy for your company. Expense account item 1. Plane fare to Benton, Ohio, $40.04. Item 2, plane fare Benton back to Hartford, $40.04. Explanation, purchase 2 one-way tickets. Because of the type of case I'm usually assigned, I never press my luck by buying round trips. This time I was almost right. Expense account item 3. Cab fare, airport to Valley Hotel, $2.20. Tip the driver.
Gee, $1.
Naturally.
There'll be steak on the table tonight. Welcome to Warfare City.
Hey, Dorman.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
Bring my bag inside, will you? Here.
$1.
Always.
All you need is $1 and a pen. Yeah, but does that mean you have to have a lot of strange people in the house?
Good evening, sir.
Hello. You have a reservation for Johnny Dollar?
Oh, yes. Mr. Dollar's in his room. He checked in about 8 o'clock.
Huh? Oh, I guess I ain't the man I used to be. What room is he in?
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm not permitted to tell you that. I can phone him.
Oh, no, never mind. Let me have one of those envelopes, will you? I'd like to leave my card for this Mr. Dollar.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks. Here, just pop this in his box. The clerk popped the envelope into box number 207, and I propped myself into an elevator going up to room 207. I'd come to Benton to investigate a murder, and in just a matter of minutes, I found myself ready to commit one.
Yes? Who is it?
Bellboy, sir. A package from Hartford.
Just a minute. Package for me?
Special delivery.
Oh.
Come on. Get up on your feet.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy. You must be Johnny Dollar.
Sometimes strangers in a hotel room can be a lot of fun, but not when they're using my name. What's your angle?
Listen, Dollar, I can explain everything.
It better be good, and it better be fast.
I didn't want to be seen waiting for you in the lobby, and it's important that I talk with you before anybody else does. That's why I'm here. I'm Eric Barker.
Oh, the defense attorney in this Paracoff thing, huh? Well, I hope you're better at defending your client than you are at defending yourself.
Whether my client goes to the chair or not, unfortunately, has nothing to do with my being a good lawyer. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Well, I suppose this is one time when the attorney won't mind relinquishing the floor. Why don't you get up on your feet?
Yeah, thanks. I will. Now, look, I'm no coward, Dollar. But if either one of us is going to get any place on this case, we'll have to work together. Now, I need your help, and I need it badly.
I do a single act, sorry.
Now, don't be hasty. I can help you, too. Just how much do you know about the Paracoff murder?
All I know is it's one of the screwiest cases I've ever run into. All over the country, beneficiaries are knocking off insured people, but not here in Benton. Oh, no, here they tell me the insured man, Harlan Wolf, knocked off his beneficiary and partner, Paracoff. And now I've got the jolly assignment of trying to keep the state from executing the insured man. My employer, East Coast Underwriters, isn't anxious to see $100,000 of their money burn up in the electric chair.
Well, at least we're both stuck with the same tough job.
Now, look, I'll tell you the few things I already know, and you fill it in from there. All I know is that Paracoff was shot to death, and that his business partner, your client, Harlan Wolf, was picked up leaving town and being held for the murder. What have they got against him?
Only what they found on him. That's enough. The murder weapon.
Any witnesses?
One. Paracoff's wife, Marcia, an eyewitness.
A murder weapon and an eyewitness. Well, it seems, at least at first glance anyway, that the state of Ohio will be receiving a large electric bill one day soon. Hey, is there any chance of my seeing Wolf?
No, not before he's indicted.
Great.
Dollar, Harlan Wolf shot Paracoff in self-defense. There was no premeditation. Well, I'm convinced that I could get him off with a second-degree manslaughter verdict if it weren't for the tactics of the prosecution.
What's that?
Well, they not only have intimidated my character witnesses, they've suborned their own to perjury. That's the sort of thing I'm up against.
Well, as the insurance companies keep on saying, never say die. So where can I find the widow Paracoff?
Well, if they aren't holding her in protective custody so nobody can question her, she may be at home. That's 1375 96th Street.
That's a lot of figures. By the way, how's hers? Expense account item 4, cab fare to home of murdered man and the girl he left behind him, $2.40. I shivered all the way out to the suburbs, but not from fear or anticipation. A simple case of summer shorts in red flannel weather. The Parakoff place was obviously the product of a good income and a bad architect. It looked like a great big wedding cake, and Mother Nature had mercifully iced the confection. The front walk was white and untrammeled as if driven snow. As a matter of fact, that's what it was. 3 inches of it, which meant that Marcia hadn't had a visitor in the past couple of hours. I was playing detective, and somebody inside was playing the radio. So, I played Peeping Tom, and loved every second of it. I couldn't see her face, but she had a lovely profile. I hastened to the door. Wow. Her hair was red and her eyes were green. Her hair stopped you cold and then her eyes gave you the go signal.
Yes?
Would you mind saving that yes for later?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I've come here to ask your help, and I hope you'll say yes. My name is Johnny Dollar. I've been sent to Benton to investigate the death of your husband.
Well, why? Has this turned into a federal case?
No, I'm from the insurance company.
Oh, come in.
Thanks. Say, where can I put my coat? This snow will melt all over your carpet.
Let it melt. Just throw your coat anyplace.
Okay.
Good shot. Come on in by the fireplace. It's nice and warm.
I should have brought some chestnuts. I could have followed her with my eyes closed. She headed for the living room, leaving a pathway of perfumed air behind her, and I didn't waste a breath of it. Hey, that's nice perfume.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Hey, you have good taste. That chair is a genuine antique.
Oh? If you can stand a compliment before we get down to business, you certainly furnish a room.
Oh, most of the things are just reproductions.
Not the things I'm talking about.
Oh, you mean me?
Uh-huh. Oh, this is a happy surprise. I expected to find someone fatter and fortier.
My husband was. And now, what about his insurance?
Oh, you got me wrong. You see, I'm working for the company that insured the man being held for the murder of your husband, Harlan Wolf.
What do you want from me?
Just a story of what happened.
Oh, that I can't do. The district attorney had a long talk with me about it. I'm not supposed to say anything to anybody about it until the trial.
Well, I'm not asking you for any state secrets. I just want you to save me a trip down to the morgue.
Oh, don't be so brutal.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were still in mourning. That negligee confused me. Anyway, I meant the newspaper morgue. That's what they call their files. You gave them a story. Why won't you give it to me?
I told you I can't.
Okay. Sorry I wasted your time.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't go.
Well, you aren't exactly cooperating.
Oh, please sit down. I'm going crazy in this house alone all the time. Can't we find something else to talk about?
Sure. Later. First things first.
That makes sense. All right. I don't see how it could be wrong to tell you what's already been in the newspapers, Johnny.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Harlan Wolf and I were here in this room alone. We were discussing business.
Business?
Business. The Highland Coal Corporation. My husband was its president. Harlan Wolf is the secretary-treasurer, and I'm the vice president.
I can't resist this. But your kind of businesswoman makes this anthracite heart of mine feel very bituminous.
What? I don't get it.
Let it go. So, you and Wolf were sitting here talking about your coal business. Where were you sitting?
Well, I was sitting over there at the desk.
How about Wolf?
He was sitting where you are right now. And then my husband came home.
And no doubt accused you and the secretary-treasurer of putting in too much overtime. Is that it?
Yes. Oh, it was terrible. They fought, and finally Harlan ran over to the couch over there and pulled his gun out of his overcoat pocket and started pulling the trigger.
Who called the police? The neighbors?
No, I did. Well, that's all there is to it.
Well, that's all I wanted to know. That didn't hurt, did it?
No. Now, how about using those big shoulders of yours for throwing a log on the fire?
Sure. I'll go outside and get one.
No, there are logs in here.
Mm-mm. I'd rather go outside and get one that's a little damp. They burn much slower.
Oh. Well, then, while you're at it, get a big one.
I left Marcia gazing into the fire, called a cab, and stepped out into the cold night air to wait for it. I went down the front walk with my mind on what was behind me instead of what lay ahead.
Hey, Dollar!
Out of the white snow loomed two very large blue police uniforms, completely filled.
Get out of this Parakoff mess, Dollar. As a matter of fact, get out of this town.
Why, officer? I'm just beginning to like it here.
Look, this is from the top that makes it official. We've got the guilty man. We don't want any trouble.
Look, you go back to the top and tell them that this is one sure way of getting trouble.
They told us how to answer that one, too.
I did my best. My best to break every one of the Marquis of Queensberry rules. I knew I was fighting a losing fight, but I was fighting for a little time. And that's all I got. A fist never stopped, and my head seemed to feel like a ping pong ball in a four-handed game. Suddenly, things looked up. Me, flat on my back in the snow, seeing stars. Then a boot came flying toward my head and switched off all the pretty lights.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. But first, we want to remind you that next Sunday night, CBS once more will bring you 10 great shows, filled with great stars and complete with comedy, drama, and mystery. Betty Davis will make her first appearance on The Prudential Hour, co-starring with Ray Milland in a gripping story of a woman who has to bridge a lifetime in 3 short hours. Once more, you'll hear those 90 non-stop minutes of mirth with Spike Jones, Jack Benny, and Amos and Andy in succession. There'll be more comedy, more drama following rapidly. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Lum and Abner, Helen Hayes, Eve Arden, Life with Luigi, It Pays to Be Ignorant. Staying tuned to CBS on Sunday nights guarantees you the greatest entertainment on the greatest listening night of all. These programs are regular Sunday night features on most of these same CBS stations. And, of course, Jack Benny comes to you over them all. And now, back to yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Continuing expense account submitted by Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, East Coast Underwriters, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. Expense account item 5, medical supplies, bonded, $7. Oh, and here's something I'll give you for free. A handy help for your regularly employed insurance investigators. When I find myself overwhelmed in a brawl with unknown assailants, cops included, I do my best to take away more than just bruises and contusions. During my career, I've picked more pockets than a rack boy in a pool room. And I added one more to the score during the brawl in front of the Parakoff house just before I went bye-bye in the snow.
Hey, mister, wake up. Come on, wake up. You'll catch your death of cold. Did you call a cab?
Yeah, I think so.
Holy smokes, your face. Was you robbed?
What's the matter? Isn't it there?
Huh? Here, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks.
Holy smokes, when I first seen you laying there, I thought you was a snowman tipped over. How do you feel, cold?
Forevermore, I shall look kindly upon the haddock in the deep freeze.
Huh? Hey, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for a wallet.
Did you lose it?
First I found it, then I lost it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Come on, let's get out of here.
Where to, mister? Police headquarters?
Police headquarters? Over my dead body. Expense account, item 6. Breakfast in bed, $2.40. Expense account, item 7. Photographic work, $6. For taking pictures of contents of wallet I lifted from the police uniform the night before. Expense account, item 8. 70 cents cab fare to office of Edmund Byron, District Attorney.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Bob. Good heavens, man, your face. Felonious assault?
Yeah, but I got a flash for you. Not by person or persons unknown.
Splendid. You wish to prefer charges?
Yeah, you're half right again. But not for felonious assault and not against the guys who gave me this going over last night.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. They were a couple of your harness bulls. I don't want you to waste any time denying it, so forget it.
I don't have the slightest idea what this is all about, Dollar.
I said forget it. I want to talk about something more important. You're holding Harlan Wolf for the Parakoff murder. Now, what I want to know is, when are you going to hand down your indictment and what it's going to be?
First thing in the morning, first-degree murder. Anything else you want to know before I have you thrown out of here?
Yeah. How do I get mixed up in these rhubarbs? Expense account, item 10, 5 cents. A phone call to my partner in despair, Eric Barker, attorney for the defense, who agreed to lend me a set of police photographs of the scene of the crime and the principals involved. Parakoff looked very dead. Marcia looked very frightened. And the accused, Horn Wolf, looked very fat. The pictures of the scene of the crime indicated the shooting occurred with Parakoff and Wolf standing face to face, and that all of the bullets had gone banging straight into the right side of Parakoff's body. I set up an appointment to meet Barker at 3 that afternoon, and decided to make the most of the time in between by seeing what kind of a trade I could make on that wallet I'd picked up during the winter sports of the night before. The name in it was Ben Arnold, and the address was disreputable.
I don't want any brushes.
What a coincidence. I'm not selling any.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Ben Arnold.
Who isn't? He promised me he'd be home by now. By this time, I should know better.
Okay, I'll wait.
Outside.
Inside.
Hey, wait a minute. Ben won't like this.
Well, that makes it even. I don't like Ben.
Look, I don't want any trouble.
Okay, then don't make any trouble.
Well, what do you want here anyway?
Oh, let's just say I dropped by for an unfriendly visit.
If Ben finds you here, it'll get real unfriendly. I'm warning you, get out of here. Ain't that face of yours marked up enough?
Well, that mouse hanging under your eye isn't exactly a beauty mark. Ben really spreads his blessings, doesn't he? Hey. Ben had really spread one blessing right there close in front of me. It was a small room, about the size of a large closet, with a clothes sprawl high and low, making the whole place look like a collapsed clothesline. And there, hanging on the back of the door, was Ben Arnold's police uniform. My eyes popped out, pushed one of its shiny brass buttons, and rang the bell. There, like little brass love letters on the brass, stood the initials CPD. And CPD were never the initials of the Benton Police Department. Thanks for seeing me so quickly, Barker.
Dollar, you are... Good Lord, what happened to your face?
A couple of police uniforms with overstuffed shoulders did this to me last night.
Oh, there you are. I warned you. We're up against a ruthless bunch. Something should be done about it. Using the police force to beat up anybody who stands in their way.
No, Barker. They were wearing uniforms, but they weren't police.
Say what? Well, I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Barker, can you give me one good reason for a Benton cop to be wearing an out-of-town uniform? And don't tell me they got mixed up at the cleaners.
Out-of-town uniform?
Yeah. Yeah, and here's another one. If the law enforcement setup here is so rotten, why would they go to all the trouble of dressing up an outsider to do their muscle work?
Well, I don't know.
What I mean is, did they?
Who else would do it? It certainly couldn't have been Marcia.
Well, why not? The policy I'm interested in is the one that Parakoff, as president of that coal company, took out on Wolf's life because of his importance to the company. That kind of policy is taken out every day. But Marcia, as vice president of that coal company, is in line to collect on that policy if Wolf goes to the chair.
But why should Wolf admit to the shooting? He has nothing to gain, his life to lose.
Now, look, Marcia told me that the night of the murder, she and Wolf were alone in the house talking about the coal business. And then she didn't know what I meant when I used the words bituminous and anthracite. Whatever Marcia had on the fire that night with Wolf, it wasn't coal.
No. Well, you're right about that. Marcia and Wolf were having some kind of romance.
Okay. So let's say Marcia shot her husband. Let's say Wolf is madly in love with her. Let's say she promises Wolf that she will testify he shot her husband in self-defense. Marcia gets away with murder, Wolf gets away with a light sentence or none at all, and then Wolf gets away with a girl. That makes sense.
Yeah, but what makes you think this is even possible?
Barker, somebody had me beat up last night. I say the prosecution wouldn't have bothered sending fake cops. So, the question is, who would? There's one thing I've got to check, and check fast.
Well, what's that?
Those police photos you gave me show that Parakoff was shot by a left-handed shooter.
And that's one of the prosecution's strongest points. Wolf was left-handed.
Well, that doesn't prove that Marcia isn't. Barker, I'm going out and see Mrs. Parkson, Mrs. Parakoff. And there's only one thing I really hope.
That she's left-handed?
That she's wearing that same negligee she had on last night.
Marcia. Can I come in?
Why, Johnny, what happened to your face?
Oh, I didn't get down to the beauty parlor today.
You look like you've been fighting.
Uh-huh. Not too well, but wisely.
Well, come on in the other room. And how about throwing another log on the fire?
Say, you're a real little firebug, aren't you? You should have lived back in old Nero's time.
Whose time?
Never mind. I'll tell you what, I'll build the fire if you light it.
Well, I'd love to. Oh, you're getting a dry one from inside. Last night you went all the way outside to get one that would burn for a long time.
Oh, that was last night. You got some paper?
Here's some.
There we are. Okay, hot point. Here's my lighter. Touch it off.
Okay. There, that'll do it. Come on. Sit down over here.
No, over here will do. This chair is a perfect fit for me. Which makes me think maybe the state of Ohio has a chair that's a perfect fit for you.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you want to play games, I'll read you the rules. You know, there's a big advantage in being on my side of investigation. Fellas in my racket have the benefit of a lot of experience. But murderers, well, almost everyone is inexperienced at that business. One moment they aren't murderers, the next moment they are.
Johnny, please.
Now, let's have a look at what's on my side. For instance, from the empty shells thrown off by an automatic pistol, the experts can get a better picture of a murder scene than they can from the witnesses. Your husband was killed by a gun that was held approximately 18 inches away and directly in front of him. And the bullets entered the right half of his body. That means he was killed by someone who shoots left-handed.
Harlan Wolf is left-handed. You can ask him. He'll tell you.
I know that. And so are you. Anybody who lights a cigarette lighter with your left hand is left-handed, which makes you a good candidate.
That doesn't prove anything.
No? No, I guess it doesn't. But this chair I'm sitting in does.
What do you mean?
Last night you told me Wolf was sitting in it when your husband came home. And that statement makes you a liar. Look, I'm trained down to the point where my belt is ready to sue my hips for non-support. And I can just get into this thing. And Wolf's picture shows that he's got a beam like the Queen Mary. He wasn't in this chair, which makes me think he wasn't even in this room when your husband was killed.
All right. So I'm a liar. That doesn't mean I'm a killer.
Marcia, investigators can make a lot of mistakes, but a murderer can only make one. And you've made a big one.
I tell you, I'm no murderer. You've got to believe me, Johnny. I'll tell you everything. You're right. Harlan Wolf wasn't here.
That's enough, Marcia. Shut up.
Eric, what are we going to do? He knows.
Hey, keep quiet. Oh, Barker, for a defense attorney, you're acting mighty offensive.
We'll have to get rid of him, Eric.
Just as soon as we get rid of something else. Dollar, you've only got one thing on me. Ben Arnold's wallet. And I want that. Now. You're welcome to it, Barker. But it might interest you to know that I've had its picture taken this morning. Your phony policeman's wallet and everything in it. And copies are in the mail right now. The insurance company won't have any trouble connecting you with the comedy cops who beat me up last night. You're bluffing. There's something else I've got on you, Barker. This morning, when I was lying in bed, counting the bumps on my head, it suddenly occurred to me that you were the only one who knew where I was going last night. So you must have been the one who had me roughed up. It also does my heart good to see you standing there with that gun in your left hand, which makes you a candidate, too.
Shoot him, Eric.
You're a lawyer, Barker. What's your legal opinion? Are you just an accessory after the fact or before the fact? Or are you the murderer?
What are you waiting for? Shoot him. Kill him, I tell you.
Shut up, Marcia. Dollar, stand still.
If you won't, I will. Give me that gun.
Marcia, look out. When Marcia made a rush to grab the gun from Barker, she got between me and the gun, and I dove in behind her, arms straight out, picked her up, and heaved. Marcia went smashing into Barker, and I went in a frantic treasure hunt through that flailing mass of snorting, angry bodies to find the head that held the gun. Believe me, it was no place for a lady, but Marcia was no lady. I grabbed deep in between them and pushed Barker's gun hand up out of the go-round, and just to make sure the rest was strictly a fist fight, jammed my trigger finger in over his and pumped till all the shots went into the ceiling. The way the plaster was falling, it was like another fight in the snow. But this time, Johnny Dollar came up heads instead of tails.
Eric!
Come on, Barker. Up you come. And down you go.
Oh, Eric.
All right, Marcia. All right. When I first met you last night, I asked you please to save a yes for later. I'm going to ask you a few little questions. If I'm right, let's hear it. 1. Did you kill your husband? Okay, 2. Did Eric Barker shoot your husband? Did you kill Harlan Wolf, tell him you did it, and talk him into taking this rap for you?
It was all Eric's idea. He said we'd get rid of my husband and Wolf
And collect their insurance. Well, Marcia, there's just one more question. Are you or aren't you going to call the district attorney and invite him over here?
Yes.
Expense account item 11. $12.40. That was lunch for the district attorney, who also turned out to be left-handed. And a very nice guy to boot. We had a lot in common. It was the first case either one of us had ever worked on where the defense had been working harder than the state to bring in a conviction. Also, that it was the first case where everybody on both sides turned out to be guilty. Defense attorney Eric Barker of murder, his girlfriend Marcia Parakoff of being an accessory before and after the fact, and Harlan Wolf of conspiracy to defraud. No wonder the nation's jails are getting overcrowded. Expense account item 12, $700. Side trip to Miami, Florida. Purpose, to recover from catching 40 winks and a miserable cold in Benton, Ohio snowbank.
Hey, Johnny, come on in. The water's fine.
Expense account total, $1,230.20. Signed, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now a word about a special CBS broadcast this Sunday. You'll find it a story that grips you for a full 60 minutes on the air. A startling drama of a young reporter who finds that his assignment comes too close to home. A revelation of disturbing facts about our mental hospitals based on actual documented reports and 6 months of intensive study and preparation. With Eddie Albert starring as the young reporter, this tale of a mind in the shadow comes to you by popular demand in a repeat performance next Sunday over most of these same CBS stations. Be sure to hear Mind in the Shadow next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Listen in again next week when CBS brings you Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, with Charles Russell as Johnny. Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, with music by Mark Warno, and is produced and directed by Richard Sanville for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello.
Hey, Abbott!
Shut up.
Hey, Abbott!
Costello, here I am. What are you so excited about?
What am I excited about?
Yeah.
Two motorcycle cops just chased me up Sunset Boulevard. Boulevard.
What for?
What for?
Yeah.
Just because I had the green light with me for 6 blocks.
Well, wait a minute now. Look. If you had the green light with you, why were the cops chasing you?
I had it in the back seat of my car.
You and your whole family are always in trouble with the law.
I guess you're right, Abbott. No, right. Yes, you're right. Yes, indeed. During the last war, my brother Pat got arrested because he forgot to register for the draft.
He forgot to register.
Yeah, he was too busy milking his cows.
Milking his cow.
Mm-hmm.
He should have been at the front.
What for? The milk was at the other end.
You're a hopeless idiot, Costello.
Oh, please don't say that, Abbott. It isn't my fault. I had a very sad home life.
You did?
I did. I was born on a streetcar, and I never saw my mother.
Why not?
She forgot to get a transfer.
I'm convinced that you're a schizo.
A what, so?
A schizo. Skis. Haven't you ever experienced a schizophrenia?
Yes, the first time I put on a pair of skis, I fell on my frenia. But don't bore me out, Abbott. I don't feel so good. I went to the doctor, and he told me I was as sound as a dollar.
Well, if you're as sound as a dollar, then why are you feeling so bad?
Do you know the shape the dollar is in these days?
Costello, how does it feel to be a moron?
It feels pretty good once you're used to it.
Oh.
Well, there's a sample of the high-grade nonsense you'll be hearing for the next half hour. But before we get back to it, listen to this.
Stop howling, Costello. What is it? Stop howling. Where'd you get that black eye?
Oh, I met Marilyn Williams at the country club, and she asked me if I'd like to play around with her.
Yes?
How did I know she was talking about golf?
You look terrible, Costello.
I do?
Yes.
Well, I had a bad day, Abbott. When I left Maryland, I ran into a tough guy with a gun. He said, "Give me your money or I'll blow your brains out."
What did you do?
I told him to blow my brains out.
Why?
In this town, you can get along without brains, but you gotta have money.
Well, never mind that. There was a phone call for you. Some girl from the Burbank Theater.
Must be Reenie LePooh. Reenie LePooh, the bubble dancer. What a girl. She makes $1,000 a week.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How can a bubble dancer make $1,000 a week?
Big girl, small bubble.
Does Marilyn Williams know that you're running around with this bubble dancer?
Oh, sure. I told her, and she took it like a trooper.
Like a trooper?
A storm trooper.
Well, now, don't be too hasty in giving up Marilyn, for Lena LePooh especially.
No, Reenie LePooh.
Reenie, is it?
She's French girl.
Oh, French girl. Are you sure that Miss LePooh loves you?
Oh, sure. Ever, she'd do anything for me.
Okay.
She loves me so much that she goes out with other fellas so I can get the proper rest.
Ain't she a nice girl?
Do you think you'll marry her?
Nope. We got different ideas about marriage. She wants to have 5 boys, enough for a basketball team.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I'm a football fan myself.
You get so stupid. Tell me, is there a school for morons?
Oh, sure there's a school for morons. You mean you didn't know it?
No, I didn't.
And all the time we thought you were playing hooky.
Costello, you'll be the death of me yet.
What was that?
I said you'll be the death of me yet.
Promises. All I get is promises.
Hey, you guys. You see a crazy man around here?
What does he look like?
He's a skinny guy. 3 feet 2 inches tall and weighs 520 pounds.
Just a minute. How can he be skinny and weigh 520 pounds?
I told you he was crazy!
You know the door shut before he went out? Two to one, the sound guy's got the script upside down.
Well, he's crazy.
Hey, every week more crazy people come into this show. Last week, Abbott's wife walked in here with a rubber plant.
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter with my wife walking in here with a rubber plant?
Growing out of her head?
Mr. Costello. Hey, Mr. Costello.
All right, Norman, all right. What's the trouble?
Well, you know that box of matches you gave me yesterday for my mother?
Yes?
Well, she can't light them.
Well, here, give me the box. Now, I'll show you how to light them. Look, I just striped them on the seat of my pants.
I know, but she can't wait for you to come over to the house every morning when she wants to light the stove.
Norman? I got something for you, and I want you to keep it under your hat.
What is it?
A new head.
Costello, look, why don't you stop picking on Norman?
Oh, why don't he get out of here and get himself a job? Norman, when I was your age, I was working in a store for $3 a week, and in 5 years, I owned the place.
Yeah, but you can't do that nowadays, Uncle Louie.
And why not?
Now they've got cash registers.
That was Abbott's nephew, folks. And at the end of the season, we're going to send him to the Harvard Medical School in a bottle.
Oh, now look, Costello. Norman is a brilliant student of history. Right now, he's studying about the Egyptian pyramids.
What's that?
Well, they're great big things made out of concrete that took thousands of men to build them. Hundreds of years to finish them, and by the time they were finished, they cost millions and millions of dollars. In Egypt, they call them pyramids.
We got the same thing right here in California.
Yeah?
We call it the Hollywood Freeway. Talking about pyramids, you see those cars on top of one another?
Yeah, yes, I saw them.
The joke stinks, don't it?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go now. I got myself a new job. I'm with Phil Spitalny's all-girl orchestra.
Well, that's fine. How do you get along with all the girls?
Wonderful. He's got 40 girls, and every night after rehearsal, I'll grab each one of them and I kiss her goodnight.
Wait a minute. You kiss 40 girls? Aren't you overdoing it, Lou?
Yeah, but if you saw these girls, you'd be overdoing it, too.
What's your job with the orchestra, Lou?
Well, I tell you, I'm in charge of the girls' cello section. I'm the head bender.
Head bender?
Yeah. Every night when they get through playing, I help get their legs back in shape.
Well, isn't that dangerous work, Lou?
Well, I'm used to dangerous work, Abbott. In the summertime, I'm a high wire walker in the circus.
Do you use a net?
No, my hair is just naturally curly.
Have you ever had any other jobs working around women?
Oh, yeah. In my spare time, I'm the intern at the movie studio. I treat stars when they get hurt or something.
Oh, are you kidding? What do you know about first aid? Suppose a big star like Rita Hayworth fainted on the set. Now, how would you go about reviving her?
Well, I put my arms around her, and I hold her close, and then I smother her with kisses.
Well, what good would that do her?
I don't know about her, but it sure would do wonders for me.
Hello, boys.
Well, look, Costello, it's our singing star, Marilyn Williams. Marilyn, I want you to know that we're very happy that you came over here from England to sing for our show. I think you're wonderful, Marilyn.
Why, thank you, Mr. Abbott. In England, I was considered just another canary.
A what?
A canary.
How do you like that? Over here, we got nothing but those little yellow ones.
My, what is that I smell?
It's a new perfume I'm wearing. It's called Roy Rogers No. 5. Do you like it?
Why, yes. Trigger comes through just as clear as a bell.
Marilyn, why don't you marry me? I'll take you away from all this.
Oh, but I'm very happy, Lou. I have mink coats, diamond rings, automobiles, and thousands of dollars.
Okay, then I'll take all this away from you.
Don't pay any attention to him, Marilyn. Why don't you let me take you out over the weekend?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a date with a very sporty friend of mine, and if I go with him, he'll take me to the El Rancho Vegas and let me play roulette.
If you go with Abbott, he'll take you to the La Brea Tar Pits and let you pitch pennies.
I wouldn't blame Marilyn if she left this program and went back to England. You haven't done a thing for her since she's been with us, Lou.
Oh, no?
No.
What about that lovely big present I sent you?
You mean that manhole cover?
That was no ordinary manhole cover. That one came from Beverly Hills.
Marilyn, why don't you forget about Costello? I'm the man for you. You and I would get along together like ham and eggs.
That's Abbott, folks. Always putting himself first.
Well, Bud, I like both you and Lou, but I wish you'd both stop fighting over me.
Marilyn's right, Costello. You fight over her like a dog fighting over a bone.
Brother, when there's that much meat on a bone, I'll fight over it every time.
Take it easy.
Oh, let's forget about me, boys. How are you making out on your new picture?
Wait till you see me in that picture, Marilyn. I play the part of a reckless gambler. I'm a big plunger.
You're a what?
A big plunger.
Oh, that's fine. If our sink ever gets stopped up, I'll give you a call.
Come on, Abbott. Now, let's get going.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Let's turn on the spotlight. Let's turn it on our singing gal from England.
Oh, that's great for us, and it's great for everybody listening. Here she is, folks, Marilyn Williams with Matty Malnick's music.
From the new Broadway musical, Where's Charlie? Here's a song I like. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and played like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say, except my darling, get used to that name, my darling, it's here to stay. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and fled like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say, except my darling, get used to that name, my darling. It's here to stay.
Hey, Abbott, I just got myself a swell job, washing the windows of the chorus girls' dressing rooms at Earl Carroll's theater.
Some job. Washing windows of the chorus girls' dressing room. What can you see in that?
Plenty, after I get them clean. My Uncle Mike got me the job. He's a pretty big man in this town.
Your Uncle Mike is a nobody.
Is that so? Well, last night, my Uncle Mike was invited to a big Hollywood sneak preview.
But your Uncle Mike is not in pictures. Why was he invited to a big sneak preview?
He's one of the biggest sneaks in town.
And he's also just like you, always broke.
He is not. My Uncle Mike has a great reputation. He can walk into any bank in Hollywood. All he has to say is 4 words, and they give him all the money he wants.
What are the 4 words?
This is a stick-up.
No, I don't see how your Aunt May puts up with Mike.
Well, they get along pretty good.
I can't see it.
Uncle Mike is the boss in this house. Aunt May runs the kitchen, and she tells the cook what to do. She tells the maid what to do, and she tells the gardener what to do.
What about Mike?
He can say anything he wants to the cat.
Well, at least he's got some home life. Costello, why don't you find a nice woman? That's the home type.
I got one. Last night I said to her, let's go out for dinner. She said, no, Louis, I'll cook dinner for you. Then I said, how's about going to a nightclub? And she said, no, Louis, we'll stay home and listen to the radio and save money.
Oh, wait a minute. She sounds wonderful. Where did you meet her?
My father introduced me to her.
What did he say?
He says, Louis, this is your mother.
Yeah, dummy, why don't you find a nice girl and ask her to marry you?
I did have it. I asked that little blonde school teacher next door to marry me.
Then what did she say?
She said, ask my father.
Well, did you ask her father?
He didn't appeal to me.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I got a note for you here.
This time he beat the door in.
Oh, Mr. Costello.
Let him walk through the door.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I got a note for you here.
I'm not answering you. I'd like to the other
Wait, you say you've got a note for Costello? Well, take it, Lou. Who's it from, Lou?
It's a fan note from one of my listeners. It says, Dear Mr. Costello, your portrayal of Sam Shovel, private detective on the radio is my favorite program. It's so funny that last week while listening to you, I simply died laughing. I'm coming to the studio tonight. I hope he gets in this time. He made it!
Mr. Costello, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
A corpse with a smile on his face.
Abbott, a Sam Shovel detective. I'm scaring half the people in the country to death.
Well, what about the other half?
The Thomas Committee will take care of them.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel story for tonight?
It's one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the boy named Tony, whose mother kept him locked in a closet, or Tony's home permanent.
Sounds interesting. Well, let's get on with the case.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I'm sitting in my little office with my legs crossed. The hard way. Behind my back. I'm sitting here typing a report on a famous criminal. Pulling the criminal out of the typewriter. I turn to my desk and pick up a piece of paper.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do.
It's note paper. I decide to clean out my desk and throw all the old bills into the wastebasket. That was my light bill. That was the water bill. That was just plain bill. I glanced down at the desk. There lies a full run of one of my early cases. The case of the murderess with the long golden hair. I made a lot of money out of that case. She was a beauty. I was dying to meet her. I spoke to her in Kansas City, but she gave me the brush. I tried to talk to her in Cleveland, but she gave me the brush. In Washington, she gave me the brush. In Buffalo, she gave me the brush. I never got acquainted with her, but I made a fortune selling her brushes. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Every day he drops into my office to chew the fat. I wish Abbott would stop chewing the fat. My arm is full of teeth marks.
Door closed. Hello, Sam. Sam Shovel.
That's Lieutenant Abbott. He's a brilliant man. He hasn't spoken for 3 pages. Now he comes on with a line bristling with humor saying, Hello, Sam Shovel.
Sam.
And you're in.
Why do you stay cooped up here all day? Why don't you hire a typist to do your office work?
I had a typist, Lieutenant, but I had to let her go. She could only type with one finger.
Why?
She had only one finger. She came from a very poor family. She had 9 thumbs.
A typist with 9 thumbs?
Every time she hit that space bar, the typewriter jumped off the desk.
Any new cases today, Sam?
Yes, a guy came in here this morning and told me he shot both of his aunts. He put 6 bullets in one of them and 4 bullets in the other. And he wanted my advice.
Well, what'd you tell him to do?
I said, go home and get the lead out of your aunts.
Sam, I've got a case for you. The chief wants you to shadow striptease Susie, the burlesque queen. and see if you can get something on her.
What?
Clothes. Do you know striptease, Annie? Or Susie? Or wait a minute, Susie. Do you know striptease, Susie? Sam?
Doesn't matter who it is. I'll get it. I saw her on the stage once. She came out to do her fan dance. A mouse ran out in front of her, and Susie dropped her fans.
What happened?
The mouse fainted.
Well, forget about that case, Sam. How would you like to help me collect some evidence against Waterfront Lil? I think her cafe on the riverbank is a hangout for the smugglers, but I need more information.
I'll help you, Lieutenant Abbott. I'll go down there with you. Hand me my fishing pole and that can of bait.
What do you want with the bait?
I'm going to worm the information out of her.
Sam, you're a tough detective. Waterfront Lil used to be your girl, and here you are ready to double-cross her.
Yes, Lieutenant Abbott. I'm a detective through and through. Why, I'd double-cross my brother.
Hello, Sam.
Get out of here before I double-cross you.
Who was that?
My brother.
Now, come on, Sam. We're going to Waterfront Lil's Cafe.
There we were in the toughest part of town. The hangout for tramps, cutthroats, and vagrants. Suddenly, the exciting odor of taboo perfume fills the waterfront air. I wonder where it's coming from.
It's me. I'm covered with taboo perfume.
Who are you?
Oh, just a fragrant vagrant.
No matter what we give Abbott's nephew, he gets nothing.
Go on,
Just a
Sam.
check every week. That's
Yes.
all he gets.
Hey, Sam, there's Waterfront Lil's Cafe over there.
I don't like the looks of that place, Lieutenant.
Why not?
Sailor just come out of the door and he's walking down the street holding his girl's arm.
Well, lots of sailors walk down the street holding their girl's arm.
While the girl is still in the cafe. We walked toward the cafe. Lieutenant Abbott was looking left and right. He has shifty eyes. He shifted him in a second. Together we enter the saloon through the doors. They were swinging doors. They were really swinging tonight. The place was full of tough mugs. A guy 8 feet tall walked toward us. He was a longshoreman. He was the longest I just got it myself. We should read the script once in a while, Abbott. He was the longest shoreman I ever saw. He took a punch at Lieutenant Abbott's chin. Abbott has a glass jaw. I wasn't going to stand there and let that man do that to my friend Lieutenant Abbott. This man was 8 feet tall, so I hit him with a left, I hit him with a right, I hit him with another left, another right. I knocked him down. Then I took his crutches away and broke his pencils. I looked up. Waterfront Lil was standing beside me. She was more beautiful than ever. She spoke.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Waterfront.
Call me Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Okay, Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Never mind the romancing, Sam. You've got to find out if she's a smuggler.
Okay.
Be subtle. Don't let her know you're after information. Okay, take it easy. All right. Okay.
Lil, are you a smuggler?
Sam, I'll tell you if you promise not to turn me over to the police. Now, promise you won't turn me over.
Why should I turn you over? You can't look any better on the other side.
Oh, Sam, you're so sweet. Come here. I'm going to give you a kiss that will take the curl out of your hair.
Well,
Sam, speak to me.
Lieutenant Abbott, call up my mother and tell her I'm no longer a Tony twin.
Well, Lil, I've got you at last. I'm taking you in.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll never take me alive.
Quick, Sam, put the handcuffs on her.
She got me. I'm shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Quick, Lieutenant, call an ambulance. We'll take Sam to the hospital.
No, not the ambulance.
Sam, don't you want to go to the hospital?
Yes, but I ain't riding in no ambulance through that Los Angeles traffic. A man can get killed that way. I'll walk.
Oh, quick, get him out of here.
All right, folks, our madmen aren't through with you yet. Right now, they want you to hear this.
Well, Costello, you certainly gave a brilliant performance as Sam Shovel tonight.
Thank you, Bud Abbott.
You were full of pep. Yes, sir, you certainly were effervescent tonight.
Did you ever see me when I ever wasn't? Effervescent. Now I know what happened to Baron Munchausen's riders. We've got 'em.
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda, and featuring Marilyn Williams and Matty Malnick and his orchestra. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
We'd like to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. North. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this new series of programs, which each week at this time will present America's most attractive young couple, Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Peggy Conklin in the role she created on the Broadway stage, with Carl Eastman as Mr. North. In the neighborhood where Pam and Jerry North live, they're known as that delightful, though slightly delirious duo. To Mr. Robinson, the grocer, there's no customer whom he'd rather wait on than Pamela North, even though she occasionally pays her bill with an unsigned check. Over at the Dodson Publishing Company, Jerry North, rising young editor, not only discusses Eugene O'Neill with the president, but also Dick Tracy with the office boys. In short, Pam and Jerry will often amuse you, sometimes confuse you, but will certainly never bore you. As our story opens, it's early Sunday morning. So now, let's meet Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, wake up.
What's the matter? What time is it?
It's 8:30. You've already slept 12 hours. You want to spend the whole day in bed?
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry, please wake up. You're spoiling all my plans.
Plans? What plans?
For the picnic, dear. You know, the picnic.
Oh, yes, dear. We'll talk about it in the morning. Good night, dear.
Jerry, come on now and get up. Get up.
Pam, don't pull the covers off. I'm cold.
But it's warm, dear, for the picnic. It's a beautiful day out.
How can I tell? Pull the shades up.
Darling, the shades are up.
Oh, Pam, go to bed. It's a horrible day. The worst day of the year.
But it's going to be nice. I can tell.
All right. Give me the phone.
What are you going to do?
Hello, operator. Give me the Weather Bureau.
Isn't that silly, Jerry? I just finished telling
Hello,
you.
Weather Bureau. What are you planning for today? Clouding, followed by rain, and colder? Would you recommend a picnic? You wouldn't? Thanks very much.
Jerry, that's perfectly ridiculous. You know they have a little man down there with rheumatism. And every time it hurts him, they say it's going to rain. Now hurry and take your shower, dear. I've got your gray suit all laid out in the dressing room.
Darling, I'm not going to wear my best suit to a picnic, especially a rainy picnic. Now just get my brown tweed, huh?
Oh, not that old, ugly brown tweed.
You don't seem to understand. The material was woven by hand. That suit comes from London.
Yes, but we don't have as many fogs over here, dear, and people will see you in it. Now hurry, Jerry, come on.
By the way, Dr. Livingston, who's making this trip with us?
Well, I haven't invited anyone yet, but I thought I'd call Herb and Kate, the Flemings, and Charlie and Jean, and, oh, yes, darling, that French fellow, Pierre Dubois. He's charming.
Charming. Well, that settles it. Count me out.
No, dear, it's so silly of you to get angry every time Pierre kisses my hand.
Well, I don't mind him kissing your hand, but I do get so when he starts biting your nails.
Jerry, you do love me, don't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, say you do.
All right, I love you.
And I love you, too. Now put on your gray suit, dear.
I'm telling you right now, if Pierre Dubois
I'm
goes...
only inviting him for your sake. He can gather wood and make the fire. And besides, he knows all about the birds and the flowers.
Really? Do you think his mother should have told him? Ma'am, how do you expect me to wash my face if your stockings are in the sink?
Well, take a hot tub, dear. Go soak yourself.
I can't. Your girdle's in there.
Just a minute, Jerry. Hello? Mr. Moscone? This is Mrs. North.
Who are you talking to, dear?
Mr. Moscone, the butcher. Hello, Mr. Moscone. I wonder whether you'd do me a big favor. Could you come over here right away?
Ma'am, it's Sunday.
I know, Jerry, I know. What's that? You will come over? Oh, Mr. Moscone, you're the nicest butcher. Oh, yes, you are. Bye.
I think that's an imposition, Pam. Why should he come over here on Sunday?
That's all right, Jerry. He won't mind. I know.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you know?
Well, I've done some favors for him.
Now, what kind of favors can you do for a butcher besides buying meatballs from him?
Oh, dear, you say such amusing things. But you'll feel better when you get out in the hot sun. Incidentally, while you were having coffee, I made the calls, and everybody will meet here in a few hours, about noon.
Oh, there's the doorbell, Pam. You'll have to answer it. I'm not dressed.
Well, it couldn't be Mr. Moscone. Are you expecting anyone?
Now, you know I'm not. I don't understand why I can't sleep on Sunday morning. Other men do.
You really think I should answer it, Jerry? After all, it's so early, and people shouldn't come calling.
Well, I guess nobody's home, Ellen. That's funny. This is the 21st, isn't it?
Yes, Harold. Are you sure this is the right address?
It says north on the bell here.
Well, maybe you misunderstood the invitation. Just when is brunch served?
Brunch is a combination of breakfast and lunch, I think. And I distinctly remember, just as we were leaving Charlie Henry's the other night, Mrs. North said, come early, because Mr. North doesn't like to sleep late on Sunday morning.
Well, I'll ring once more and see what happens.
Oh,
good morning.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, good morning, Ellen and Harold. How nice of you to drop by. Won't you come in? Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, it's rather drizzly out. Our raincoats are a little damp.
Well, here, let me have them. We'll hang them right here in the hall.
Oh, fine.
That's it. Now, come right in here in the living room. Just make yourself comfortable for a while.
My, what a lovely room. Oh, it's so charming. And all those books. Well, there must be over 1,000.
1,003. Martha, that's our maid, counted them last Thursday. She didn't have much to do. Wait till I call Mr. North. He's still in his robe. Oh, Jerry. Jerry, you remember Ellen and Harold, don't you?
Helen and Harold who? Oh, I beg your pardon. How do you do, Helen and Harold? Awful out, isn't it?
No, dear, Ellen and Harold. You remember Charlie Henry's the other night?
Oh, yes. A nice party, wasn't it?
Certainly was. It was swell meeting you, Mrs. North. Mr. North.
Oh, you can call me Pam and call Jerry Jerry. Tell me, Ellen, do you often take walks around here on Sunday morning? We always do.
Oh, no, we never walk in Greenwich Village. We always do our walking in the Bronx.
In the Bronx? Really?
Yes, that's where we live.
Well, my old boss used to live up there. Johnson, I think his name is. You two been married long?
6 months.
Oh, his name is Mallory. Any children?
Jerry. Don't you think you'd better go in and get dressed, dear? Our guests will be here soon. We're having guests, you know, Ellen.
Why, yes, we sort of expected you would.
Oh, did you? Well, dear, I'll go in and help you find your socks.
Oh, you don't have to. They're in the top drawer of the dresser.
Martha and I moved them yesterday. House cleaning. We vacuumed everything.
You vacuumed? Oh, the socks, yeah. Excuse us, will you, for a moment?
Sure, of course.
Just make yourself comfortable. There's some cigars and peanut brittle over there. Be right back.
All right, Pam. What's the socks mystery about?
Jerry, why did you invite those people here?
Why did I invite? Now, listen, you figure out who they are and then get in touch with me. I'm going to get dressed. By the way, where is that brown tweed suit? Have you seen it?
But I thought you invited them here. I don't
Pam, didn't I wear that suit 2 weeks ago? Sure, I put it in this closet. Funny.
I knew their names and their faces.
Now, who in the world is that?
Well, that must be Mr. Moscone. Now, darling, you stay here and I'll take care of everything.
Wait a minute, Pam. I haven't found that brown tweed.
Oh, hello, Harold and Ellen.
Hello.
Somebody at the door will be right back, and then we'll have a nice short talk.
Good morning, Mrs. Enhart. Now, how's everything?
Oh, come in, Miss Moscone. Let's go into the living room.
Shoes. I'd like to tell you, Mrs. Enhart,
how awfully nice of you to come over on Sunday.
If you would do something for me, I'd do something for you. It works a half. 50-50. What you got? You see?
Pardon me. This is Mr. and Mrs. Adams, Mr. Moscone. How do you do?
How do you do? I'm pleased to meet you. This is Mrs. North. She's a wonderful woman, no?
Yes.
You know what she's to do for me? Something that's so marvelous.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Moscone. Now, about this favor...
Mrs. North, my wife was there. My kids is there. Most to tell you appreciate. Say, Pam, I can't find that brown suit. Now, where in the world... Mrs. North. Oh, hello, Mr. Moscone. Mrs. North, I'm a try to tell you your wife a thank you. Thank you? What for? What for? Because she's a giving me this brown sweetest suit. We've been in this bedroom for 10 minutes, and you haven't made any sense yet. Why did you give my brown tweed suit to Mr. Moscone?
Prince.
What is Prince? Prince who?
Oh, dear, don't begin. You know I'm talking about the Airedale I used to have. His name was Prince, and his coat was just the color of that suit. One day, Prince died, and I was so unhappy I couldn't eat for a week.
Well?
Well, every time you wore that brown tweed, it all came back to me. And I lost my appetite.
For a week?
Sometimes longer.
Pam, I'm going to count 10. And when I'm finished, I'm going to kill you.
Dear, you're so whimsical. But I'm glad it's settled once and for all. It bothered me a little. Well, let's go out and tell Mr. Moscone about the picnic steak, shall we?
All right, Prince. Mr. North, I want to ask you something.
Look, let's get right to the point, man.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Moscone.
Yes, sir, Mr.
You see, we're having guests today. I told you that, didn't I, Ellen? And we wondered if you could get us 6 nice, juicy steaks.
For nobody else, Mrs. North. But for you especially, I open up at the shop on a Sunday. I got us a piece of sirloin. It's a melody in your mouth like a hunk of porterhouse. Why don't you give us the porterhouse? The sirloin is better. You wait here. I come back before you can say something. Like a Dominic.
See, Mrs. North. Your butcher certainly is obliging.
He should be. He's wearing my best suit.
Oh,
Oh, darling, let's not start that again. It might be your favorite suit, but you know how I hate it. We don't have that trouble. Harold's best suit is his only suit.
Look here, Harold. You're not a communist, are you?
No, I'm an architect. I design houses if somebody will let me design a house.
Houses? Oh, Jerry, don't you want me to help you pick out your tie to match your socks?
To match my... Here we go again. Excuse us, Harold and Ellen, just for a moment.
Yes, just keep right on with that peanut brittle.
You don't want to spoil our appetite.
Well, smoke the cigars, then.
Well, I'm prepared for anything and hoping against the worst. What is it now?
Something terrible. I forgot that I invited Harold and Ellen to brunch this morning.
Oh, that's not so terrible. They can come to the picnic.
Yes, I know, but you see, I also invited 8 other very nice people, including Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Mr. Willoughby? Do you mean that writer from Texas the firm's been trying to get under contract for the last 4 months? Oh, Pam, why did you do this? He hates people. He hates crowds. This is going to cost me the biggest contract of my career.
Well, I thought that you could close the deal over a nice, quiet brunch.
Quiet brunch.
And that's why I invited Harold, because I thought since Mr. Willoughby was from Texas, he must like houses and would want to build one, and Harold could design it for him. Everything will turn out beautifully. Don't you see?
Oh, sure, I see. Now, look, there's just one chance. We've got to call off that picnic mob right away. They're the ones I'm afraid of. Anybody who's crazy enough to go on a picnic today, I don't trust.
All right, dear, you call them. Anyway, the picnic people would never mix with the brunch people.
Look, you're taking this very lightly. Pam, just see if you can understand what I'm trying to tell you. Now, if anything happens and I lose that contract, I'll lose my job. Then we won't have any money, so there won't be any place to live. No roof over our heads, no clothes to wear. How would you like that?
But, Jerry, that's what you've always wanted.
What do you mean?
No responsibilities. Harold and Ellen, it was all a mistake. Jerry's calling off the picnic right now, and we're going to have the brunch after all. We'll eat pretty soon. I hope you're not too hungry.
Oh, no, we had the peanut brittle, didn't we, Ellen?
Yes, it was very filling. Now, Harold, I think we'd better talk about how you should handle Mr. Willoughby. I don't think you should start the conversation by mentioning houses. Sort of sneak into it.
Sneak into it?
Yes, you see, Mr. Willoughby is a Southerner, and you might talk about something that will make him feel at home, like cotton or hound dogs.
Mrs. North, I don't know anything about cotton, and I never went hunting.
Oh, well, then try something else. Maybe Fort Sumter or Southern Fried Chicken. You're smart, Harold. It'll come to you.
Ellen, pass me some peanut brittle.
Well, my darling, get your fertile mind working again. If you can wriggle out of this one, you'll get time and a half.
Anything wrong, Jerry?
Oh, not much. Only that your picnic friends don't answer their phones, and that probably means they'll be here any minute. Well, Einstein, what have you got to say? Neat little problem, isn't it?
No, Jerry. It's not so difficult. I think I can handle it.
Wait a minute. Don't look at me like that.
But it's quite obvious, darling. You have to suddenly become very, very sick. Jerry, you have to lie quietly, or nobody will believe you're sick in bed.
Yeah, well...
Stop squirming. Ellen, hand me that bandage, will you please? Here you are.
Pam, at least tell me what's supposed to be wrong with you.
Well, I can't tell yet, dear, until I see how much bandage we have.
Pam, in another minute, I'm going to explode.
Jerry, keep that expression. Looks just like the mumps.
Oh, Mum.
Dear, I wonder who that is. Harold, you and Ellen had better come with me and wait in the kitchen. Now, Jerry, do something. Get a temperature. We'll be right back. Well, where is the kitchen, Pam? Right through that door there at the left. Now, hurry.
Okay, Pam, you can go right ahead. We're in.
Oh, fine. Oh, Pierre Dubois. Hello, Pierre.
Mrs. North, bonjour, bonjour. It is wonderful to see you again. May I kiss the hand?
Kiss my hand? I don't think so, Pierre. I've some new nail polish on it and it may not agree with you. Come right in.
And wait.
By the way, Pierre, have you noticed the weather out?
Oh, oui, it is getting nastier. But you are always right, Pamela, and you say the weather will clear. So what difference does it make?
Oh, I see. Well, it's not only that, Pierre, but Jerry is very ill.
Oh, man, no. But how terrible. What is the matter?
We don't know yet. The specialist and the surgeon haven't arrived.
Oh, but this must have happened since you telephoned. What are the symptoms?
Well, he's shaking on one side like he has a temperature and shivering on the other side like he has a chill.
Très bleu. What are you doing to relieve this?
Temporarily hot and cold water bottles.
Oh. But he must want his friends at this moment. I insist. I go to
Oh,
him.
just a minute, Pierre. I better ask him first. I'll call into him. Oh, Jerry, can you hear me?
Yes, Sam.
Pierre Dubois would like to see you.
Yes, go!
All right, dear. The doctor will be here soon. You see how it is, Pierre? Delirious.
Well, is there something I can do to help? Something?
Yes, there is. You see, excitement would be very bad for Jerry right now. So if you'll go outside and wait in your car until the picnic crowd arrives, well, you can tell them how sorry we are, and they'll just all go away.
Oh, naturally. I will do this immediately.
Oh, thank you, Pierre. Thank you. I'll show you to the door.
You can depend on me, Mrs. North.
Oh, dear, I wonder who that is now. Wait a second, Pierre. Oh, Mr. Willoughby.
How do you do, my dear? Of course you remember my wife, Mary Bell.
Yes, of course. Nice to see you again, Mrs. Willoughby. Won't you both come in? Thank you.
Thank you.
Just let me have your things. I see it's still raining.
Yes, indeed. Mighty hard.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is Mr. Pierre Dubois, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Delighted,
How
I'm
do you
too.
do, sir?
It is most unfortunate that you have arrived at this time.
What do you mean, sir, unfortunate?
Oh, it's nothing. That is...
What do you mean, nothing? The condition of Mr. North, he is most terribly sick. He's shaking and quivering.
Oh, Mrs. North. I'm afraid we've come at the wrong time. But if there's anything we can do... Mrs. Willoughby, there is. You can stay. Another woman can be such a comfort at a time like this.
In that case, I will stay also.
Oh, no, Pierre. No, you could... Well, you know, outside.
Oh, mais oui, I remember. I will do this immediately. Au revoir, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby.
Au revoir.
Won't you come into the living room? Sit down.
Thank you. But, I rather feel, Mrs. North, that Mary Bell and I are in the way.
Oh, no, you're not. I may need some help if Jerry gets one of his attacks. And we're going to have brunch, too. Yes, don't worry. We'll be glad to stay, my dear.
Pam. Oh, Pam.
Just a minute, Jerry. Excuse me, please.
Oh, certainly.
Yes, dear. Are you having a pain?
What pain? Where did you put my sock?
You see, the attack is starting again.
What are you talking about, Pam? Just tell me where you hit my clothes.
Oh, dear, it's getting worse. It's the cold weather. The cold weather? But the cold weather hasn't started yet. I know, but I guess he feels it coming. Excuse me just for a minute. I'll be right back.
Certainly.
Jefferson?
Yes?
Is this Mr. North, the gentleman who's been trying to contact you for his publishing company?
Yes, he's the one. Acts mighty strange, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. I'd think twice before I had any business dealings with him.
Well, as far as I can see, Pam, everything's swell if Pierre just heads off the picnic bunch and we carry right on with Willoughby. The only thing I don't like is you telling him I have fits.
Well, you can always explain that, dear, or have one. Now, hurry and get dressed. I'll tell them you're all better. That'll fix things.
Yeah, that'll fix things. Good. Oh, well, go on out there and confuse somebody. I'll come in as soon as I'm dressed.
All right, dear.
Well, Miss North, you look much brighter. Your husband all right?
He certainly is, Mr. Willoughby. He's as good as new. Better. He made a rather quick recovery, didn't he, Miss North? Yes, it's that new drug Jerry takes, sulfur-singamicide. It does everything. Oh, that's the door. Excuse me, will you please?
Certainly.
Busy around here, isn't it? I'll be right back.
Hello, Mrs. Immerse. I got a something for you. It's going to make your mouth to water all over the kitchen.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful, Mr. Moscone. Here, I'll take them. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute. We'll go inside. You look at them over. Let's go into the living room.
Well, all right. Go right in.
Okay, I want to tell you, Mrs. North, these are steak. Oh, excuse me. You got a company.
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby, I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Mr. Moscone. He's an expert on food, especially meat.
Why, is that so? Well, I'm very happy to know you, sir. Matter of fact, I'm preparing a book right now about food. Almost finished. I call it Cooking for Men Only.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, I thought you wrote serious books about cowboys and cattle.
Yes,
he does, Miss North. But this book of recipes has been Jefferson's hobby for many years. He only needs a few more to complete the manuscript. And I might tell you he's insane on the subject.
This is most exciting, Mr. Moscone, meeting a gourmet like you. Say, I've been looking for something for 10 years. Maybe you've got it. A great recipe for a steak sauce.
Steak sauce? I got it the best. You like it to taste?
Well, I wondered if I could have it for my book, if you don't mind.
Sure. These recipes are great. I only give it to people I like. Either hand it down from my great-grandfather to my grandfather to my father to me. But I don't hand it to my son. He's the biggest crook. Wait till I put a piece of steak in the kitchen. Then I give you the steak recipe. Come on, Mrs. North.
We'll be right back, Mr. Willoughby. Isn't that nice about the recipe?
Sure is.
Jefferson,
Yeah?
something's puzzling me. Do you think this Miss Moscone is a tradesman?
Why, that's absurd. It's Sunday, for one thing. No tradesman to wear such a perfectly tailored imported tweed.
Well, that's what I thought. This brunch we're here for. Well, maybe the custom is different up north here.
Huh?
Evidently, one's supposed to bring some food.
Oh, I think you're right, my dear. What'll we do about it?
Well, why don't we go out quietly and come back with the pie?
Yeah, but I don't want to take a chance of losing Mr. Moscone. I want that recipe. If it measures up to expectations, I want it for my book.
Now, Jefferson, you'll be able to talk to him all afternoon. Now, let's go while we have the opportunity.
Well, Pam, I'm all dressed now. Let's... Hey, Pam. Mr. Willoughby. What the... Pam, where are you?
Why, Jerry, what's the matter?
Hello, Mr. North.
How's your headache, Mr. North?
Never mind that. Where's Mr. Willoughby, Pam?
Well, I left him and his wife right here in the living room just a second ago.
Harold. Ellen, did you see them?
Oh, no, Harold and I have been hiding in the kitchen.
Pam, please try to remember. Did you do anything? Did you say anything that could have upset them? Think, Pam. Concentrate.
I don't know what to say, Jerry. Maybe they went for a walk.
Walk. They probably walked out on us. What a wonderful surprise you planned. I was going to get the contract, and Harold was going to design the house. Well, won't you be surprised tomorrow night when I come home and tell you I've been fired? Well, folks, I'm going to leave you to fight. That's very healthy. I'm going to take the wife and the kids to a farm in Indiana, 2 weeks on vacation. So long, and thanks again for the brown and sweetest food.
Goodbye, Mr. Moscone, and thank you very much for everything.
Now, this is the end. First, in the middle of a rainstorm, you start to arrange a picnic. Then you have to call off the picnic because you arranged the brunch. You give away my best suit, you drag Ellen and Harold down here from the Bronx, and finally I lose the best writer I ever hoped to get. Pam, I don't know why I married you.
Jerry, you were in love with me.
What makes you so sure?
Well, it was before the draft, dear.
Gone for over 15 minutes. The last of the Willoughbys, I guess.
Oh, don't feel too badly about it, Mr. North. I don't.
That's right, Jerry. There are other writers. They'd be better than Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, yeah? I'll buy all you can find. Oh, hey, maybe they came back.
I'll go, Mr. North.
Hurry, Harold.
Yeah, it must be Willoughby. I've got one of my hunches.
Oh, Pamela, I've been sitting in the car for half an hour.
Oh, it's you, some hunch.
Jerry, you are all better. Oh, my friend, this is wonderful, merveilleux.
That's pretty good.
What's the trouble, Pierre? Something happened outside?
Oh, but no, that is the trouble. Nothing at all happened. But now that you have recovered, Jerry, we can go on the picnic, yes?
Yeah, you said it. Look, Pierre, you go and wait in the car, see? When that gang comes, bring them up in a body. Sure, we'll go on a picnic. Of course, we'll go out in the rain. What do we care? Come on, Pierre, I'll take you to the door.
Jerry, are you sure you're feeling all right?
Oh, Jerry, my friend, I'm very glad to see you so happy. We'll have some fun, yes?
Yes, I'll say we will. Pierre, who do you see coming up the front steps?
Why, your friends, Monsieur and Madame Willoughby.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Willoughby, what happened to you? We thought you'd left.
Oh, no, Mr. North, but why aren't you in bed? We thought you were seriously ill.
Why, I never felt better. Just recovered. It was miraculous. Pierre, forget what I just told you. Do what Pam told you in the first place.
Yeah, but why is this? I go, but I don't understand. I'm confused, but I go.
Yeah, I'll leave the door unlocked. When it's all over, you come back, Pierre. Come right in, won't you?
Thanks.
Let's go right into the living room again. I want you to be very comfortable.
Oh, we're very pleased to see you're out of bed, Mr. North, and fully recovered from your sick.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. North.
We're awfully glad you returned, Mr. Willoughby. Awfully glad.
Well, my child, in honor of your brunch and to show our appreciation for your hospitality, we wanted to accept this little pie.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, isn't that sweet?
Nothing.
Oh, thank you both so much. Oh, by the way, here are two more friends of ours you haven't met, Ellen and Harold Adams.
How do you do?
Harold is a wonderful architect, designs houses, you know. You do need a new house in Texas, don't you, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, frankly, we are going to build a new estate, but I'm surprised. I thought Mrs. Willoughby and I were the only ones who knew that. For me. But I'll talk to you about that later on in the day, young man.
Oh, that'll be swell, Mr. Willoughby. Swell.
Well, now, Mr. North, I've got some news for you.
Yes?
In return for that marvelous service you did for me today, I talked it over with my wife, and I decided to let your company handle my publishing exclusive.
Really? Well, I don't know how to thank you, but what's the service I did for you?
Why, it was through you all I met your friend, Mr. Moscone. Now, if you'll bring him out, I'll take down that recipe. I want to test it out right away. It might be just what I've been looking for so many years.
Mr. Willoughby, do you have to have it right now?
I can't wait. This little book of mine's going to the printers in 2 days. Where is Miss Moscone?
Well, he left, and he won't be back for 2 weeks.
What? Well, can't you catch him? Well, where did he go?
Went to a farm in Indiana. That's all he told me.
He told you? Do you mean to stand there and tell me you let him get away? I never heard of a thing like that in my life.
Mr. Willoughby, we didn't know you wanted the recipe right away.
If you spend less time having fits and pay more attention to human welfare in general, you know those things.
I know, but
Come on, Maribel. I don't think these people are my friends.
Wait a minute, Mr. Willoughby.
Well?
Oh, I just remembered. I've got the recipe. Mr. Moscone once gave it to me as a special favor, and I... Oh, the only thing is,
What?
I can't remember where I put it.
Oh, Pam, can't you find it someplace? Look, don't you have any idea where it is?
No, I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, that settles it. I've never heard of such a crazy household in all my born days. Come on, Maribel. Let's get out of here.
Listen, everybody's arrived downstairs, and they insist you have this picnic.
Oh, Pierre, go away.
Go away, but they're all waiting. Herb says we haven't much time.
Oh, wait a second. Herb, thyme, herb, darling, that's where it is, the recipe. In my herb book under thyme, spices. I've got it right here on the shelf.
But this is no time to talk of recipes. Are we going on this picnic or not? They're waiting.
Well, I don't know, Pierre. Mr. Willoughby doesn't like crowds.
Nonsense. I want to try this recipe right away on one of Mr. Moscone's steaks. We love picnics, don't we, Maribel?
Yes, Jefferson. I think we love it. Mr. Willoughby, here it is, the recipe. And I've got all the ingredients right here in the house. And if you don't think it's the best steak sauce you ever tasted, why, well, you will.
Well, then everything is settled, and we will have a wonderful time. Yes? No?
And, darling,
Yes.
look out the window. The sun is shining. I told you it would be a beautiful day. Remember?
Yes, I remember. Look, you all go down to the cars. I'll be along in just a minute. There's something I have to do.
Well, hurry up now. Don't take too long.
No, I know. Come on, Al. See you in a minute. Hello, operator. Let me have the Weather Bureau. Hello, Weather Bureau. What are you planning for today? Fair and warmer? Very sunny? Would you recommend a picnic? Well, you would, huh? Well, why don't you guys make up your mind?
Be sure to tune in next week at this same time for another visit with Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Peggy Conklin. Original music for this program was under the direction of Don Voorhees. This series is written and produced by Howard Harris and Martin Goss. Dan Seymour speaking and bidding you all good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
When George Lincoln shed his Army uniform and sunk his last dime in his new business venture, he had no idea what he was letting himself in for. His offer to let George do it, if you have a problem to solve, has led him into many mysteries and adventures. Right now, as we pick up the story, George's secretary, Claire, and his self-appointed personal assistant, Sonny, are entering the office building and greeting Caleb, the elevator operator.
Good morning, Caleb. Morning, Sonny. Morning, Claire. You're late, ain't you?
We certainly are. Get us up in a hurry, will you, Caleb?
Oh, did you try making my sardine omelet this morning, Claire? That what detained you?
We had to sign a new lease on our apartment.
For 2 years. Boy, oh boy, are we lucky.
Wish I could find a new house.
Why, Caleb, I thought you loved your place in the country.
Stove's only got 2 burners. Now you take my receipt for macaroon trifle with hot butterscotch sauce. I put the macaroons to cook on one burner, the custard on the other, and there I am with hot butterscotch on my hands.
You don't need a new house. You need a new stove.
This floor.
Gee, I wonder what Mr. Lincoln will say.
He's not down yet.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, Sonny.
Well, if you get hungry, I've got some sour milk pancakes downstairs with raisins.
Thanks, Caleb.
Hey, the door isn't locked.
Why, I'm sure I locked it last night.
And why is it so dark in here?
Oh, the shades are drawn. Get 'em up, will you, Sonny?
Maybe Mr. Lincoln came back and worked last night.
On what? We haven't had a client in a week. Nobody wants him to solve a murder or find the missing pearls or... Sonny!
What's the matter?
Look, on the couch.
Mr. Lincoln.
Sound asleep.
Sound asleep, my eye. I haven't slept a wink all night. And the first person who says good morning gets fired. Help me unfold, will you, Sonny?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's no laughing matter. It's a simple problem in mathematics.
Uh-huh.
The couch is 5 feet 6 inches. I'm 6 feet 1 inch. That leaves 7 inches hanging over. After the 7 inches got numb, I tried tucking them under.
But, Mr. Lincoln, after all, you have an apartment.
Put that in the past tense.
What do you mean?
I shared an apartment with Dave Thorne. Well, last night something horrible happened to him.
What happened?
He got married.
Oh.
She moved in, I moved out. You see before you, Claire, a man without a bed.
What a shame.
Hey, Sonny, go ask Caleb if he has any donuts hanging around.
Well, the donuts are sour milk pancakes with raisins, but I'll get them.
Start the coffee perking, will you, Claire?
I suppose this is hardly the time to mention that we're late because I had to sign a 2-year lease on my apartment.
2 years? May I touch you? 2 years. Is it furnished?
Mm-hmm.
How many rooms?
5.
5 rooms? Claire, will you marry me?
Mr. Lincoln?
Hey, where are those sour milk pancakes with raisins?
I met this gentleman outside. This is Mr. Duncan. He's a client.
Oh, well, come in, Mr. Duncan. Come right on in. Sonny, you beat it.
Yes, sir.
Well, sit right here, Mr. Duncan.
Might as well call me Uncle Milt. Everybody else does. Besides, I'm going to call you George.
Oh, that's fine. Uncle Milt, my secretary, Claire Brooks.
How do you do?
Terrible. Just terrible. George, I'll pay you any price you can name your fee if you just do one thing for me.
Consider it done.
Good. Brief and to the point. Man after my own heart. I want you to find an apartment for my niece.
Certainly. I'll take care of it right. An apartment?
Or a house or a couple of rooms or anything. Just get 'em out of my place.
But, Uncle Milt...
Now, look, George, I'm an old man, and all I want is to spend the rest of my days in peace and quiet. I have a nice house, a lovely house, but it has a guest room, and that's where I made my first mistake.
What do you mean?
Well, my niece Helen had the chance to sell her house at a profit.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't find any place to move, so she and her husband Roy and her baby Annabella moved in with me.
How awful.
Oh.
Now, understand, young lady, I love babies, but not when they cry all night, not when they wake up at 6 a.m. sharp, and not when they sleep right off my room on the sleeping porch.
Oh, you have a sleeping porch?
Helen and Roy used the guest room.
Uncle Milt, does this sleeping porch have a bed? I mean, besides the babies?
Yeah, and it's the only bed in the house that isn't being used.
Good, I'll move right in.
What? You haven't got a place to live yourself? Now, how do you expect to help me?
Oh, well, now, don't get excited. I just want to be there to look things over. You know, in on the ground floor.
On a soft bed?
Well, I don't care where you sleep or what you do. Only for heaven's sake, find my niece and her family a place to live. And here's my card and my address. I expect results.
You'll get 'em. See you later, Uncle Milt.
Fine.
Well,
that ought to bring us a good fee.
Mr. Lincoln, you of all people ought to know the housing situation. Do you expect to work a miracle? Aren't you worried?
What have I got to worry about? Tonight I have a bed to sleep in.
Come in, George. Come in.
Oh,
Come in.
thanks, Uncle Milt.
Have you got good news for me? Did you find him a place to live?
Not yet. I just came to leave my suitcase.
Roy Finney, stop reading that paper and get up off that couch and help me move it.
What's that?
Read all day long.
My niece, Helen.
Oh.
Hurry up, grab up one end of the couch.
She's changing the furniture around.
Oh.
Helen.
Uncle Milt, grab one end of the couch and help me move it. Who's that?
Helen, this young man
Never mind,
is
it
George...
doesn't matter. Young man, you grab up the other end of the couch. I want to move it where the piano is. We'll put the piano where the radio is, and we'll put the radio... Well, why don't you move the couch?
Wouldn't it be easier to move if he'd get up off it?
Roy, will you get up? He never hears me when he reads. We'll have to move him with it. Come on now. Oh, now you woke Annabelle, Uncle Milt. Look after her, will you?
All right, Helen. All
Couch is much too heavy for this side of the room.
I'll go with you, Uncle Milt.
Then we'll put the radio on the other side of the fireplace. If I could only move the fireplace.
Talk all the time, just like her mother, my sister Sadie. Helen doesn't talk quite as much as her mother, but almost.
You have my deepest sympathy.
George, I'm an old man. All I want is to spend the rest of my days in peace and quiet.
Say, Uncle Milt, where does this door lead?
It's the housekeeper's room.
Housekeeper?
Mrs. Trumpet. Only bedroom on the ground floor.
Uncle Milt, then that's it.
What are you talking about?
Well, look, this is far away from the sleeping porch, isn't it?
Of course.
You can't hear the baby down here. Don't you see? All you have to do is fire Mrs. Trumpet.
Huh?
Then you can take her room. Let Helen do the cleaning and cooking. She'll get so sick of it, they'll all move out.
Wonderful. Magnificent. There's only one catch.
What's that?
Mrs. Trumpet. She's a very determined woman. She may not like being fired.
Oh, nonsense.
All right, then. You do it.
What?
After all, you're in charge.
Okay. Just leave Mrs. Trumpet to me.
I certainly wish you luck. I guess I'd better see about that.
Mrs. Trumpet.
Well, what do you want?
Mrs. Trumpet, I'm George Lincoln.
What do you want?
Well, I'm handling Mr. Duncan's affairs for him now.
What do you want?
Well, it seems Mr. Duncan won't require your services anymore. He'll give you 2 weeks' notice, of course, but you won't have to work them out. In fact, you can leave right now. I'll help you pack.
Oh, no, you don't.
Well, you must have some place to go. You have a family, haven't you?
I have a husband and a daughter.
Fine. Where do they live?
In a house.
Excellent.
We just sold it. Made $5,000 on the deal.
Well, where are they going to live?
This is a comfortable room. They'll move in here with me.
But, Mrs. Trumpet...
And I just dare you to put us out.
Nice room you have here, Mr. Lincoln.
Never mind my room. What have you got to report? And keep quiet or you'll wake the baby.
Sonny and I tramped all over town.
Yeah, my feet are killing me.
Not so loud, the baby.
Oh, I forgot about it.
All right, now, come on. What goes?
You first, Sonny.
Well, I went to every boarding house in town. Finally, at one place, the landlady agreed to give up her room.
Great. When can Uncle Milt's family move in there?
Anytime. But they'll have to share the room with the landlady's cousin and his wife.
Yeah, well, that's a big help. Well, Claire, what about you?
I tackle the hotels, all of them. I can get them one room at the Hotel Manning.
That's great.
In 2 months and for 2 days.
Oh, great guns.
Hey, but here's an idea, Mr. Lincoln.
Huh?
If the nephew should meet with an accident or happen to get sick...
What are you talking about? He's perfectly healthy.
Well, I thought you were desperate.
Oh, all right, I'm desperate. Suppose he has an accident.
Then I can get him in at the American hospital. They'll give him a cot in the corridor.
Oh, Sonny.
And about his family, they have a very comfortable waiting room at the hospital with a nice couch.
And that's your report.
Well, I told you we couldn't work a miracle.
But there must be some place in town. Other people have apartments. They... Oh, Claire.
Well?
You like your job, don't you? You like it very much.
It's all right.
I knew you were crazy about it. Now then, you'd do anything to keep your job, wouldn't you?
Explain.
Well, I mean, if it meant giving up your apartment to hold your job,
I'd quit.
That's what I thought. Well, a fine office force I have. I give you a simple little problem. Find a place for my client's family, and what happens? You talk about a cot in a hospital and a room in a hotel for 2 days. What do you think I hired you for? What do you think I'm paying you for? Oh, now you did it. Now you woke the baby. I told you to be quiet. Oh, all right, fellow, all right. No need to cry, little fella.
That fella's name is Annabelle.
It's all right, fella, Annabelle. It's I, Georgie. You remember me? Your roommate. Oh, Claire, take over, will you?
Oh, no, darling.
Who woke up that confounded baby?
Oh, hello, Uncle Milt.
Oh, be a good little girl.
Look, George, I'm an old man. All I want is to spend the rest of my days in peace and quiet.
She'll fall asleep in a minute.
Uncle Milt, did I hear the baby?
She's all right, Helen.
Who are all these people?
Why, they're...
Never mind, it doesn't matter. Uncle Milt, Roy just broke the news. He quit his job.
What?
And I don't blame him. It wasn't good enough for a family man with responsibility.
But Helen...
After all, when a man has a wife and 2 children...
2 children?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Annabelle's going to have a brother. Or a sister. Or maybe both. Twins run in the family, you know.
Helen, for heaven's sake...
Now, don't wake Annabelle again. I've got to go back. I'm moving the bed to where you had the chest of drawers, and I'll move the chest of drawers next to the window. If I could only move the window.
George, did you hear her? You've got to do something. I'm an old man. All I want...
I know, Uncle Milt, I know, but everything's going to be fine now.
But Roy quit his job.
And I'm going to get him another.
Just find them a place to live. That's all I ask.
You see, Uncle Milt? I'll find Roy a job out of town.
Out of town?
Certainly. He'll move out there, and then he'll send for his family.
Are you sure?
Why, of course. He won't want his wife to be alone at a time like this. Now, don't you worry, Uncle Milt. Everything's going to be all straightened out. Just let George do it.
George thinks his latest brainstorm is going to solve Uncle Milt's problem. Little does he know what's in store for him. Now, Claire is just ending a telephone conversation with the airport.
No, make that a one-way ticket to Seattle. That's right. Thank you. It's taken care of, Mr. Lincoln.
Good.
Oh, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, Caleb, I'm busy. I haven't time to hear about a new receipt.
Oh, no, Mr. Lincoln. This time I've come for some professional advice.
Yeah, well, some other day, Caleb. I'm up to my neck.
Whatever you say, Mr. Lincoln, but it's mighty important.
Good morning. Let George do it.
Helen, why doesn't he do it?
Oh, just a minute, Uncle Milt.
Oh. Hello, Uncle Milt.
Listen, George, now that Roy's home all day, he grabs my newspaper before I get up, and by the time I try to get...
never mind that.
But the front page and the funnies and the ads are all mixed up. It takes me a half an hour to put it together again. Now, look, George, I'm an old man. All I want is to spend the rest of my days...
In peace and quiet. You will, Uncle Milt. Tell Roy to pack his things. I got him a job in Seattle. Sonny will have his ticket, and he'll meet him at the airport in an hour.
Well, that gets rid of one of them, but what
Roy's to spend the whole day looking for a place to live. Then Helen and the baby can leave tonight.
George, if you pull it off this time,
It's
I'll
as good as done, Uncle Milt. See you this evening. Has Helen heard from Roy?
She's talking to him long distance now.
Oh, fine. I've got a ticket. I'll drive her to the airport
Take
myself.
her right away, will you, George? Talk all the time and moves the furniture just like her mother, my sister Sadie. Helen doesn't talk quite as much as her mother, but almost.
I'll have her out of your house in a half hour.
Good boy, George.
Oh, about my check, Uncle Milt.
Check?
My fee.
Oh, your fee. Yes, of course.
Yes, if you'll just make out a check to, Oh, wait a minute. It just so happens I have a check right here with me. And it happens to be all made out, too. Just sign it, Uncle Milt.
Uncle Milt, I just talked to Roy long distance. Oh, who's this?
Helen, this is...
Never mind, it doesn't matter. Roy says there's no place to live in Seattle.
What?
He's sharing one bed with 4 fellows from the office. They take shifts.
Well, what about you? You can't stay here alone, not at a time like this. I mean, when a woman's going to have a... Well, after all...
Oh, don't worry. I won't be alone. It's all right, Uncle Milt. You don't have to upset yourself. I phoned Mother.
You mean?
Isn't it wonderful, Uncle Milt? Mother's coming here to live with us.
Mr. Lincoln, you really should go out and have some breakfast.
Oh, I haven't time. Come on now, Claire. Who else do I know? I'm going to phone every friend I've got. Somebody must know about a place for Uncle Milt's family.
Oh, that's the phone in my office. I'll take care of it.
Mr. Lincoln?
Any luck, Sonny?
I went to every real estate agent.
Yeah?
Would they be interested in renting a swimming pool?
Oh, Sonny.
I even went out to the cemeteries. No room there either.
All right, get out of here. Keep looking.
Yes.
Oh, say, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, what do you want, Caleb?
Have you got time to talk to me now?
No, I'm still busy.
But I need your help, Mr. Lincoln.
Just as soon as I have a minute.
Now, don't you forget.
Mr. Lincoln, it's Uncle Milt on the telephone. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, all right, I'll take it here. Hello, Uncle Milt.
George, I'm an old man. All I want...
Yes, Uncle Milt, I know.
Sadie came this morning.
Helen's mother?
They're moving the furniture now, and talk, George, that woman never stops to take a breath. She just lets in air between words.
Well, now, don't give up, Uncle Milt. I'll find something yet.
Oh, it wouldn't be so bad if it was my other sister. Myrtle's tight with her money, but she doesn't say much.
Well, don't you... Who's Myrtle?
I told you, mother sister.
Does she live in town?
Yeah, has a great big house, lives there all alone.
Uncle Milt, that's terrific. Let 'em all move in with her.
Oh, you don't know Myrtle. She's very careful with her money.
What's her address?
1300 Sycamore.
Okay, Uncle Milt, leave it to me. I'll handle Myrtle.
He's sick, you say?
Oh, yes. Very sick, Miss Duncan. Isn't that right, Claire?
Oh, yes, Miss Duncan. If something isn't done soon, your brother will have a nervous breakdown.
Milton always was delicate.
Yes. And it's because his house is small and there are so many people living with him. And, well, he's an old man. All he wants is to spend the rest of his days.
You can forget about my brother, Mr. Lincoln. I'll take care of everything.
Oh, then you mean
Goodbye, Mr. Lincoln.
But will you...
Mr. Lincoln, I assure you it's taken care of.
Myrtle's going to let him move in with her?
That's what I said.
I don't see how you did it, George. It's not like Myrtle.
Oh, well, when it comes to women, I have a way. My charm, you know.
Well, I have to hand it to you, Jordan.
Now about my check, Uncle Milt.
Check?
My fee.
Oh, your fee, of course.
It just so happens that I have a check right with me, and it happens to be made out, too. If you'll just sign it, Uncle Milt.
Yeah, my pen's in the desk. Wait a minute. Dear me, where's the desk? They moved it this morning.
Oh, it's under that window.
Why? Well, look.
Huh?
What's that pulling up in front of the house?
A moving van.
Moving van?
Well, see, what'd I tell you? Didn't I say I'd handle Myrtle? She sent a moving van for Helen's thing.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, then what's Myrtle doing out there?
Oh, well, she must have come for the folks.
Oh, come on, we let her in. That's very thoughtful of her, bringing a van and moving them right out.
Well, that's how George Lincoln operates.
Young man, be careful of that dresser. It's an antique. Hello, Milton. You look peaked.
Myrtle, what's all this here?
My furniture. I sold my house, Milton.
You
made $8,000.
But Myrtle...
This young man gave me the idea.
I did?
I've been wanting to make a profit, but I didn't know where I'd live.
Then when he told me how sick you are, Milton, I felt it my duty to come here and nurse you.
But, Myrtle, where will you sleep?
I'll take your room. You can use the sleeping porch. The fresh air will do you good.
Sleeping porch? With Annabelle? George?
It's all right, Uncle Milt. I'll move my things out right now.
Good morning. Let George do it.
Let me speak to Mr. Dewitt.
Oh, Uncle Milt.
Oh. Hello.
George, do you know where I slept last night?
On the sleeping porch with Annabelle.
No. My sister Sadie took the porch. There isn't room with Helen because she has the guest room all fixed up with furniture for the new baby.
Where did you sleep?
On a cot in the garage.
Oh, good heavens.
George, I'm an old man.
I know. I'm working on it, Uncle Milt.
For heaven's sake, George, hurry up. I'm an old man.
Oh, Claire, I'm about ready to call it quits.
Well, maybe Sonny will find something today.
I slept here again last night. Pulled a chair over to the couch for my feet. Claire, you're looking at a very discouraged man.
Oh, now, Mr. Lincoln, don't say that. Does your head hurt?
Yeah, terribly.
Here, let me rub it for you. Feel better?
Oh, don't stop.
I won't.
You know, Claire, you're a very sympathetic person.
Well, right now you're a figure to arouse sympathy.
And at the same time, you're very beautiful.
Why, thank you.
Claire,
Yes?
how about your apartment?
So that's it. You can rub your own head.
Claire.
You're not going to soft soap me out of my apartment.
Well, you can't blame me for trying, can you?
Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, Caleb, I told you I have troubles enough of my own.
But, Mr. Lincoln, I just hate to go to somebody else for advice.
Oh, all right. What do you want?
Well, I hate to put you out in it. You see, I spend so much time in the room downstairs anyway that I was wondering, do you think you can help me rent my house in the country?
House? Rent?
I just moved my things right into the room downstairs. The stove's so much better there.
Caleb, I love you.
Mr. Lincoln.
I love you dearly. Give me the keys to the house. Claire, get Uncle Mill on the telephone. Tell him we'll pick him up in 5 minutes. Tell him we found a house for his whole darn family.
Do you think there might be room for Myrtle in it, too?
Of course. Plenty of room.
We didn't have time to talk to Caleb, Uncle Milt. We just grabbed the keys and ran.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if we could put up Mrs. Trumpet with him. You know, my housekeeper.
Well, why do you want to do that?
Well, now that Roy's gone, Mrs. Trumpet's husband always grabs him a paper in the morning. I don't mind cooking for myself. I just want to live alone the rest of my days.
We'll move them all out here, Uncle Milt. Every last one of them, bag and baggage. After all, the country, open spaces, plenty of room.
2234. Must be right on this corner.
Huh? Yep, there it is.
Is this it?
Is this all there is to it?
Oh, no. It's a narrow lot, that's all. Must go way back.
Well, it doesn't look very big.
In fact, it looks very small.
Now, don't you know you can never tell by the front of a house? Probably very compact. Come on.
How many rooms do you suppose it has?
Oh, we'll see in a minute.
Remember, there's Helen and Annabelle and Myrtle and Sadie and Mrs. Trumpet and her husband and her daughter, not to mention the new baby when it comes, and that may turn out to be twins.
Uh-huh. I'll walk right in, Uncle Milt. After you, Claire.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, suppose the living room is small. What of it?
But, Mr. Lincoln, where are the other rooms?
Well, you see doors, don't you? We'll start opening them. Oh, this must lead to one of the beds. Oh!
Look out!
In a door bed.
Oh, I guess this is the bedroom.
When that's pulled down, there isn't even room for a cot in here.
Well, now don't get discouraged. Here's another door.
It's a Pullman kitchen.
Well, what do you know?
Of course. I remember now. Caleb was complaining about his two-burner stove. See, the bottom is an icebox.
Yes. Well, I told you it was a compact place.
And you were so right.
If they take the Pullman kitchen out, they might have room for the baby's bed in here.
That's right. Keep plugging.
Say, Mr. Lincoln, is there
I don't see it.
Outside. In back of the house. Small but compact.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Milt, I guess I owe you an apology.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry, sir. This is the first time I've ever failed a client. I've let you down, Uncle Milt. I just can't solve your problem, that's all.
What's all that foolishness about? Nothing of the sort.
But, Uncle Milt, there isn't room for all of them here.
Who's talking about them? Let them stay where they are. I'll move in here.
Uncle Milt!
Why, it's ideal. Only room for one person. Nobody else can possibly get in. Peace and quiet for the rest of my days.
Well, sure, of course. What'd I tell you, Uncle Milt? Nothing's impossible for George Lincoln. If it takes a miracle, why, then I produce a miracle.
Don't let your head swell up too much, Mr. Lincoln. Remember, this is a small room.
Now, about my check, Uncle Milt.
Check?
My fee.
Oh, yeah, of course, your fee. Give me that check now. I'll sign it.
One other thing, Uncle Milt.
Huh?
Do you think you could see your way clear to giving me a little bonus?
What do you want, George?
Oh, nothing much. Just a 2-year lease on that cot in your garage.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Tremaine. Hello? Yes, it's the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lucy. I'm awfully sorry, Angel, but I'm afraid I'll have to skip tonight. I have to check on a character who is handing his girl a fast line. Claims he'll make a big mark in the world. And maybe he will. Unless somebody rubs him up. Once again, the Mutual Broadcasting System brings you the Adventures of the Falcon. The Falcon, as you know, is Michael Waring, freelance detective, who's always ready with a hand for oppressed men and an eye for repressed women. So join him tonight when the Falcon learns murder is a bad bluff. It's early Monday evening in New York when the door of a small Fifth Avenue jewelry store opens and the clerk, alone in the store, turns to face a dapper young man.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you? Were you ever in love? Was I? Well, naturally, sir. I'm a married man. I dare say I love my wife. Well, if you dare say you don't. Let's see the most expensive bracelet you have. Yes, sir. One moment. A bracelet to encircle her tiny eider-down wrist. Eider-down? That's a rather strange image, if I may say so. You may. Here you are, sir. Now, this bracelet. Beautiful, I'll take it. Now, let's see something in engagement. Yes, sir. Here you are. Mm-hmm. Good, I'll take that, too. Which one? The whole table. I beg your pardon? Oh, but these aren't the best you have. Let's see the really big stone. Oh, come on, hurry up. What's the matter? Didn't you ever see a gun before?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
I know you're kind of warm all of a sudden, so bring out the ice and we'll cool off.
Yes, sir.
And hurry it up, or all of a sudden you'll be cold.
Yes, sir.
Stone cold.
Yes, sir.
All right, Rickett, let's go.
Okay. You got the stuff?
I've got the stuff.
Okay, Barclay, but what took you so long?
I wanted to do the job right. Gave the clerk a build-up.
Build up. You got a gun, haven't you? What more build-up you gotta have?
Trouble with this profession, Rickett, not enough imagination. You walk in with a gun, the clerk sees it's a hold-up, and right from the start, it's him against you. But with me...
With you, it's talk all the time.
Change of pace. That's the secret, pal. Believe me, change of pace. Keep 'em guessing. By the time...
How much did you get?
A hatful. Rings, bracelets, necklaces, 30, 40 grand worth at least.
Okay, we lay low a couple of days and then unload.
I'll unload.
How's that?
Let me handle the fence. The old change of pace ought to be good for an extra 10 grand. Why, I...
Okay, Barclay, you unload.
I knew you'd say it my way.
I don't. But how else can I shut you up?
Oh, hello, Bud.
Hi, Angel, sweet, light of my life. Oh, come here, sugar. Hey, what's the matter? You call that a kiss? Where's the voltage?
It's just
I
that...
know, you're tired. Well, I've got a little surprise for you, baby. It'll pep you up. Here, take a squint at this.
An engagement ring.
Like I promised. Look at the size of that sparkler. That's what I think of you, Sugar. You rate the best.
Where did you get it?
Where'd I get it? I bought it. I'm in the chip, Sugar. Swung a big deal.
With the president of the Midwestern Railroad?
That's right. I told you.
You told me a lot of things. But I can read, Bud.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just that there's an item on the society page that the president of the Midwestern Railroad happens to be away on a yachting trip.
Sure. I know that, Sugar. I've been contacting him by radio.
In that case, you ought to be able to tell me where this yachting trip is.
Sure.
All right, go ahead. Where is it? Newport? Bermuda? Gulf of Mexico, maybe?
What is this, the third degree?
Bud, you've asked me to marry you. I've got a right to know something about you. I'm tired of these big stories. Now I want the truth.
Look, Sugar, some things you can't explain.
Why?
Well, look, it's like this. A terrific merger's on the fire, see? But terrific. If word gets out about it, even a hint, it'll get the stock market on its ear, see?
No. I don't see why you can't...
Just sit tight, Sugar, huh? In a couple of days, it'll all be settled, and I'll collect my commission. You'll see big dough, $30,000-$40,000 on the first installment. And then we can make plans.
Stop it, Bud. If you won't trust me, then...
Like you trust me?
Well, give me some reason. I'm getting tired of fairy tales.
So did you ever happen to think, Sugar, maybe I'm getting tired of your nagging? I'm on the way up. You don't want to come along? Okay. Just remember you had your chance.
Maybe I did. But I've heard it's not always healthy to take chances.
Hello.
Michael Waring?
That's all right.
You're a private detective, the one they call the Falcon?
Mm-hmm.
Are you very expensive?
Depends.
On what?
What you call expensive. And what you want me to do. Come in. Let's talk it over.
All right.
Well, you might as well sit down, make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
And tell me your name.
Gloria Page.
And why you want a detective.
I'm engaged to be married.
Congratulations.
I'm not sure they're in order. That's what I want you to find out.
Well, just a second, Gloria. I don't go in for petty snooping if you're just trying to find out whether your boyfriend is stepping out on
No,
you.
Mr. Waring, I'm not concerned about other women.
All right, then.
What I want to know is, what does he do for a living?
Didn't he tell you?
Yes, a number of things.
But you don't believe him.
I did until yesterday, but they're too fantastic. All about big business deals, but he won't give me any details. It's all so secretive, I can't help wondering if maybe he's mixed up in something illegal. Otherwise, why would he try to keep things from me?
I don't know.
Well, what'll it cost to have you investigate?
Quite a lot, but I'll give you some advice for nothing.
What's that?
Forget him.
I can't.
As long as you have such serious doubts about him.
Just the same, I love him.
Well, then, what are you doing here?
Hoping you'll prove my doubts are wrong.
And if they aren't?
I don't know, Mr. Waring.
You're just asking for heartache, Gloria.
Well, it's my heart and my money. So how much do you want for a retainer?
Hello, Ternez.
Mike Wedding. What brings you here, Wedding? Only hang around in bar when you're looking for something?
I like television.
Yes.
You shouldn't have such a suspicious nature, Ternez. Bad for your digestion.
I don't like coppers, and I don't like private dicks.
Well, every man to his taste. You seen Barkley lately?
Who?
Bud Barkley.
I don't know Barkley. I haven't seen him. I don't know anybody. I don't know anything.
Funny. I was told you're a pretty good friend of Barkley.
Who told you?
Oh, I've been getting around. In fact, Barkley himself tells me you were on a little job with him the other day.
That's a lie.
Sure.
I was never on a job with Barkley in my life. If it was anybody, it was Ricard. He's the only one on Barkley's team.
I thought you didn't know Barkley.
So I know him.
So thanks.
For what?
For some very pleasant conversation. And now, can I buy you a drink?
Taxi. Just a second, Barkley. I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Ternez. Sorry I can't stop now. I've got a date.
The driver will wait for you.
Yeah, but I'm late.
So you'll be later.
Hey, cut it out. That's a clean shirt.
Just answer me one question, then I'll let you go.
What the devil's eating you? How come you told Waring what you did about me?
What are you talking about?
You told Waring...
Waring? Who's Waring?
Mike Waring, the Falcon.
Are you crazy, Ternez? I don't even know where.
He says you do.
Well, Look, driver, you better go on. I'll take another cab. Just what does Waring say I told him?
He says you told him I pulled a job with you.
What?
That's what he said, Buster.
So you blew your top and started yapping about me. Is that it?
Well, it made me sore.
So you popped off.
I didn't say much.
You dumb jerk. Don't you see Waring was just trying to trap you into spilling on me?
I didn't spill.
Well, at least you didn't know about the Holloway job. I wondered.
Holloway
job? Look, Ternez, you got any idea what Waring's angle is?
Holloway job. That was the jewelry hall.
Now, listen, Ternez.
So you're the boy who pulled that one, huh? You and Rica.
Oh, you didn't hear me right.
I heard you very right. And you know something, Barkley? I think Waring would be kind of interested to hear about it, too.
Now, don't start getting ideas.
I got him already. Well, go ahead, Barkley. We won't discuss it here. You don't want to keep your dates waiting. But I got a hunch you and me are going to do business.
Hello, Sugar. Sorry I'm late.
Well, but I'm afraid from now on it's better never than late.
Are you still on that kick?
I know how things stand now. That's why I asked you over.
And I thought maybe you'd come to your senses.
I have. We're through, Bud.
Now, look, Sugar, a lot of things have gone wrong today. I don't want to have trouble with you, too. I have big business deals coming up.
Big business. With crooks like Greg Rickard and Lou Ternez.
Who's been talking?
Nobody. I had to know the truth, but I had to.
So?
So I hired a detective.
Do what? Wait. So you're the one who hired Waring?
Yes.
You won't be satisfied until I do a stretch, will you?
No, but I don't want to cause you any trouble.
Looks like.
I don't. Now that I found out what I wanted to know, I've called off Mike.
Oh, it's Mike.
Mr. Waring, what's the difference? Anyway, I've called him off.
Thanks. What makes you sure he'll stay off?
He isn't interested in you, but he's found out who your friends are. That's all I wanted to know. Now you'd better go.
Oh, sure. Sure, get out of here, Bud. You're just dirt and no good crook. Go on, why don't you tell me off? Tell me what you really think of me.
Get out, Bud.
Oh, so now I'm not even worth talking to. I just get out. All right, I'll get out, but before I do, here's something for you to remember me by. I'm sorry, Sugar. I don't know what's the matter with me. You're right. I'm no good for anything. You all right, baby?
Just get out of here, Bud. Get out!
Hello?
Hello, Rickard. This is Barkley. I gotta see you right away.
What's the matter?
I'll tell you when I see you. How soon can you get here?
20 minutes?
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Mind if I join you, Rickard?
Oh, hello, Ternez.
I see you recognize me when you're all liquored up, huh?
What do you mean by that?
You weren't so sociable this afternoon. Brushed right by me without speaking.
Hmm? When was that?
At Barclays.
What? I wasn't at Barclays this afternoon.
Funny. I could swear it was you.
That's a lie.
Oh, I get so excited, pal. So I thought I saw you. Is there something to make you blow a gasket?
No, it just... Well, I wasn't there.
Okay, my mistake. You see, I was going up to see Barkley, and just as I start in the building, this character rushes out. And like I say, he's a dead ringer for you. So I start to say hello, but you... He don't start. I ring Barkley's bell, and no answer. When I try the door and it's not locked, I go in. And what do you think I find?
I don't know.
Don't you, Rika?
I told you I don't. I wasn't there.
Okay. I'll remember that. When the law asks me, I'll tell them it wasn't you that I saw, Ricard. It was just somebody who happens to look exactly like you.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, I have to tell them something, eh? Because inside Barclay's apartment, I see how come that character who rushes out is in such a hurry he don't even notice me.
Are you trying to say...
Yes, Ricard, you guessed it. I find Barclay lying on the sofa. And he don't even so much as say hello, which I can't blame him, huh? Seeing as how he just happens to be sort of, kind of, very dead.
Tomorrow, throughout our nation, Americans who appreciate the right to rule themselves will go to the polls and cast their ballots to elect their leaders. The right to vote is the very cornerstone of our American heritage of freedom. When you vote, vote as you please, as your conscience dictates, but vote. For freedom is everybody's job. And if you vote, you're letting America down. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few hours have passed since the murder of Bud Barclay. The story has hit the newsstands and found an interested reader in Mike Waring, who is now calling on his ex-client, Gloria Page.
You seen the paper, Gloria?
Yes.
Well?
Well, what?
You hire me to check on Barkley. I do. And my report is hardly in when he winds up dead. I can't help wondering if there's a connection. Is there?
If you mean did I kill him? No.
You saw him this afternoon
Yes?
and had a fight.
What makes you say that?
Look in the mirror.
I told him we were through. He didn't like it.
He didn't like. Kind of rough.
He was furious when he found out that I'd hired you.
Oh, you told him that?
Yes?
So he slapped you around. Do you have an alibi for the murder time?
I don't know. I guess not. I was here alone after he left.
Well, that's not going to sound so good to the police when they learn about your fight with Barkley.
Do they have to know?
You were his girl. They're sure to be around with questions.
What'll I do?
That's up to you. You told me you loved Barkley.
I thought I did.
What?
Well, after this afternoon.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You warned me there'd be heartache. There was when you told me he was senseless. And after the way he acted, it's all over.
You heal fast.
You think I killed him?
I didn't say that.
Believe me, Mike, I'm sorry he's dead. I was shocked when I read about it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me.
Well, that's all right, Gloria. It's not me you have to convince. It's the police.
Yes?
Hello. My name's Michael Waring. I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
Murder. You're Greg Rickard, aren't you?
Am I?
Well, this is his apartment, and you're in it, so it seems like a reasonable assumption.
Oh, that's what I call a detective. Okay, I'm Rickard. Now, where do we go from here?
Inside. More comfortable.
All right, Waring.
I'm glad you're not going to be difficult.
That remains to be seen. What do you want?
I understand you and Bud Barkley were pals.
How come you understand that?
In my business, a fellow asks questions.
But he doesn't always get the right answer.
Well, suppose you give me an answer then. Was Barkley a pal of yours?
I knew him.
When's the last time you saw him?
A couple of days ago.
Not today?
Not today.
Where were you this afternoon?
Right here.
All afternoon?
All afternoon.
Suppose I were to tell you I tried to phone you and got no answer.
Then I'd say I was in the shower and didn't hear the phone.
For over an hour? I kept trying.
I was very dirty.
Oh, you can do better than that, Rickard.
So I was taking a nap with the radio playing.
That's better, huh? But at least now I know you were lying.
So are you. Anyhow, you haven't put me at Barclays, if that's what you're trying to do.
Give me time.
How come you're trying to nail me for the job anyway? Just because I knew Barclay?
Well, I have to start somewhere. You know any better suggestions?
Yeah, there are plenty just as good. Anybody else who knew Barclay, his girl, for instance.
Gloria?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know any reason why she should have wanted to kill Barclay?
You know any reason why I should have?
I'm working on it. But as long as we're playing the field just now, who else should we consider? Lou Ternez?
No. No, why do you say that?
Why not? He knew Barkley, too, didn't he?
Believe me, Waring, it wasn't Ternez.
What makes you so sure?
All right, I'm not sure. Only I don't think it was Ternez. It's not like him.
Funny you should be so anxious to protect him.
I'm not trying to protect him. You think it's Ternez? Okay.
I don't think it's Ternez. Yet. From the way you've been acting, I may get around to it. At any rate, it's an angle worth checking. Thanks, Rickard. Hello, Ternez. Some people can't take a hint. Look, Wedding, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't like people in your racket. I don't like you.
Well, why should I let a little thing like that stop me when we have so much in common?
Like what?
Like you don't like me, I don't like you. That could be the basis for a beautiful friendship.
Are you going to get out of here?
Nope.
And I will.
What do you know about the Barkley murder, Ternez?
Good night, Wedding.
Sit down.
Let go, Wedding. I said sit down.
I want to talk to you.
Now, look, Wedding, I don't
Is
like...
there any reason why Rickard should want to frame you for the murder?
What? Did he? No, you don't, Wedding.
No, I don't what?
You tell me Rickard is trying to frame me. That's supposed to set me off on Rickard. Sorry. I don't want to play.
I didn't say Rickard tried to frame you.
Huh?
I was just wondering.
Uh-huh.
He tried to keep you out of this. Maybe he was really protecting you. Or maybe he just thought that would make me suspicious.
Well, you'll have to figure it out for yourself.
Now, look,
Sorry,
Ternez.
Waring. I told you I'm not going to help you. Go on back to the babe and tell her you drew a blank.
Babe?
Gloria Page.
Where'd you get the idea I'm working for her?
Barkley. Was she wrong?
No. I was working for her, but that was before the murder. Now I'm strictly on my own.
Where's the profit in that?
You never can tell.
Well, you won't get any dividends from me.
Can't hurt to try. There's something between you and Rickard. I want to know what it is.
Ask Rickard.
I did. Now I'm asking you.
You're just wasting your time, Wedding.
I could beat it out of you.
Could you?
Well, on second thought, I guess I couldn't. Not as long as you have that busted beer mug in your hand.
That's right, Waring. And now, if you don't want it in your face, just get out of my way.
Hello, Ternez. I've been expecting you. Come in.
Good. Have you, got the money, Rickard?
Well, that's what I call coming right to the point.
This is not a social call, Rickard, if you got it.
Naturally.
Good. You know, I've been thinking, maybe I'm letting you off too easy.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh. You don't want me to talk to the police about what happened this afternoon. But the police aren't the only ones interested.
Waring?
Yeah. He's in it, too.
So you tell him. All he can do with it is turn it over to the police.
Maybe I could make a deal. He might pay more for my information than you've offered for silence.
Why aren't you asking?
I prefer to do business with you. But I think you better sweeten the kitty. What's the joke?
I've been doing some thinking, too, Ternez. I've been thinking only a sucker pays blackmail because once he starts, there's no stopping.
Sometimes you don't have any choice.
Yeah, that's right. But this gun gives me a choice.
Hey, wait a minute.
Don't worry, Ternez. I won't. Not here. It looks like a nice night for a drive. So, let's go, shall we? Turn right at the next corner and stop when you get to the door.
Look, Rickard, I'll swear you weren't at Barkley today. I'll swear.
You'll swear anything with a gun looking your way. You'll sing a different song if I give you a chance, and I do mean sing.
No, anything.
Okay, Ternez, here's where we stop.
Look, I'm telling you.
I said stop. Now, you know.
Rickard, if you'll only...
Get out. Now start walking. Straight ahead. Go on. I'll be right behind you.
Rickard, I'll do anything you say, only give me a break.
Keep on walking out to the end of the pier.
You didn't kill Barkley. I can prove it. Give me a chance. Look, let's talk it over, huh? You didn't kill him. I'll swear to it. Anything, only...
Okay. Now, stop.
Please, Rickard,
After you've cast your vote for your favorite candidates in tomorrow's election, you'll want to be among the first to know who the winners are. So tune to Mutual tomorrow night, for Mutual and the station to which you're now listening is your best bet for fast, accurate, complete election returns. Yes, for radio's clearest, easiest to understand, and most exciting election returns, it's Mutual on election night. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 12 hours have passed since Rickard switched from buying silence to gunning for it. Now he's in his room, packing, when there's a knock at the door.
Come in. You can take those back. Oh, you Waring.
Mm-hmm. Who'd you expect? A moving man for that trunk?
Look, Waring, I don't have time
Don't be so sure. You'll probably get plenty of time.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just when I read that Ternez was fished out of the river with a slug in him, I thought of you. When it said he was still alive, I had a hunch you'd be preparing to clear out before Ternez recovered enough to talk.
All right, I'm moving. That doesn't prove anything.
But Ternez is talking, Will. Next time you toss a pal in the drink, you'd better make sure he stopped breathing first.
You can't prove anything on
And
me.
you don't intend to wait until I can, is that it?
I don't intend to wait because I have other plans, and you're not stopping me.
No, but maybe the law will. May I use your phone?
Oh, you don't.
Oh, don't be like that. I'll give you a nickel.
Put down that phone.
Oh, sorry, pal.
Put down that phone, are you?
I was waiting for you to reach for your gun. Now I'll take it. Now you can get back to your packing, Rickard. You're going for a trip, all right. But it's not the one you planned. Hello, Ternez. The doctor said I could come in for a minute.
Hello, Eddie.
How you feeling?
All right. I tell you, come in.
You can turn that off now, Ternez. We're on the same team with you state's evidence against Rickard.
Yeah.
The police tell me you've not only tabbed Rickard for plugging you, but for doing the job on Barkley, too.
Yeah. That's why he wanted to finish me. Because I saw him coming up at Barclays right after the murder.
What were you doing at Barkley?
He called me yesterday afternoon. Morning, said he wanted to see me.
What about?
He didn't say. When I got to his place, he was dead.
I see. Well, thanks, Ternez. Looks like we've pretty well taken care of Mr. Rickard. We've got him for attempted murder on you, and now that he's in so deep anyway, he's admitted pulling some robberies with Barkley. The only thing he won't admit is Barkley's murder. But with your testimony, I think we'll clinch that, too.
Uh-huh.
Only not against Rickard.
What?
No, Ternez. That little job was your handiwork.
What?
So hurry up and get well, because you've got to face a murder trial, and if you're any sort of a man, you won't want to take it lying down. So you see, Gloria, when Ternez found out that Barkley and Rickard had worked the jewelry job, he went up to Barkley's to ask for blackmail. And when Barkley didn't want to pay as much as Ternez demanded, Ternez killed him and took everything he had.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just as he was leaving, he saw Rickard go into Barkley's. He knew Rickard wouldn't want it known that he was at the scene so near the time of the murder, so Ternez tried to blackmail him. You see, Ternez wasn't satisfied with just Barkley's half of the split. He wanted the whole take.
So he blackmailed Rickard for a murder he'd committed himself.
Yeah. Talk about gall, huh?
Well, tell me, Mike, how did you know Ternez was the murderer?
Oh, it's simple. Ternez claimed the last time he spoke to Barkley was yesterday morning. He said when he arrived at Barkley's yesterday afternoon, Barkley was already dead.
Mm-hmm.
But Ternez knew I was working for you. When I asked him how he knew, he said Barkley told him.
Yes?
Well, don't you see? Barkley didn't know that until you told him yesterday afternoon.
Of course.
So that meant Ternez was lying. He did see Barkley yesterday afternoon, but he arrived before the murder, not after, and killed Barkley in order to rob him.
Well, that clears that up then. Now, there's just one other thing.
What's that?
I only hired you to check on Barkley, but you kept right after his murder until you solved that. Why? What did you hope to gain?
It's a beautiful night, Gloria.
Mm-hmm.
There's a beautiful moon.
Mm-hmm.
And a beautiful girl.
Thank you.
But until the murder was cleared up, you were a suspect. You know something, Gloria? I was never much good at kissing through a wire screen.
Murder doesn't fit the frame. murder doesn't fit the frame. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that if you know the name of a murderer, you'd better spill that information before he spills your blood. So be sure to listen next week at the same time to another exciting adventure of the Falcon. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music by Milton Kay. Les Tremaine was starred as the Falcon. Ternez was played by Joe DeSantis. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of intrigue and mystery.
You can't tell much about Havana from a boat tied up at the waterfront, me long, especially at night. But you like Havana.
It is a strange place. But to one who has lived her life in China, all other places are strange.
It won't be that way for long. There's a little bit of all the other places in Havana.
Mr. Shannon.
All right, I'll get your suitcase, me
Oh,
long.
no. Oh, no, that is not it, Mr. Shannon. It is the other thing. Why did Sam Chu have me brought here to Havana?
You mean you don't know?
I know only in Shanghai a letter came to me from Sam Chu. A letter with money, with instructions. Then a man came with more instructions and took me away from Shanghai. Why, Mr. Shannon?
If I'd known you were in Shanghai, I might have brought you here myself.
What manner of man are you, Mr. Shannon?
I run a hotel, I own a boat. I meet freighters somewhere in the Caribbean. Because I have a client named Sam Chu who's in a hurry to see a girl named Me Long.
Hello! Anyone aboard?
Yeah.
Is your name Slate Shannon, sir?
That's right.
Good. Excellent. Come aboard, Mickey. We'll talk to Slate Shannon. How do you do, Mr. Shannon?
Say, what is this? What do you guys want on my boat?
Let me hold the gun, Mickey, so Mr. Shannon can see it better. Good. You did that very well, Mickey. And you, young lady, how do you do?
Mr. Shannon, who are these men?
The lady asked the question.
We're friends of yours, Mr. Shannon, and hers. The closest friends you have in the world. Don't you think so, Mickey? Mickey can't talk. He just agrees with me. Don't you, Mickey? You see, what did I tell you?
Now that I know who you are, off the boat.
You hear that, Mickey? He wants us to get off the boat. To pick up the thread of the conversation, Mr. Shannon, what we want is the statue. The Kuan Yin the lady brought with her from China.
You know what they're talking about, Me Long?
I have brought nothing from China. A suitcase. That is all I brought from China.
Does that end our conversation, close friends of mine?
Mickey and I think the Kuan Yin is on this boat, Mr. Shannon. Don't we think that, Mickey?
Well, then ask Mickey where it is.
With my holding a gun on you, you say that?
Say, look now.
Go ahead, Mickey. Well done, Mickey. Easy, easy. There'll be other times, Mickey. Mr. Shannon will not disturb us for quite a while. So, young lady, Where is the Kuan Yin?
I do not know what it is you want.
Search the boat, Mickey. Start with this suitcase. Now let us assume, dear young lady, that the Kuan Yin is not aboard. Where did Mr. Shannon stop this boat and hide it?
Do not touch me with your hand.
It offends you, my dear.
Yes. Yes.
You slapped Zender. You slapped Jeffrey Zender. That's most unfortunate. Most unfortunate. I detest killing. Now, I'm afraid, dear young lady, your body will be washed up upon some shore, and someone will wonder why.
King Moses,
Yes, Lady Sailor.
what's that you're playing?
Waiting type song. Waiting for Mr. Shannon type song. You are mine? King Moses will have melody written in stone, so it never dies.
Thanks. How long have you known Slate?
Longer than you. Longer than anybody. Anywhere.
How long?
Since many years. In Port-au-Prince, I see man walking on waterfront. A man. I sing song. He asks my name. I ask his. We attach ourselves each to the other.
And it's been good?
With Mr. Slate Shannon, it's the better than anything.
That's how it is, King Moses. What's that kind of music for? Chinese girl Slate's bringing back?
No, Lady Sailor. We are about to be honored with the celestial presence of Mr. Sam Chu.
He looks like he's just stepped out of a Chinese finger painting. Looking for me, Sam?
Oh, Princess, your exquisite face brings tears of delight to the unworthy eyes of Sam Chu.
Hi, Sam.
I bow to the fragrance of your beauty, Miss Gail Duval. Your presence lends enchantment to Shannon's place. Where is Mr. Shannon?
He hasn't come back yet.
Mr. Shannon told me he would have my cargo here at precisely this hour. In a matter of this nature, Mr. Shannon has been a man of the precise second.
Oh, don't worry about it, Sam. But what is the nature of this matter? Slate never told me.
It is a matter of bringing a girl from Shanghai.
Well, this I already know. But does your wife know?
Well, unfortunately, I am not blessed with a wife. However, of the girl from Shanghai, she brings with her the fabulous Kuan Yin.
Kuan Yin?
A statue. An idol.
That's more important than a girl from Shanghai?
Far more. Kuan Yin is a goddess. Priceless. Wondrous. I have made the girl suffer the ravages of a journey from China. The terrors of clandestine flight to bring Kuan Yin to me. When Mr. Shannon returns, have him bring the Kuan Yin and the girl to me immediately, to the house of Sam Chu. Thus, I end the delight of your presence.
Likewise, I'm sure. Bye, Sam. King Moses.
Yes, Lady Sailor.
That Waiting for Mr. Slate Shannon song. Play it some more.
All right, Lady Sailor.
That doesn't do it.
You go to dock to wait for boat to see what that does, Lady Sailor.
To see what that does, King Moses. Lie still, Slate. It won't hurt so much if you lie still, with your head in my lap.
He was good, wasn't he? He went over me real good.
Who?
Man who was owned by another man who owned a gun.
I told you it would hurt if you tried to move. If you want anything, I'll get it for you. All you have to do is touch my hand.
You know about pain, huh, Sailor?
Not like yours. Other kinds I know about.
Like what?
If I ever tell you, throw me away. What happened to you, Slate? Why did somebody try to make you over?
Well, they thought we had something called the Kuan Yin. Me and the girl. Hey, where is she?
There's no one else on the boat.
Sailor, wherever they've got her,
Oh, don't think about it. They've bruised your mouth.
Give me a day and I'll have it like new.
There's another remedy, Slate.
Wasn't bad. Remind me to get some.
I'll remind you.
Help me up.
You must be out of your mind. When am I going to get another chance like this?
Help me up. Thanks.
You're welcome. Goodbye, Slate. Ask for me at Shannon's place. Maybe I'll be there.
Come back here. You're crazy like your father.
My father was crazy to will me to you when he died. What else could he have done with me?
He could have turned you over to decent people, to safe people. People who don't get beaten up, who go on Sunday picnics, walk in a park.
You're stuck with me, Slate. You hate it? You didn't answer me. Do you hate it?
I'll think about it.
Come on. Put your arm around my shoulder and I'll take you back to the hotel.
We call on Sam Chu.
But, Slate, you're hurt. You can't go.
We call on Sam Chu. Tell him I messed up his mission. To ask him why I did.
Anything you want, Slate.
To ask him why he hired me to pick up Me Long. Why she disappeared. Why a man beat me up for a statue I didn't have.
I can steer a fine course to the house of Sam Chu. Just keep the arm around my shoulder.
You have come about Sam Chu?
That's right.
Both of you?
The two of us.
That is strange.
Where is Sam?
Please come in. Your face, it has been hurt.
His face has been hurt, but he still wants to see Sam Chu.
You may call me Tamar.
Slate Shannon. This is Sailor...
Miss Duval.
You are strangers to the house of Chu?
I've never been here before. I know Sam pretty well. He never mentioned...
Me? There is no reason why he should. I am in his employ because of my knowledge of antiques.
What about your knowledge of a girl named Mi Long?
Mi Long? A Chinese girl?
Girl I picked up from a freighter and brought to Havana. A girl who's disappeared.
On the radio, as I was driving here to Sam Chu's, I heard of a Chinese girl.
What about her?
Only that she was found in Havana Harbor, freshly dead from a bullet wound. Could this be your Mi Long?
I got a feeling this could be our Mi Long, Slate.
Yeah. Take us to Sam Chu.
You must understand. When I returned here a half hour ago, I disturbed my employer not at all.
This is a lady with a message, Slate. Do you get the message?
No, I don't.
Then you are not of the police? I called them.
Police?
Please. In this room. There. There on the floor.
Sam.
I know what. You're going to tell us he's dead, aren't you, Tamar?
Precisely. If you can bear to look, there is a silk cord about his throat. Isn't that unfortunate, Miss Duval?
Now, back to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Quite a sight, huh, Sailor?
I've never seen a Chinese funeral before. Sam Chu and Mi Long.
Sam Chu and Me Long. It was one of the toughest things I ever had to do, Sailor, identifying Me Long.
She was that lovely?
That lovely. Light some more firecrackers, Sailor. Firecrackers to keep away whatever spirit she wants kept away. Money thrown in her coffin to pay her way into whatever paradise she wants.
A paradise that's watched over by Kuan Yin?
Yeah. What's there about a Chinese goddess? What's there about a statue that makes people dead? Sailor. Sailor.
Look at her.
Yeah. Tamar. Tamar in a mandarin robe like...
Go ahead, say it, Slate. I'll agree with you.
Like an enchanted princess. I'll see you, sailor.
Where are you going?
To join the funeral. To get a princess to tell me a story.
Slate! Hey, wait for me, Slate!
A fascinating and pathetic spectacle, don't you think?
What? Oh, that's right. Fascinating and pathetic. Who are you?
If you don't mind, I am Jeffrey Zender.
I don't mind. That's your problem.
And you are Miss Duval.
And I am Miss Duval. How did you know?
Merely because the late Sam Chu pointed you out to me one day at Shannon's place, and I have never forgotten.
Oh, you knew Sam Chu?
Quite intimately. He was my business associate. Would you care to join me in my own private manner of expressing grief over Sam's death?
All right. Yes, I would.
Sam's shop is just a few doors down.
I'd like to see how you grieve when a friend dies, Mr. Zender.
I noticed it was difficult for Mr. Shannon to tear his eyes away from the lovely and exotic Tamar.
Do you know her?
Only slightly. Here we are.
This place looks as if Sam collected all the loot in China.
Spurious loot. It's all fake. Will you sit down?
Thanks. Now grieve, Mr. Zender. I want to watch.
These statuettes you see on the shelves, all plaster. Mass-produced for the tourist trade. In all this rubbish, nothing so delicate or so desirable as a Kuan Yin.
Tell me more about this Kuan Yin, Mr. Zender.
About it? About it is that it's worth perhaps $250,000.
Oh, and there's nothing so delicate and desirable as $250,000, is there?
Quite. What is your theory as to where the Kuan Yin is?
Why should I have a theory?
I'll tell you why. A Chinese girl sails half around the world with a fabulous idol. Mr. Shannon is to deliver her to Sam Chu. She's killed. But suddenly she doesn't have the idol. Why doesn't she have it?
How do you know all this?
For a reason. I killed the girl from China.
I see.
Of course you do not see. Else you would tell me where the Kuan Yin is. Where is it?
I don't know.
Will you tell me, Miss Duval?
I can't tell you. I don't know.
As you wish it. Mickey! Mickey, come in here. Ask her where the Kuan Yin is, Mickey. Be gentle, but firm.
I knew you would come back to me, Slate Shannon.
And we both knew it, didn't we, Tamar?
I saw you when you were watching the funeral procession. It was a very long funeral, and all the time your eyes were on me, as they are now. You find me desirable?
An understatement, Tamar. Guy wants a lot of things. Some of the best a mark don't touch.
I am not fragile, Slate. I will not break. You may touch me.
Anything you say.
You see, I am not an illusion. Here, I will show you.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
It is said the goddess Kuan Yin could kiss a wound and make it vanish. The image of her is believed to be just as miraculous by some. It is a pity she has been lost, is it not?
Yeah. Maybe if Kuan Yin weren't so miraculous, the girl I picked up at sea, Mi Long, would still be alive. And Sam, too. This Kuan Yin, does it kiss away dying, Tamar?
If you gave her to me, gave me the Kuan Yin.
Yeah, but what makes you think I've got it?
Because a man like you, it would have been simple to steal from Mi Long.
Yeah, it would have been, but I didn't think of it. Also, she didn't have it. Now it's your turn again.
I don't believe you. I don't believe...
Besides the miracles, how much will the Kuan Yin bring in Yankee dollars, Tamar?
The Kuan Yin image is a symbol of the tears of Mother China. Your having her is a desecration.
Oh, where did all the gentle go, Tamar? Look, if I had the Kuan Yin, maybe I'd give it to you. That would make us pals again, wouldn't it? You and me and Mother China.
Get out. Get out of this house. Your presence is insulting to the memory of the dead.
Yeah, we almost forgot about that, didn't we, Tamar?
Get out!
All right. Some other time, huh?
Mr. Shannon, he taken his boat on ride. Two fellas on deck, in shadows they hide. No beefsteak or lotion can start to erase the bruises they bumped on Mr. Shannon's face. Mr. Shannon, he was...
What time is it, King?
Miss Sailor's not back for 5 hours already.
I didn't ask you that.
No, you didn't ask me that.
Where could she be for 5 hours?
In Havana? In 5 hours in this Havana, you get born again and live again.
She's never been away from me this long. As long as she's been here.
Lucky fellow, you, Mr. Slade. So beautiful is Miss Sailor. She... Look, Mr. Slade.
Yeah, I see him. You want something, Chico?
Por favor, yo quiero, Senor Shannon.
My name's Shannon.
Bueno. Un hombre, a man, he said to come here to this place and find Senor Shannon.
All right, all right. What man? What did he want?
No sabe what man. He say go to here, this place, and tell Senor Shannon like this. Kuan Yin.
Kuan Yin?
Si, Kuan Yin. He say also bring it. He say bring it to shop of Sam Chu. He say Senorita Duval.
Now, what did he say about the senorita?
Not, the senorita will be there, that is all.
What man told you all this, Chico?
I do not know.
What man? What man told you this?
I do not know. I do not know. I swear it by my mother. I do not, senor. Un hombre on the street, he tell me to...
Okay. You did all right, Chico. Open up! Open up!
Mr. Shannon.
Where is she? Where's Miss Duval?
Come in. You're very prompt, Mr. Shannon.
I asked you something. I asked you, where is she?
Ask politely, Mr. Shannon. This gun at your stomach says, ask politely. Come. Miss Duval is in the back room. Through this litter of Sam Chu's vulgar tourist art. Through beaded curtains. Also vulgar. Miss Duval. Mr. Shannon.
You all right?
Just untie me, Slate. These ropes keep doing things to my wrists.
Oh, they're bleeding.
No comments. Just untie me.
Sure.
Not quite so fast, Mr. Shannon. Not quite. You forget two things. One, this ugly little beast in my hand. Two, the exquisite Kuan Yin.
Oh. We barter, huh? I give you the Kuan Yin, you give me Miss Duval.
Precisely.
The man strikes a hard bargain, Slate.
Yeah, I remember. He's got a hammer named Mickey.
Mickey will trouble no one anymore.
Oh, he'll be washed up on the beach like me long.
Exactly. As Flotsam. Or is it Jetsam?
Jetsam.
I never can remember the difference. And now, Mr. Shannon, now that we've touched gloves, the Kuan Yin, please.
No, you just don't understand how it's going to be. First, I release Miss Duval. Then I take her home. Then you get the Kuan Yin.
You didn't bring it with you?
I left it at the hotel.
Why, I'll...
No, you won't. You kill Slate, no Kuan Yin. You hurt a hair on my head, no Kuan Yin. Isn't that how it is, Slate? If he hurts a hair on my head?
Maybe you need time to think it out, huh, Zenda?
Tamar and I have waited this long. We will wait an hour longer.
Oh. You and Tamar. Who wound the silk around Sam Chu's throat, Zenda? You, Tamar? I only asked because it was so professional.
Thank you. I did. It was necessary. So I did.
Sure. Just as a matter of curiosity, how much is the Kuan Yin worth?
$250,000.
Hey, you come expensive, sailor. Real expensive. Almost as expensive as this.
Fool! Take your hands off me. I'll kill you.
Try me.
Now you can untie me, Slate.
Yeah.
You did good.
Yeah. Now, let's go, sailor.
Wait a minute. Look, over there in the corner. That shining statue, like something lighted inside.
Hey, what do you know? It's the Kuan Yin.
Kuan Yin. It's beautiful.
Oh, leave it alone, sailor. It's beautiful. And it killed Sam Chu. Leave it alone.
Must have been here all the time.
The oldest trick in the world. Sam has something valuable, so he covered it with something cheap, plaster, like all these other phony plaster statues. If it hadn't fallen off the shelf during the fight, it would have been lost forever.
And the whole business, the girl from China, all of it. A little Chinese play staged by Sam Chu to trick whoever else wanted the Kuan Yin.
Now leave it there, sailor. Let's go.
To Tamar?
To Shannon's place. The cops can have Tamar and the Kuan Yin.
You sure you don't want to go see Tamar?
To Shannon's place. You coming, sailor?
Take the wheel, Slate.
All right.
I like this. Night, moon, trade winds, boat.
You ought to like it. This boat cost me a lot of money.
I paid half, remember?
Yeah, that's what I said. You paid half. Take the wheel, sailor.
What's the matter with you?
I'm in pain. My mouth hurts. Take the wheel.
All right. Hurts bad, huh?
Awful.
Take the wheel.
All right.
Slate.
Yeah, sailor? Hey, who's got the wheel?
Be still, Slate. What can we run into in the middle of the Gulf Stream?
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Hello?
Is Mr. Manletter there?
Why, no, I'm sorry he's not. This is his secretary, Miss Rochelle. Can I help you?
Yes, you can deliver a message for me. I've been trying to reach him all day. This is John Partridge, president of the Morton National Bank.
Mr. Partridge, but... Well, Arthur Borden is president of the Morton Bank, isn't he?
Not since yesterday, he's not. Give this message to Mr. Manletter, please. Tell him that his notes to the bank were due and payable on Monday of this week, and we must have our money.
But, Mr. Partridge, we showed our books to Mr. Borden only last week, and he agreed to extend the notes until our accounts receivable came in. Our business is in fine shape, Mr. Partridge. Our books prove it.
Please tell Mr. Manletter that we'll accept our money in the morning, Miss Rochelle.
But it's $100,000. We can't possibly raise that money overnight.
I'm sorry. That's Mr. Manletter's problem. Goodbye.
$100,000.
Hello, Gene.
Mr. Manletter, the bank just called. There's a new president,
And they want to foreclose on my notes.
How did you know?
Read this letter. I got it at the house this morning. Here, read it.
If you want to know how to prevent the bank from foreclosing on your note, have your friend Boston Blackie visit a house at 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock this evening. Signed, a friend. Mr. Manletter, what does that mean?
I don't know. I can't see any connection between the bank and Blackie. But I do know I won't ask him to go to Hunter Street.
Well, can we raise $100,000 for the notes overnight?
I don't think so, but I'll try. Only there isn't much hope.
Then you must call your friend Blackie.
No, it can only mean trouble for Blackie. I don't know how or why, but it must be trouble for him if I'm being forced to ask him to go there.
But Blackie thrives on trouble, Mr. Manletter, and it'll save your business.
No, I won't call Blackie. I'm going out to try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later.
All right, sir. Alice, will you call a number for me, please? Get me Boston Blackie.
Get me Boston Blackie. 4 words that the weak use to call their champion. You know, some expressions seem so natural and right, we use them all the time without even thinking, like ruby red and sky blue and so on. Well, what I get a particular kick out of is the fact that we've added a new one to the nation's vocabulary. Yes, I hear tell that nowadays you ladies say rinse so white when you want to talk about really white clothes. Of course, there's a mighty good reason why Rinso gets your clothes so white. Rinso's soapy rich suds won't take no for an answer from dirt. They pitch right in your tub or washer and go to town. Yes, Rinso gets out more dirt. And that's why you ladies are able to turn out those beautiful Rinso white, Rinso bright washes. So next wash day, whistle for the kind of wash you're proud to hang on your line. Like this. And remember, it stands for Rinso White. Now, meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie.
Tell me, Blackie, which one of these girls do you like best? Come on, take a look at their pictures. Come on, will you?
All right, Shorty. I'll judge your personal beauty contest for you. Now, this blonde here...
Yeah.
Hold it, Shorty. I'll get the phone. Hello?
Blackie?
Yes.
Blackie, this is Jean. I had to call you. Mr. Manletter's in terrible trouble.
Hey, come on, will you, Blackie? Come on, get off that phone. I got to know about this redhead.
Lay off, Shorty. What is it, Jean? What's the matter with Arthur?
The bank called an hour ago. I've been trying since then to reach you. They're going to take over the business if Arthur doesn't redeem his notes for $100,000 by tomorrow morning.
Well, they can't do that, Jean.
Yes, they can. The notes are overdue.
Hey, boss, what about this brunette? Now, come on, will you?
Quiet. Not you, Jean. Look, honey, I haven't anywhere near $100,000, and I wouldn't know where to go to get it by tomorrow morning.
I didn't expect you would, Blackie, but Mr. Manletter received a message saying that if you come to 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock tonight, the notes will be renewed.
If I go to 50 Hunter Street, well, what does that mean?
I don't know, Blackie.
But if I show up, they'll renew?
That's what the note says. Mr. Manletter knew you'd be in some kind of danger if you went, and he wouldn't ask you.
Oh, don't worry, chick. You'll hear from me. Bye.
So you finally got done. Now, come on, help me. Look at it. See, I got 50 pictures here. Pick out the one I should pin up on my wall.
I can't do anything about your pin-up problem now, Shorty.
Oh.
I've got something at 50 Hunter Street that I've got to pin down.
Come in, Blackie. Come in, Blackie. Come in, Blackie.
Hey, what is this? Sounds like a record. Hey, you behind that desk. You in the mask. What is this? Come on, talk.
First of all, Boston Blackie, don't try anything foolish. There's one of my men behind you with a gun. And now that you've turned around to see, let me tell you that you are listening to this recording which I made because I don't want you to know what my voice sounds like in person.
A record, huh? Well, personally, I prefer Harry James.
Blackie, I want you to listen carefully to what follows. Have you anything to say?
Sure I have. I hope you'll... Oh!
Okay, boss. Take the record off. He's out cold. I hope I didn't hit him too hard, boss. There's no sense killing him. The law is going to do that for us very soon.
Gee, Blackie, where you been? I've been having pups.
Well, I hope they look like their mother. Well, I'm back, Shorty, only I'm not the same guy.
You should have had your head examined for going down to that Hunter Street joint.
Yes, I had it cracked. That's worse. Take a look at this, Shorty.
A bullet hole?
Yeah.
In your coat pocket. Who'd you shoot, Blackie?
I didn't shoot anybody, Shorty. Somebody slugged me, and when I woke up, my gun was gone, and this hole was in my pocket. I must have been out for hours. It's almost 11 o'clock. I called Jean, and she told me the bank renewed Manletter's notes the minute I showed up at the Hunter Street place.
Somebody sure took an awful crack at you, hey, Blackie?
Yeah, it's more than that, Shorty. Only how much more and exactly what, I don't know. Get my robe, will you, please?
Yeah, sure, boss. Give me your coat, and I'll hang it over this here chair.
Well, here it is.
Blackie, what do you make of this business this afternoon?
I don't make it. It's got me stumped.
Yeah, me too. Well, here's your robe.
Thanks. I think I'll lie down and relax for half an hour. Would you mind fixing me some coffee, Shorty?
Sure. Have it free in just a minute, boss.
Thanks.
Hello, Blackie. Glad to see me?
Well, Inspector Faraday, of course I'm glad to see you. Which goes to prove how easy I am to please.
Very funny. Well, Blackie, I think you overdid it this afternoon.
Well, my head sure feels like I did.
That isn't what I mean. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Fred Visual?
That crooked Shamus?
Yeah?
Oh, sure, I've heard of him. And he's heard of me, too, Faraday. I got the guy's license suspended when he tried to blackmail me. A couple of friends of mine, last year.
That's the guy. He didn't like you, Blackie.
I'd feel a whole lot worse if you said Rita Hayworth didn't like me.
You didn't like him either.
I hate rats, Faraday. Come on, what's all this about?
Nothing, only Visual was found shot to death an hour ago.
What?
I'm taking you in for his murder, Blackie. Now, let's get going.
Now, look, Faraday, you've done ridiculous things every day of your life. But right now, you're borrowing from next week. What makes you think I bumped off Visual?
I don't think it. I know it. We've got your gun, and it's got your fingerprints on it.
Oh.
We found it near Visual's body. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a bullet hole in the pocket of this coat of yours on the chair? You fired from your pocket.
Well, maybe I burned the hole with a cigarette.
No cigarette ever burned a hole like that. Now, come on, let's get going, Blackie. Get dressed and hurry up. Take off that robe, put a coat on. You're coming with me. Come on, take that robe off.
All right.
Pretty robe, isn't it? Too bad you won't be allowed to wear it in jail.
You like this robe, Inspector?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, take a good look at it.
Lovely.
Take a good look at it. Right over your head. Shorty.
Yeah, I'm right here, boss. I was waiting for a signal from him before I counted.
Well, help me tie him up, Shorty. We'll use the cord from the rope. Now, quiet, Inspector, quiet. Don't you know it's impolite to talk with your mouth full?
You'll be tied up like a chicken in just a little minute now.
Well, I know what the score is now, Shorty. Somebody's fixed it to look like I knocked off Fred Visual.
Yeah, I heard. Ain't a very pretty picture, is it, boss?
I'm not worried about the picture, Shorty. I'm worried about the frame.
Who is it? Who's there?
Let me in, Jean. Hurry. It's Blackie.
Blackie?
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry about coming to your apartment at this hour, Jean, but I couldn't reach you on the telephone.
Well, they closed the downstairs switchboard at midnight.
Oh.
What is it, Blackie? What's wrong?
I need information, Jean. I need all you know or can remember. There's some connection between a private detective named Fred Visual and somebody at the Morton National Bank. Now, who was it that spoke to you on the telephone?
The new president.
Oh.
His name is John Partridge.
Well, that's the man I'm going to see. Faraday's on my trail again, Jean, and I've got to clear myself.
Oh, you'll never be able to get into the bank to see Partridge, especially if Faraday has a dragnet out for you. As soon as you show up, they'll throw you in jail.
Oh, don't worry. I'll figure out a way to get in to see him. But if I don't get anywhere with Partridge, I'm a dead duck.
Good morning, Mr. Partridge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Partridge.
Good morning.
Oh, I left your mail on your desk, Mr. Partridge.
Thank you. I'll be in my office if anyone wants me.
Don't open your mouth, Partridge, or this gun will shut it permanently.
Why? What do you want? Aren't you one of the special police that protects the bank?
Oh, well, don't let this uniform fool you. I wore it just to get in here. And keep away from your desk. You know, I'm allergic to the sudden pushing of buttons. Ah, that's better. Now, do you know who I am?
No.
I'm Boston Blackie.
That doesn't mean a thing to me.
Oh, I think it does. You called Arthur Manletter's office and told him the bank wouldn't renew his notes. But he received a letter saying that if I were to go to 50 Hunter Street, the bank would renew.
Maybe you know what you're talking about, but I don't.
You've got to be the man behind a pretty shrewd frame-up, Partridge. Unless you're acting on somebody's instructions. Now, which is it?
You know that if I raised my voice, you'd be shot dead by the bank guards before you could go through the front door?
Well, I'd have company, Partridge, believe me. You. Inspector Faraday thinks I killed a man. They don't hang you twice for double killing. Why was I framed for the murder of Fred Visual?
I don't know any Fred Visual, and I don't know anything about any telephone call that was supposed to be made by me to Arthur Manletter.
Oh, you don't, huh? How about the renewal of Manletter's note?
There never was any question about renewing Manletter's note. His credit is excellent. The note was renewed by me personally at 10 o'clock yesterday morning with a notary attesting to the time. And that was certainly long before my alleged phone call.
Oh, you played it cozy, huh? You knew Manletter would call me, so you bluffed him.
How long are you going to make me stand here? Can't you see there's nothing I know that can help you? Why don't you go?
I will. I've got another stop to make. But the minute I leave this office, you'll call for help, of course.
Of course.
Oh, but you're not going to. You know, the only way you can do any calling, Partridge, is to talk in your sleep. Mr. Borden?
Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you at your home. My name is Boston Blackie.
How do you do, Mr. Blackie?
I came up here to see you, Mr. Borden, about your bank.
You mean about what used to be my bank?
I'm sorry. Who decided to replace you as president?
The board of directors.
Oh, and was it done suddenly?
Yes, very.
Uh-huh. And where did John Partridge come from?
I don't know. He'd been on our board of directors only a short while.
Oh.
I'm an old man, Blackie. The loss of my bank was a blow to me. Everything came so suddenly, I haven't gotten used to not being there anymore. Will you forgive me if I'd rather not talk about it?
Oh, I understand, Mr. Borden. I'm going to try to get your bank back for you, but I need some help. Now, here's an address where I can be reached. Oh, you must have some loyal employee at the bank you can depend on, and would you call him and get him to find out something about Partridge? And if you get any information, send me a message. And send that ring you're wearing with it so I know it's from you.
I'll send you a message if I get it, but with just a paper clip on it. I haven't been able to get this ring off in years. The paper clip will identify my messenger if I hear anything.
Good. Give me a little help. I'll turn a murder over to Inspector Faraday, get rid of the charge against myself, and give you a bank right in your side pocket. We've got to stay down here at my waterfront hideout during the day, Shorty. Every cop in town is on our tail, and Faraday's sworn he won't sleep till he brings me in.
It's okay with me, Blackie. And go ahead, it's your deal. You got me, let me see, you got me 60 to 17 and 2 boxes. Go ahead, it's your deal.
You know one thing about gin rummy, it sure passes the time away.
Yeah, it passes my dough away, too.
Okay, you two. Hoist him. Come on, Patsy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Now, look, Blackie. Stand up and don't try nothing foolish. I know all about you and your tricks.
Well, I wasn't exactly going to ask you to pick a card. Who are you?
A guy who ain't going to be outsmarted by you.
Oh?
Tie the little guy up, Patsy.
Yeah, I'll tie him up good, too.
Don't talk. Tie.
I'm tying him. He ain't going to go nowhere for a while.
Okay. Suppose we start moving, Blackie. You ready, Patsy?
Yeah, I'm ready, Mug.
Well, of course, don't anybody ask me.
You're ready, Blackie. But you don't know for what. Now, start moving.
Oh, this is a ride, huh? Okay. One way?
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Blackie. We're coming back. Patsy and me. But we got orders to get you.
Orders to get me, huh? Dealing in the Blackie market?
You'll strain an arm reaching for jokes like that, Blackie.
I thought that was rather clever,
But you might as well know something.
Yeah?
We ain't taking you on any gang ride. We're turning you over to the cops.
Yeah, I'll bet. A couple of hoods like you wouldn't go within 2 miles of headquarters. I guarantee Faraday's got charges hanging over both you guys.
Maybe. Only he'll be so glad to see you, he won't be able to think straight. All right, let's get moving, Blackie. And remember, I'm the guy that's got the gun on you.
Okay, Mug. But take my word for it, someday you're going to beg me to forget that.
Blackie, there's something natural about the way you look behind bars.
Yeah.
They look good on you.
Oh, thanks.
You've got no idea how nice it is to see you sitting so sweetly in that cell.
Now, Faraday, listen, I didn't knock off Fiswell. No kidding.
Oh, of course not. And you didn't throw your bathrobe over my head and tie me up either, did you, Blackie?
Well, yes, I did do that, Faraday. You know I did. But I did it to help you.
Oh, this is going to be good. Now, tell me how.
Well, somebody knocked off Fred Viswell. Your job is to catch murderers, Faraday. I had to be free to help you, see?
Blackie, you should have been a lawyer.
Thanks.
Only you're overlooking a slight something. Your gun. Your pretty little gun. With your fingerprints on it. And a slug from it in Viswell's head and the bullet hole in your coat pocket. Nobody else killed Viswell, Blackie. You've got no alibi. You hated the guy and your gun did the job. Looks like kind of a perfect job to me.
This is a frame-up, Faraday. Now, you've got to do something you've never done before.
Oh, what?
Use your head.
Look, you're in jail, Blackie, and you tell me to use my head. Don't you think this is a spot where you should use yours?
Well, it seems as though Inspector Faraday is about to realize a lifelong ambition and has finally found a charge against Boston Blackie that will stick. However, that remains to be seen, of course. You know, you ladies really have it all over the men folks when it comes to being sensible about clothes. Come summertime, for instance, you know that one of the tricks of keeping cool is to look cool. And what could look cooler, crisper, and prettier than those bright cotton washables you wear? It's important, though, to remember to keep them bright and crisp. And that's where our soapy-rich Rinso comes in. No point in working your head off in summertime, boiling and scrubbing clothes. And you don't have to with Rinso. A short soaking in Rinso suds, often as little as 10 minutes, is enough. Then a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. And believe you me, you'll be mighty proud of how your wash looks, too. Your lovely colored washable cottons will stay fresh and bright week after week, wash after wash. And your white clothes, well, it goes without saying, they'll be, yes, Rinso white. So get Rinso next wash day for a Rinso white, Rinso bright wash. And now back to Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris. Blackie is in jail. Inspector Faraday knows that it was Blackie's gun that killed Fred Viswell, and Blackie can't clear himself while he's in prison. Into the cell block where Blackie is being kept walks a young lady.
The policeman at the end of the corridor said I could come in and talk to all the other policemen in the whole jail, and you're the other policeman, so I thought I'd come over and talk to you.
All right, miss. But about what?
About the ball, of course. Everybody knows about the ball.
What ball?
The ball we're giving. But I'm selling tickets only to policemen.
Well, now I've heard everything. Selling tickets to policemen for a civilian's ball. How much are they?
$1. But the policeman at the end of the corridor said that if I came up with...
here's $1 and keep the ticket.
Uh-huh.
And the next policeman is right down past this row of cells. Go bother him, will you, please?
Yes.
And don't tell me that bag you're carrying is full of tickets. There aren't that many policemen.
Oh, you're so silly. Of course not. I always carry a bag. It makes me look as if I'm always about ready to go someplace.
Well, you can go right now. I'll unlock the door. You can walk down the corridor till you find another cop at the end of it. His name's Murphy.
Isn't every policeman?
Oh, I don't know. All right, go. Go on, miss. Right down the corridor. Don't mind them mugs in the cells.
Blackie.
Gene, what are you doing here? This isn't visiting day.
Blackie, listen. I've got to keep walking when the guard looks this way.
Oh, don't be silly. Come in. The door's open.
The cell door's open?
Sure, try it.
It is. Blackie, how did you do that?
Close the door. You know, I could open the cell door all right, Gene. That was a cinch. But I haven't figured out yet how to get past the guards at both ends of the guard.
Well, stop figuring it, Blackie. Here, look at this bag I brought. It's an outfit that matches the one I'm wearing, only it's a couple of sizes larger. Put it on, quick.
What, and leave you in the cell? Oh, nothing doing, honey.
Oh, I'll go out the door I came in, Blackie, and you go out the other one. Only hurry. The guard might get curious.
Okay. Well, it won't take me a second. Now, first roll my trousers up, then on with the dress.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you brought a wig, too, huh? You think of everything. Can I get into these shoes?
Sure you can, and hurry, Blackie.
Yeah?
Don't forget your hat.
Say, it's a cute one. All right, zip me up, will you? I'm all set.
There. Oh. Now, just walk out, Blackie, and tell the cop at the end of the corridor. His name's Murphy. Tell him you ran out of tickets. Can you talk like a girl?
Who, me? Of course I can.
Oh, you better not talk. Bye, Blackie, and luck. Meet me back in my apartment.
Oh, thanks, Gene. You're wonderful.
See you later, Blackie. You look awful cute in that outfit. Watch out for the wolves.
Oh, not me. For once, I want to be on the receiving end of a... This is the house, Shorty, 50 Hunter Street. I don't know what I'd expect to find here, but let's go in.
Why, boss?
Well, maybe I can pick up something inside that'll give me a clue to that masked man. You see any lights?
No. Nope, there ain't anybody.
Okay, now don't hit your flashlight till we close the street door. Oh, what kind of a lock is this?
I don't know. But if you're working on it, it's an easy lock, I'll guarantee that.
No, Shorty, it's an open lock. Come on in. Shh, quiet. Hit your flash, Shorty.
Right.
Yeah, this is the room where I got conked. The masked guy sat right over there facing me with his hands folded on that table, and he... Shorty.
What? Well, what happened?
I know now who the masked guy was, Shorty.
Yeah?
I'm going to straighten out this whole mess. Wait till I look up a number in this phone book. Let's see.
Who are you calling, Blackie?
I'm calling the murderer of Fred Viswell. Wait a minute. Yeah, here it is. Well, now let's hope I sound like the mug.
Hey, boss, this is a mug. Come right down to Hunter Street house. I got Blackie here. He's Hoyt. Oh, you want to talk to him? Okay. Talk to the boss, Blackie, or you get it again. Here, take the phone.
So you're the boss, huh? Well, what am I supposed to do, applaud?
Give me that phone, Blackie. Okay, boss.
Yeah. Yeah, that sure is Blackie, huh? Oh, you'll be right down?
It worked, eh?
Good. Yeah.
What a swell.
Okay, Shorty, now you beat it. I'm staying right here, and I'm handling this alone. But I have a job for you when you get outside.
Okay, boss.
It may decide who dies for the murder of Fred Biswell. And just between us, I'd rather it wasn't me.
Mug, are you in here? Mug, turn on the light. It's dark. I can't see you. Turn on the light.
Here's a light, Mr. Borden. Right in your face.
Boston Blackie.
That's right, Boston Blackie. You had a very nice frame-up all fixed for me, but I think you're going down to explain it all to Inspector Faraday now.
Do you? Well, I don't. So that phone call to me was a gag, eh? I might have known it was one of your tricks, Blackie, but I didn't. No harm done, though. I'll just leave.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Mm-hmm. And don't think you can threaten me, Blackie. As long as I'm alive, I'm a potential alibi for you. Only you and I know you didn't kill Fred Biswell and that I did. And you've got to let me live in the hope that someday I'll confess.
Yes, I guess maybe I do. Oh, you're a pretty smart man, Borden. You'd have to be to have me in this kind of a jam. What did Biswell ever do to you?
He thought he could outsmart me, the fool. Some private investors had him checking the books at the bank. Found that I'd taken quite a bit of money that didn't belong to me. And he thought he'd try a bit of blackmail. He didn't get very far.
Pretty thorough, aren't you?
I think so. How did you know I was the masked man, Blackie?
Well, two ways, Borden.
Yes?
One was the fact that I gave you the address of my waterfront hideout, and later your hoods paid me a visit down there. You were the only one that had that address. The other was that ring you're wearing. The one you told me you couldn't take off. When I came in tonight, I remembered the masked man was wearing that ring. Putting John Partridge in your place as president of the bank sounds like a wonderfully smart idea.
It was. I was tired of working, and I can throw Partridge in jail any time I like for a little embezzlement job he did. So he must do as I say. And now, Boston Blackie, let's go visit Inspector Faraday.
Well, no, Mr. Borden, I don't think I care to see the inspector tonight.
No? Perhaps this gun will make you change your mind. I happen to know that Faraday has your gun. You're still under suspicion of murder, you know. And if you try to escape, Blackie, I'll think nothing of killing you in cold blood.
I believe you would, Borden. All right, I'll go with you. I guess I'd rather be a live prisoner than a dead suspect.
Here's Inspector Faraday's office, Blackie. Walk right in. Go on.
Okay, if you say so, Borden. Hello, Inspector. Say, look, don't you ever sleep?
Hello, Blackie. I've been expecting you. You're a little late.
Would you mind telling this gentleman in back of me to get rid of his gun, please, Inspector? He doesn't realize that it's impolite to point. His name is Arthur Borden.
Okay, Mr. Borden, I'll take that gun.
Certainly. Here you are.
Well, looks like I've got a first-rate murder suspect right here in this room.
It certainly does, Inspector. Like to lock him up?
In just a minute. In fact, I might as well do it very legal and proper. Arthur Borden, you're under arrest for the murder of Fred Biswell.
What? Me? Why, I...
Save it. I wish it was Blackie. Only it isn't. We've got your confession in your own voice, right on a dictograph record.
A dictograph planted in my Hunter Street house?
Right.
That's impossible. Nobody could have put a dictograph in there.
You tell him, Blackie. You figured this thing out.
Well, before you came into the Hunter Street house tonight, Mr. Borden, I dialed the inspector's private number on the telephone and left the receiver off the hook, you see. I had Shorty call him before and tell him to expect his private telephone to ring. All the while you were telling me how perfectly you would frame me, the inspector was listening on this end.
Yeah, not only listening, but having the whole thing taken down on a record.
Say, Inspector, I did you a favor, didn't I, by turning up Biswell's murderer?
You did yourself a bigger favor, but what's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. Shorty told me you have Jean Rochelle booked here.
You said it, Blackie. She helped you escape from jail.
Well, maybe she did, but if she did, I brought you in a murderer, so you certainly owe her a favor, too, right?
Well, maybe. What do you expect me to do, let her go?
Sure. You've held her long enough. Now it's my turn.
You've heard about making mountains out of molehills, but here's how to make mountains of dishes go right down to nothing in a hurry. You put some rinso in your dishpan, and up go the suds. Plenty of thick suds from surprisingly little rinso. And down goes that stack of dishes in practically no time. Yes, dishwashing is a mighty easy, simple job with rinso helping out. China, silver, glassware, they're all shining brightly in a jiffy with Rinso's soapy rich suds on the job. Why, even your pots and pans come clean easily when Rinso gets to work. Use Rinso, too, for all the soap and water jobs around the house. It's swell. Now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
All right, Monahan, give me a little more juice in that light.
No, don't do that. I can't stand it.
That's better. Now, listen, Shorty, you say you don't remember what happened.
I don't. I keep telling you I don't.
All right, maybe you don't remember. You were slugged. Now, we don't want to know anything except one thing. Now, think hard, Shorty. Who was the last person you saw or talked to before you were slugged? Now, that's all we want to know.
I'm thinking, Inspector, honest. I'm dizzy trying to think. I don't know. I just don't know. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I remember now. The last person I talked to before I got conked was Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen in at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Faraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for the program was by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Warm weather's ahead, and that means greater danger from perspiration. Protect yourself. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And its rich, purifying Lifebuoy lather agrees with your skin. And don't forget, Lifebuoy is the only soap especially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Dead is purely.
Life was me for my wife. Be within the hearing. I would be happy if it were not you. I don't want you to go hungry. To know. Myra, I want you to see his name, Abbott. Abbott. Then I will not worry.
Homer, are you still there?
I am afraid I have lost contact with you, Mrs. Burley.
Oh, there's so much I still wanted to say to him. Call him back, Roger.
Tonight I'm exhausted. Perhaps another time. He gave you one message, though.
Abbott. I'll see him. A man named Abbott.
Mr. Abbott's office. An appointment? Have you met him before? Very well, please come.
Time for his daily reading. To that swank headquarters. Of course. I made sure, Abbott. I'm putting a girl in to do nothing but check on the death notices and adding another woman to the sales force. Sales force? I've learned considerable of the idea of coming to me for an interview and a sitting, doesn't she? Well, I'll be... Russia, you're all right. Furthermore, Abbott, we're not going to be quite cash for wildcat stocks. What do you mean by that? Precisely what I said. Office of yours more along the lines of a dignified brokerage house. An actual risk with the law business. Now, look, as long as you run it along the lines, both of us land in prison, you... Now, how much have you taken in since yesterday?
Mrs. $5,000. Sold us some Continental. Sure. What time? $1,000.
Anything else? The most important angle of my... To forget a matter of 5 named Joyce. Had left 10,000 with 4,000.
Who told you
I'll
that...
take the money in cash, Abbott, and don't take such risks. I might decide to find another broker to work with me.
You try that, and I'll get as deep as I am.
That's a matter of proof, my friend.
Here's a funny one for you. This isn't a Lulu. Get a load of this negative. I'll be careful, it's still wet from the rinsing bath. I shot a picture of this Roger at the Hotel Continental affair this afternoon.
Yeah? Well, what about it, Clicker?
Well, the doggone negative's a positive, see? That Palooka has such a dark complexion that he shows white on the negative. Now, ain't that something?
Who is the bird, anyway, Clicker?
Oh, Roger something or other. Took a couple of shots of him.
What's he do, looking...
Oh, he does all the tricks. Crystal reading, spirit tapping, table tilting. I was talking to a couple of dames over at that meeting, and they claim he brought back the spirit of their dead husband.
Ridiculous.
Well, I'm just telling you what they told one of those spirits.
Good afternoon, Miss Case. Oh, hello, Miss Benny.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
I didn't know whether you'd be in or not today, Mr. Reed.
I usually...
I was just showing Miss Case this negative, Mr. Reed. It's that new sensation in the spiritualistic world.
Who's that?
The Roger.
Oh, a couple of the girls were talking about...
It's a sensation. He's got everybody...
A good press agent. He's half in town. Sent enough stuff in the office here to fill half a dozen of Gunnigan's wastebasket.
No wonder.
Racketeers.
And press agent Roger didn't get by him. See print.
Well, you suppose this Roger really has something on the ball?
He's got just enough on... But you know, Mr. Reed, there are no ghosts.
I'm surprised that the law doesn't step on a man like that.
I don't know why the law should.
Well, in the first place, he's obtaining money under false pretenses.
Yes, but Mr. Reed, he really does give people some comfort. Don't you think so?
Do that, Mr. Reed. If it gives a woman comfort to think she's hearing from her departed husband...
Beyond that.
What do you mean by that?
I've heard of men like as a means of robbery. However, we have a newspaper to run.
Look, why not let me sign up for one of his weekly meetings and take along a hidden camera and some flash bulbs? Picture of him.
Picture of a ghost.
Miss Benny.
Huh?
Such an unethical proceeding.
That's what I was afraid of.
I'll be in my office, Miss Case, if anyone calls.
Very well.
And, by the way, if someone should happen to already have a good picture of a ghost taken at a seance, yes, we might use it for a Sunday magazine picture.
Look here, Casey. Don't you worry about someone just happening to have that sort of a picture. I'll be around with one inside the next couple of days.
Hiya, Clicker. Hey, Click, how's a girl photographer these days?
Hi, gang.
What's up?
Come on over here with the station, and you're the guy to give it to me. Right here will do. Sit down on the edge of the desk or someplace. I got to make a call. Look through that drawer, will you?
Candid camera shooting, huh?
And how? Here's the number.
Hey, did it ever occur to you that you could clean out this drawer sometimes and make things easier for yourself?
Careful you don't break any of those filters.
Hey, Scott, how do you know what's in here?
There's the Leica down at the bottom. Pull out that photo flash attachment, too.
Where are you going?
We're going to a spiritualistic seance, Lowry, and get a picture of a ghost.
Hey, have you gone screwy?
Maybe so.
This what you want?
That's it. Close the drawer now. I'm going to try to horn in on one of
What's here?
Wherever there's trouble, there's a picture, Lowry. And I'd go a long way for a good picture. How much money you got?
Money? What's that?
No fooling. Borrow a couple of bucks, will you? I got to get a couple of flash bulbs and... Say, Lowry, have you got his meetings? Oh, here it is. Is this the Rogers studio? Well, I'd like to know if it's possible for me to... One of the cells.
Music came from an unseen source in the velvet draped room where Raja held his seance. Atmosphere amid luxurious furniture and silk tapestries, a well-dressed group of sat Clicker Binney, trying to show the same wide-eyed expression of awe the other ladies showed. With her was Ed Lowry.
Ooh, Clicker. This place smells bad.
Shut up, Mug. That's incense.
Yeah, well, I wish we were out of here.
Scared?
Oh, my eye.
Now get things straight. You keep that reflector with the flashbulb ghost, and when I click the shutter, the bulb will go off.
And we'll go out on our ears.
That's okay by me as long as we get the picture.
With his head swathed to the floor, his deep-set, heavy-lidded eyes surveyed the people. Then he took his place at the head of a table and motioned wordlessly for the others to gather close to him. As they did so, the lights became dimmer, and then the room... In an adjoining room, a man and woman stood with many yards of cheesecloth draped about them.
to commune with the spirits that lie beyond the grave, I must ask that all of you remain absolutely silent and concentrate on the hope of seeing one who was dearly beloved by you in life. You concentrate on the state of mind, the line beyond which no person once crossing has ever. It may be possible that the voice of someone who means much to one is heard. Come and let itself be seen. If it is recognized this time, Graham.
Not so loud. Where's the megaphone? I've got to get the old sepulchral spirit moving now.
Get the megaphone up to Rogers. Press the signal button.
Is near the borderline, calling to me.
I must caution you not to recognize him.
Calls me. I hear a voice. I hear a voice. Who calls me?
I feel a presence in this room. Someone from the hereafter is calling for attention. Come, give me your name.
My name was John.
John. John, will you let us see you?
Someone is calling for me. I will let myself be seen.
Come, John. A friend of yours is here.
I would like to have a word with him.
Someone took a picture. What in blazes?
Who did that? John, where are you? This way.
Turn on the lights. What is the meaning of this disturbance? This is profane. This is unheard of.
This is the way out. We got it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Britt Reed heard through society friends that Roger, the spiritualist, was using his supposed occult powers to persuade widows to trust their money to his accomplice, he had Clicker Binney get a photograph of the specter at one of the seances. The next day, when Britt Reed came to his office, Ed Lowry was there before him.
The girl got a beautiful shot, boss. It shows that fake up to a fairly well.
Good enough, Lowry. We can use that photo in a Sunday supplement in a few weeks. I'm planning on a feature story dealing with these racketeers and ghosts.
Well, I can contribute.
How's that?
Well, I can contribute. There have been a lot of cases where women have been told by the crook they thought to be the spirit of their dear departed to go and sink their cash into phony stocks and bonds.
Where did you get that?
Police headquarters. They've had complaints on Raja.
They have?
Yeah.
That's odd. The other evening, a couple of women were telling me about him. They'd been sent to a man named Abbott.
That's the guy.
He sold them stocks that weren't worth a hoot.
That's what the cops were told. But the law can't prove a thing.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, perhaps an expose in the Sentinel would do some good. That's what I had in mind, Lowry.
Roger will sue if you mention him.
Well, let him sue.
And it won't get anywhere, boss. That's the tough part of it. He'll fold up and move to another city if things get too tough here. There's no way to get the goods on him, and less chance of linking Abbott up with him.
Yeah, it's a confounded shame that this sort of thing can go on unchecked.
You're telling me? I say the way Raja and Abbott worked the racket, it's almost foolproof.
Where's the picture Miss Binney took?
Here, take a look at it.
Say, that is something.
Isn't that a Lulu? Oh, it's a darn shame the cops can't take that as evidence.
It wouldn't mean a thing.
I know. Roger didn't charge anything for the seance, so the law can't touch him. Hang it all, it's the old story. The law can't touch him.
The law couldn't get at Raja and his racket. But Britt had deeper plans when he arranged for the picture to be made. We find him in his apartment with Cato, his faithful servant, and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
This picture, Cato, shows me how the ghost appears and where he comes from.
Yes, Mr. Red.
In my careful study, I can get a fairly good idea of this man's face in spite of the gauze that's draped over his head.
Yes, sir.
And I think that with that, I can step out at the next seance.
What are you going to do?
Give the Raja the shock of his life.
How?
The Green Hornet's going to a seance. The next ghost that Raja summons from behind those drapes is going to have altogether too much to say. Now we've got to make some plans, some rather elaborate plans.
Yes?
You'll be in on them. He uses a phonograph, Cato, that's probably played from the same back room that the ghosts wait their turn in.
What about that?
Now, let me see. Abbott, that's the name of the bird that handles the financial end.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give him an invitation to the next seance. I wonder what he'll have to say. He won't dare say much in front of the guests. Neither will the Raja. But after the guests have gone, I wonder...
Several evenings later, an exceptionally fashionable group of people were in attendance at the seance. Before the Raja made his appearance, he met his accomplice, Abbott, in the side room.
Have you seen all the new people that are here tonight?
I wouldn't know the new from the old.
We're getting the society trade now, Abbott. People with lots of money.
Not so loud.
They can't hear me in the next room. What are you going to do here anyway?
Sit in.
Sort of unusual, isn't it?
Any objections?
No objections, of course. Glad to have you here.
I just thought I'd see if you weren't trying a little double cross on your own hook.
Whatever gave you that idea, Abbott?
You've been mighty quick to suspect me.
I had sufficient reason to.
Okay, Raja. Just don't try anything, that's all.
You better go and sit down. I'm going to start in a couple of minutes.
Right. This should be worth watching, you fake.
Greer.
Ready for the music?
Yes, you may start the recording now. Give them a good show tonight, Greer. Now, Jane.
Yes?
You're to be the daughter of James Stillwell. He is in the group.
Drowned last summer, didn't I?
That's right.
I have the part memorized.
Good. I'll go and start things.
I'm going to ask that guy for raise and pay one of these days.
I'm worried about that picture someone took the other night.
Haven't heard anything from it. What's there to worry about?
I don't know, Greer, but just the same.
Keep still. They can't hear it. That mask.
Go on.
Keep your voices down. You'll regret it. What's the matter? Steady, you crook. You're going to take a little nap. You went out nicely, young lady. Yeah, that's it. Just lay right down here. All right, Cato. You can come in now.
They made no noise.
Yeah, that was the big gamble. And I guess they've grown so accustomed to keeping quiet back here that they did it subconsciously.
How's that? You want it?
Very well. Hurry and get it set on that machine.
Yes, sir.
Work it in. Let me see. Oh, there's a good place to hide.
There is.
Have the car ready right outside the window?
Yes, sir.
What time is it now?
10 o'clock.
We've got to handle things just right. Stop the machine.
If it is recognized by any one of you, please speak softly and address it by name. Concentrate, my friends. Concentrate.
Now for it.
We must all concentrate. There seems to be a disturbing influence among us.
Is there someone called Lucia?
That's me.
Concentrate, my dear. Concentrate. Do you speak from the hereafter?
I speak to someone called Lucia.
Vincent. Vincent, is that you?
You wish to ask me something?
Something is wrong.
Yes. Yes, tell me, dear. Are you happy?
Yes, Lucian. I am happy.
Before you left, I never knew. Was there any pain? Did you suffer, dear?
There was no pain.
We miss you so much.
Lucia, there is one thing you must do.
Yes. Yes, tell me.
It can save money.
Yes. Yes?
You must invest your insurance. Take it from the bank and invest it.
But I don't...
Hear me, Lucia. A good investment house. The Gurney Sanders.
What? Concentrate, please. Do not disturb the spell.
I remember the name. Vincent, tell me. Tell me a little more. Vincent, I can't see you now. Tell me a little more. Vincent!
Concentrate. Concentrate, my friends. Do not break the spell.
Someone whose name is Elizabeth.
That's my name.
Elizabeth, your brother sends you word through me.
Yes. Yes, my brother. Where is he?
He couldn't come. He sends you word. Do not trust any but the firm of Gurney Sanders with your investment. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. My brother was always afraid I'd...
I can do no more. I can do no more tonight. There is a disturbing influence here. The seance has ended. I am not well. Please, the lights. Another time. But please, now, go.
I want to talk to Vincent again.
Another time. Another time, please.
My brother. Can I get more word from my brother?
Another time, I tell you. Go, get out, leave me. I am not well.
The Raja turned up the lights, and the amazed people were hurriedly sent from the luxurious room. All but Abbott, who remained behind until the others had gone. And then...
You dirty double-crossing crook. It's a good thing I came here tonight.
Abbott, believe me, there was something wrong. I don't know what happened to Greer.
I can tell you what happened to Greer. You decided to play along with that Gurney Sanders firm, huh? I got the tip-off on that, Raja. That's why I came here tonight.
You're crazy, I tell you.
Oh, no, I'm not. You're the one that's crazy to think you could put something like that over on me. Maybe you thought my office wasn't swank enough for the society swells you had here, huh?
No.
You had Greer all primed to give that stuff out. Then when you saw me, you didn't get a chance to change the instructions.
It isn't true.
Oh, yes, it is. I'm not a blind fool, you know, Raja. Well, don't get the idea you can double-cross me.
All right, you blustering idiot. Just what do you propose to do?
I'm going to smash you.
Oh, no, you're not. Maybe you're the one that took that picture the other night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you thought a photograph of one of the ghosts would smash me. Well, let me tell you this. I know the law, and I've stayed inside the law. And that's more than you have done.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is. You open your mouth, and I'll send you to jail.
You can't do it.
Oh, yes, I can. There have been plenty of people who have gone to your place and bought worthless stock. There have been a lot of others that have bought stock from you and been told the stock went down. But what they bought on margin was wiped out. I happen to know, Abbott, that you never bought the stock at all. You just pocketed the dough. Well, don't get any foolish ideas about trying to make trouble for me.
You can't double-cross me and get away with it.
Who's that? How do I know? Where is Greer? You can ask him. I didn't try to double-cross you, Abbott. Greer, where are you? Answer the door.
I'll go myself. We'll continue this discussion a little later, Raja. I'm not through by any means.
Where's he at? Stand aside. Let's go through the place.
Police, what's the meaning of this?
What do you want here?
Where's the Green Hornet?
The Green Hornet? I know nothing about the Green Hornet.
He's hiding out here someplace. I just got the phone call a little while ago, and we come right over. It's too bad he didn't do something about you two rats before he skipped out. He's probably gone by this time.
Whoever called you was mistaken. There was no phone call from here, and the Green Hornet has not been here.
And we don't want you cops around. Now, clear out.
What are you doing here, Abbott?
I am reading his palm.
You think fast on your feet, don't you, Roger? Let's have a look behind there.
One moment, officer. Maybe you've heard that a warrant is required before you can search a man's home.
You know all the laws, don't you?
Sufficient of them.
That's why I came here tonight, Joe.
Someone in there. Come on.
That's my voice.
Let's go see.
You think you could put something like that over on me? Maybe you thought my office wasn't swank enough.
You two talking.
It's a frame-up.
Shut up.
No.
Let's
You
listen.
had Greer all primed to give that stuff out. Then when you saw me, you didn't get a chance to change the instructions.
It isn't true.
Oh, yes.
Let me out of here. Right where you are.
Turn that thing off.
Quiet, Roger. Looks like we got the goods on you at last.
Let me go. Let me get out of here.
No, you don't. Not so fast. That record will hold in court. Hang on to these two. We're taking you both in and that record as well.
No, it's a frame-up, I tell you. You can't do it.
Let me go. This intrusion. You have no warrant.
We're taking you guys in without a warrant. Take that record along.
Who did it? Who did it?
Hey, look over there. Those two on the floor. Holy mackerel. What's happened to them?
It's Greer.
Your helpers.
I knew there was something wrong. I told you, Abbott. I told you that Greer wasn't the one who appeared.
They're alive, all right. Just knocked out. Yeah. We better call the boys and have the wagon sent over. This thing's bigger than we thought. Yeah, take that record so we don't lose that. I've got it. And hey, holy cats, look at this. I get it now. We were sent over here to get the Green Hornet. Okay. Look what's on the record. The mark of the Green Hornet. There he goes. He's outside. He sneaked out this window. Boys, I'd say offhand the Hornet framed this whole thing.
I told you we were framed.
It won't hold in court.
Oh, yes, this will hold in court, Raja. And for once in his life, the Green Hornet's done a good turn for the police department.
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/c/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.